from Newcastle, of course. We'll also speak to our colleagues at BBC Radio Wales this evening. We have already done that. We'll play that out for you soon because, of course, not only are Bournemouth playing Swansea, so we want to know what they're like post-Russell-Martin. We want to know what Nathan Wood's like because Southampton want to bring the Swansea centre-back to the south coast. And, of course, there are 3 Wales players in the Cherry squad. So I was interested in just how much they keep an eye on those players week in, week out. All that to come. Plus, I'm hoping we'll hear from Pompey women's coach 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 later. We'll hear from Marianne Spacey-Cale. And, of course, we'll build up to the games as they get ready to kick off with our summarisers, Guy Whittingham and John Williams. But first of all, let's head first to Fratton Park and say good evening to our Pompey commentator, Andy Moon. Andy, how are you?
Good evening, Adam. I'm good, thanks. Though it's quite cold and wet here, which is disappointing. But otherwise, I'm good.
It's not very August bank holiday, is it? Let's be honest.
It is not.
And I'm hoping you had a far easier journey to the Mecca of Fratton Park than you did to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 Stadium on Saturday.
Yes, fair to say I was here 3 hours ahead of kickoff rather than 1 hour. So, yes, a slightly more straightforward day than Saturday. And the not having to tackle the M25 is always a good thing.
Yeah, and of course, Andy, it's interesting, isn't it? Because people wouldn't realise or even think about it. But when you get to a game late, it doesn't half put you off your stride as a commentator, doesn't it?
No, and obviously my kit didn't work on Saturday because it never fails when you're there 3 hours early. It only fails when you're an hour late. Yes. Just the way the world works.
How true is that? Now, come on then. We'll talk about the league form with Guy later on, I think, and where Pompey are after a few games and how we see them with a couple of days left in the transfer window. But before you get called off to an emergency in the background, let me ask you just about how you see this one tonight, Andy, because I'm hoping we get the sort of fun we had last Tuesday in the trophy. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is that at 6:45, it's going to be, is there a single player in either team who's starting on Saturday? And I actually think there's an interesting dynamic that, so Peterborough pretty much went full strength in their first round and needed penalties to get past Swindon. It's almost like tonight, though, nobody wants to give their hand. Nobody wants to show themselves ahead of the league game on Saturday. So I suspect there's going to be pretty significant changes from both sides. And then really, look, it's an opportunity who can put their hand up and say that they should be playing based on what we saw last Tuesday. There were a couple of people that put in good performances and a couple of people that highlighted probably why they weren't in the team. So, look, it's an opportunity for players and also for those not in the team, win, and good chance you're going to get at least one more game in this competition towards the end of the month, and it's an open draw. Premier League teams are in. You could get yourself quite an interesting tie. So there is certainly an incentive, but it has been a pretty brutal start. This is the 4th Tuesday night in a row, but Pompey do have 2 weeks off after this Saturday.
Yeah, it's a very good point you make about showing your hand, Andy. And what's I was thinking about as you said it was that me and you both love the NFL, the American football, and they're playing their pre-season friendlies and just have been. And of course they've got all these schemes and everything, so they basically fake their game with the different players and everything if they ever don't show any team what they're going to do in real life, it's all very interestingly false in some way. But can you do that in our football, do you think? Do you think when they play tonight, I mean, or could you see patterns and things like throw-in routines and corner routines, or do you think they literally hide it all?
I think that they might be hiding their top couple of set pieces, but the thing is with John Messina, he's been pretty clear. He was clear last Tuesday, clear in the first round. He might be making a lot of changes, but he still really wants to win the game. And I think that is the case. You're going to see, who knows, maybe all 11 changes for Portsmouth, but those coming in, he still wants to win the game, and I don't think you're going to see a really young bench tonight. I think there will be options to come on, hoping that it's going to be around 8,000, which still is not massive for Fratton Park, but not bad for a League Cup, given if you look at the attendances elsewhere. So the reality is Pompey's game plan is always going to be different when you don't have Bishop there. You don't have necessarily the wingers you're going to have. You're just going to play in a slightly different way because you don't have that focal point. So I don't think it's about hiding the game plan. I think it's just having to adjust to the players you've got. And we've seen, Bishop did come on in the first round, but we didn't see him in the squad last week. Marlon Pack's not been in the squad for either of those. And I kind of imagine that might be the case again tonight, that you want to protect players. We know there's no Joe Rafferty because it starts a 3-game ban for him after the suspension. So then it becomes quite a big night for Zach Swanson, who was probably going to play anyway tonight, but now it's more significant because he's going to play the next 2 league games realistically after this.
Yeah, very interesting. Just finally, Andy, before I let you go and try and grab a brew before your team news at 6:45, and then we'll speak to Guy after 7 as we build up to the game. But just, I'll ask Guy this later if I remember as well. What's more important to Pompey, a League Cup run or a trophy run?
Ooh, I think a League Cup run, if you can get a really good game out of it, is something to be... The problem with the trophy for Portsmouth is they've sort of been there and done that. And yeah, I know it was 4 years ago, it'll be 5 years ago by next March when that great day at Sunderland. People have been there, and you speak to Pompey fans, I'm sure that they'd sell a huge number of tickets to Wembley, but been there and done that. They really want to go up this season. And look, Pompey haven't visited that many Premier League grounds recently. You saw how many went in the FA Cup to Tottenham. You could get a Chelsea and Arsenal away in the next round. I think that would be something that would be really exciting for supporters.
Lovely. Andy, thank you very much. Andy Moon there, live at Fratton Park for us. Live commentary from 7:45. Pompey against Posh. Of course, as Andy said, they meet a few days later. They're level on points in League One. It couldn't be more tight between those two. What will happen tonight? The freedom of the League Cup, second round, Southern section. Also in that Southern section, of course, our AFC Bournemouth, our Premier League club, down there in South Wales. Jordan Clark and John Williams have yomped their way all the way to do the mumbles, and hopefully Jordan has found himself at the Liberty Stadium, even if it's still called that. Jordan, good evening.
Good evening. It's now called the Swansea.com Stadium.
Oh, it'll always be the Liberty Stadium to me, Jordan. I know, yeah. Swansea.com for all your tourist needs. Is that the payoff line?
No, that's just me adding that, because I think that's what Swansea.com is. I think it's there to sell the city. So.
You're in the wrong business, Jordan. You should be doing
If you're
doing
in Bournemouth
marketing.
looking for a couple of days away in Wales, you'd go to Swansea.com to see what's about and what you might come and visit while you're here.
Just Google the mumbles. That's what you do, isn't it? Something like that.
Something like that.
Okay. And if you're in Bournemouth, why on earth would you go to Swansea? Right. You're not saying anything because you're at the other end.
I'm surrounded by Welsh people, so I'm going to be very quiet. I am a quarter Welsh as well, so I need to be careful in case any family members also listening in.
Let me just tell you, Blackmore is a Welsh name. Apparently, there were pirates that came over from South Africa many years ago. Yeah, they still are. Right, so that's it. Okay, you put me right off my stride there, Clark. So let's get back to the football. What about this one then? I just asked Andy about the competition. I don't know how ambitious Swansea feel they are this season. I think they could, with all that's gone on there, probably do with a cup run to cheer everyone up. But Bournemouth, of course, we've seen it under Eddie Howe. They're a team that aren't going to win the Premier League. And I always get disappointed if they do drop out the cups early, because I think, what do you know, for your fans, you can have a go when you're a decent, half decent club, Premier League club. Why not have a go at the cup competitions? What do you think?
I think so. I mean, I've often had to sit through, because Chris Temple normally takes the FA Cup off, some horrible games for Bournemouth where Eddie Howe used to stick all the youngsters in, and they didn't last very long. But the League Cup is the one where they've had a few runs, quarter-finals on 3 occasions. Has been their best in this competition, and given the Bill Foley money now and the aspirations of the club under new ownership, you'd think they've got to be surely targeting a decent cup run this season, and a manager, we spoke to you about this a little earlier, didn't I, on the phone, that has a bit of history in the cup competitions as well at his 2 previous clubs, getting to the semi-finals of the Copa del Rey with Mirandes, and then with Rayo Vallecano, who of course he left to come and join Bournemouth. So, you know, he's no stranger to a cup run, and you've got to think that a good chance for Bournemouth this season to maybe get themselves into a semi-final, maybe further.
It would be nice. Are there any players you think who need a game? I mean, who are we looking at when you think about the changes that will be made that could put some pressure on the team that has been starting?
Yeah, really interesting one, because of course he's got this situation, Adam, where he's still got, I've lost count of how many injuries he's got at the moment, so that is going to have an impact tonight. I did wonder whether that would mean he might dip into the development squad as well, but they've played today. I think most of the players that would probably have been involved have actually already played for the development squad. I'm just looking at the Bournemouth squad that's turned up and walked along the pitch and have wandered out down in front of me now. It looks pretty much the same squad from the weekend, but you would think, I would reckon the 3 Welsh lads would probably come in this evening. Brooks, Moore, Mepham, all needing a bit of game time would be the obvious ones. Lewis Cook will be an interesting one, because he's their only real number 6 who knows that position at the moment, because we're still waiting for Tyler Adams to be fit, their new signing. Joe Rothwell's been sitting in there. Lewis Cook came back at the weekend and came off the bench. So does he need the game time from the start, or will they protect him for the weekend? I don't know. That's going to be an interesting one.
Did he get 45 minutes because he prefers him to Rothwell and he wants to get him back in the team, or there was no injury to Rothwell or anything?
No, I asked him after the game. He said it was tactical. He wanted someone who could win more duels in the middle, so that's why Lewis Cook came on. So
because Lewis Cook has had an interesting time at Bournemouth, quite a long time now, Jordan, of course, and quite a few years at the club. But depending on who the manager has been, he's either been fancied or not. So sounds to me like he quite fancies him in there.
Well, he just doesn't have anyone else, does he? And the weekend showed it, in terms of how Tottenham found those gaps between the midfield and the defence, because he likes to press so high, Iraola. So you see the likes of Billing and Christie are almost up alongside the strikers pressing. That job, that number 6 job in an Andoni Iraola side, looks like a really important one, and someone that needs to be able to handle themselves in that position. And Lewis Cook, I don't know if he is the man for that job in terms of ball winning, defending, shielding that front line. That's going to be really interesting to see. Clearly they've brought Tyler Adams in to do that, but when he's going to be ready, we don't know. So that only leaves Cook and Rothwell, because Gavin Kilkenny, I think I've seen him down there, is here again this evening, but I would imagine he
never thought he was a sitter anyway
before the end of the window.
He's not really a sitter. He's not a destructive 6 anyway. He started off more of a 10, and he's sort of gone back.
Yeah, has played there though, hasn't he? In terms of that sort of pinging balls about from that role and opening up moves further forward. But yeah, that is an interesting position for Bournemouth at the moment. And as I said, it really looked like they missed Lerma at the weekend, and we knew that was going to happen, didn't we? As soon as he left. Yeah.
Well, I guess so. I mean, when you look at the bench, Jordan, that started on Saturday, you can easily bring 3 defenders straight off into the team tonight, for example. You could bring the goalkeeper in, Radu, Mepham, Hill, Senesi could all go in tonight. No problem, you've got a good team. Hamad Traore is an interesting one. They paid 25 million in the summer for him after his loan spell. On the bench on Saturday, he would probably feel a bit hard done by, wouldn't he? He would expect to be starting for Bournemouth, wouldn't he?
Yeah, another really interesting situation developed at the weekend, Adam, with him as well, because he came off the bench at Liverpool in the 10 role, through the middle, looked really dangerous, caused Liverpool some problems, came close to scoring, and then we saw him come off the bench against Tottenham, and I'd asked Iraola about him in terms of where he fits into the team, and he said only he sees him as a 10 through the middle, maybe an 8. He thinks that's where his best positions are, but we have seen him out wide in the past last season. He came on at the weekend out wide, and they put Jadon Anthony through the middle in the 10 role, which was really strange. And it didn't, of all the questions to ask, that was the one I didn't get round to asking the manager at the end of the game. So again, if he starts tonight, that will be interesting to see sort of where he fits into the side.
Well, and Jadon, right. He might put Jadon down the middle. We'll all be surprised again.
Yeah, and then just a couple of other names. It would be, I think it'd be nice to see someone like James Hill from the start tonight as well, because he's been really talked up in terms of a signing for Bournemouth last season, but then he went out on loan. He's still here at the moment, hasn't gone back out on loan. We spoke about when he arrived the fact that Barcelona were keeping tabs on him, so I'd like to see him start maybe in a game like this and see what he can do, but whether Iraola feels the same, we'll have to wait and see in 15 minutes time.
Yeah. Now, thankfully for me, you've been speaking to our colleague Simon Davis from BBC Wales, but actually when you look at both clubs, you could sort of feel that both clubs, Swansea and 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, could do with winning tonight just to perk the fans up a bit, because neither have won a game yet.
Yeah, well, Swansea obviously won in this competition in the first round, beat Northampton, but haven't won in the league yet. Drawn 2, lost 2. As we know, Bournemouth drawn 1, lost 2. So Iraola's still looking for his first victory. So in terms of a confidence boost, yeah, absolutely. But I think Swansea will go strong. They went strong for the game against Northampton. And again, speaking to Simon, as you'll hear from in a moment, that's probably because they haven't got a lot of other options, basically. But this is a good opportunity for the Cherries tonight to get that first win under their belt. You'd think their quality in their squad is surely got to shine through.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan, thank you for now. I know we have to all remember that it's a 7:30 kickoff for you tonight, so you've only got about 12 minutes, 11 minutes till the team news comes out, and I'll come back to you. So
yeah, just enough time for me to go and get Willow, who still hasn't arrived. I think he's probably forgotten. He was eyeing up the Welsh cakes down on
I bet he was.
The tray in the press room. They're for half time though, apparently, so they've had to hold him back.
I'm just glad you said cakes, because when you said eyeing up Welsh, I thought, don't go down that road, please. Right, Jordan, go and get yourself a slice of something, and I'll see you in 10 minutes, and get yourself a brew. Thank you very much. Jordan Clark at the Cherries there. So 7:30 kickoff, Swansea against Bournemouth, all our Dorset frequencies, and that means, of course, that's digital radio across Dorset, and 103.8 FM, Freeview channel 726, and of course Pompey against Posh is on Freeview channel 722. It is on 96.1 FM and digital radio across Hampshire. So that's two of our three clubs. Well, let's speak to somebody who works for one of them, played for two of them, and is a great friend of the show and of BBC Radio Soul and Sport. Andrew Surman, good evening to you.
Hi Adam, how you doing? You okay?
I'm all right. You sound like you're in a wind tunnel, but I guess you're driving, my friend.
Yeah, I am driving at the moment, yeah. On the way back from Bournemouth at the moment, yeah.
Yeah, have you been with the development team playing today, or have you been coaching the 18s? What's your role been?
Coaching the 18s today, so yeah, we had a normal training day on a Tuesday, so yeah, just been in today and then making my way back to the rush hour traffic, so yeah.
Yeah, and how are you enjoying the new role? Because I know you took it on, not that long ago. Obviously, you've been doing various things. Are you enjoying having a football routine again?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I think, it's obviously a lot different to be on the other side, on the dark side, as people keep saying to me. But, yeah, no, it's been good. And working with, obviously, young players, trying to develop them and almost sort of seeing where they are now. I used to be there, obviously, a few years ago now, but I was in exactly the same boat as them, trying to grind out a career in football. And, so I can really relate to them. And I'm enjoying the challenge of obviously trying to improve them and trying to grind out a career for them, whether it be at Bournemouth or another club. So.
Yeah, just out of interest, do you feel even at the 18s level that the sort of new owner kick, the increased sort of ambition of the club, and then of course the new manager coming in, does that sort of seep into you at your level with the 18s as well, that everyone feels there's a bit more on everything at the moment?
Yeah, I think so. I think the owner's come out and said that he wants to invest in the academy, he wants to invest in young players. That seems to be the trend at the moment, especially with new owners coming in from abroad. You look at the Chelsea model. I'm not necessarily saying we'd follow that, but clubs are all looking to invest in young players, either buying and selling them or trying to buy the best talent in the area or in the country and try and bring them through. So I think he's making the right noises, the owner at the moment. And obviously we've just gone up from Cat 3 to Cat 2, which is a massive achievement for obviously Bournemouth Academy. So it's going in the right direction, and I'm sure he'll look to invest more money in it as we go along.
Andrew, one of the things I really wanted to talk to you about, which got in touch, is Ryan Fraser. He had a great impact off the bench for Southampton on Saturday, and that immediately silenced a few doubters because, of course, in the last few years, he's had a pretty rough time of it and sort of cast aside, out of the picture at Newcastle. Time at Bournemouth finished badly. But, of course, it occurred to me that you'd have played quite a lot with him and trained with him and probably helped him when he was a young man at Bournemouth. And Russell Martin, very adamant that he has no doubt about his character and everything else, and he thinks he could be a great signing for Southampton in the Championship. He's 29 now. What do you think of that as a loan signing, first of all, for Saints to get Ryan?
I think it's a good signing. I think especially with loans, you're not necessarily having to spend out too highly. If you buy a player, obviously it can rise into quite a lot of millions. So I think loan is probably a good strategy for the club. I think Ryan would be a great signing. I think obviously the fans have already seen the impact he's made at the weekend when he came off the bench. I think the thing is with players, sometimes when things aren't going their way or they're not maybe in favour at one club, they're hungry to prove themselves at another. And I think probably that's what Russell Martin's seen. I know Russell Martin would have known him from the Scotland days as well. So there'd be a relationship there. And I think he'll have quite a good idea on his character. So I can't imagine for 1 second that Russell Martin or anyone at the club would have made signings without doing some sort of check on their character, and no better than someone that's actually played with him, obviously, Russell Martin. So I'm really hoping it's going to be a good signing. Time will tell. I know what Ryan Fraser's capable of doing. I've seen it. So if he can put a good run together, he can get a few games in a row and start to find a rhythm, I think it'd be a great signing for Southampton, especially in the Championship. I think he brings a lot of experience, and I enjoy playing with him. I think he could be a top player for Southampton. So yeah, I think it's a good bit of business, and like I say, time will tell. I think also the way that Russell Martin obviously wants to play, with possession and then trying to get the wingers in 1v1 situations with pace. I think he'll fit that perfectly. So yeah, I think it's a good signing, but again, time will tell. If he can be consistent in his performances, then I think it'll be a good signing.
Yeah, I think if he's got something to prove, we know that at Championship level he should be getting goal contributions, shouldn't he? He should be getting assists and goals at 29 now, and he's good experience for Saints, with still a lot of young players in the team.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think there was this crazy stat when he was at Bournemouth. I think it was him, Messi, and Neymar or something were the top three assists in Europe at one point. I'm probably going to embarrass him.
I think it was about 18, 19. I think he got 15 assists and 7 goals, something like that.
Yeah, and he made a massive contribution. So he's already proven at Premier League level he can do it. And like I say, if he can do that at Southampton, the Championship level, and replicate those sort of stats, it can only be a positive for Southampton. And yeah, I really hope he does well. I hope he stays injury free. I hope he keeps making a good impact on the squad.
And just finally, Drew, while I've got you stuck in the car and you've got nowhere to go and you can't run away from me, just your thoughts on the starts of the season for Southampton. Obviously, you're working for Bournemouth, and we know they've had a difficult start playing Spurs and Liverpool in the first 3 games. I like the style, and I like the cut of Ariola's jib with the way he makes his teams play. But you spoke to me about Russell Martin. You were captain at MK Dons under him. You knew what to expect. You've got what you expected with regards possession and everything else, but they've got 3 wins out of 4 and they're unbeaten. And I seem to think, as a layman, I think that's a great start, given all the change of players and the players going out the door. Is that, am I thinking right, or should they be winning because they've still got good players in the Premier League? What do you think?
I think he's navigated it really, really well. Like you said, I think the club was in a transition period. There was, even at academy level, there's a lot of comings and goings. There's a lot of chop and change in the background above him as well. So coming into a squad that's, a club that's just been relegated, you're losing potentially your best players and your James Ward-Prowses and obviously speculation with others. To come in the door and put your stamp on it straight away and give the team an identity, and they're just well coached. He's a good coach, he's a good manager, he's a good coach, and he's coached those players into playing the way he wants to play. And you can't argue with the record so far. We spoke before he, I think either just after or just before he got appointed in the summer. And we talked about he would give the club identity and the team identity. That's what he's done. His pure possession. It's been entertaining, I think, because it's been a lot of goals. Obviously, you don't really necessarily want 4 draws, but as a neutral and as a fan, it's great to go. Yeah, you can't praise him enough. He's made a massive impact in that club, and like I say, to implement what he's done already in such a short space of time and still work to do, I think it's a really positive start.
Absolutely. Drew, thank you ever so much for your time. I'll let you finish your journey in peace. Much appreciated, my friend. Good to speak to you. Thank you for your thoughts and your educated thoughts as a former Cherries and Saints midfielder. There's Andrew Surman. Something there for Cherries fans. The academy's developing. They've gone up a notch. He's working for the 18s. They've made a good start. They're improving things there. And, of course, having played with Ryan Fraser at Bournemouth, it was very interesting to get his thoughts on him going to Southampton on loan.
It's summer in the south.
That means strolls along our beautiful coastline, drinks in
Speak to Liam Dawson, who's been the hero of the day down here in Hampshire for his remarkable career best haul of 7 for 15 to put Hampshire into the final of the One Day Cup. We're going to do that very soon, I'm hoping. We're also going to get the team news and the cherries and speak to John Williams in just a moment. So this is how things should look, everybody, if everything goes to plan. We should catch up with Willow and Jordan in a moment when they get the confirmed team news from Swansea against Bournemouth. Then, of course, at 6:45, we'll catch up with Andy Moon and get the team news from Pompey against Peterborough. Remember, 7:30 kickoff if you're a Cherries fan on all Dorset frequencies. And for Pompey, it is 7:45 on all our Hampshire frequencies. We're also going to hear from BBC Radio Wales' Simon Davis on Cherries' opponent Swansea tonight on the 3 Welsh Cherries contingent and see what they think of them and their progress. Of course, David Brooks, Chris Mepham and Kiefer Moore all might start tonight, having been on the bench on Saturday. And we're going to catch up with Marianne Spacey-Cale and maybe Jay Sadler as well, I'm hoping, the Pompey coach. So that's all to come. Liam Dawson hopefully in a moment, but before Liam Dawson, I do want to just bring you the latest sports news. I'm going to start that by telling you that Katie Boulter has gone through in straight sets to the next round of the US Open tennis. Into the second round, she beat France's Diane Parry, and that's P-A-R-R-Y. That's not me trying to be French. That's her name, Parry. And maybe it should be Diane if it's French. I don't know. But she's certainly through. That's all that matters. She won 6-4, 6-0, Katie Boulter, and Andy Murray, Cameron Norrie, Jack Draper, Dan Evans and Jodie Burridge all playing at the US Open tennis in the next, few hours. So we'll try and keep across that. In golf, the United States captain Zach Johnson has made his 6 wildcard picks for the upcoming Ryder Cup. US PGA champion Brooks Koepka and Justin Thomas have been named alongside Sam Burns, Ricky Fowler, Colin Morikawa and Jordan Spieth. Not bad there, is it? In football, we know Southampton defenders Romain Perraud and Lianco have gone out on loan officially today. Perraud's gone back to France to play for Nice, and Lianco has gone to Qatar to play for Al Gharafa. Everton have made their 5th summer signing. They brought in the Portuguese striker Beto from Udinese in Italy for a fee of around £30 million in total. Will that put them off, or has it already put them off? Saints striker Shea Adams, and that'll do you for now. So let's head back to South Wales, shall we? Swansea against Bournemouth. I think Jordan Clark can furnish us with the team news.
I can, Adam. Yeah, welcome back to Swansea. 7 changes for Andoni Iraola this evening to the side that lost at Tottenham in the Premier League at the weekend. Easier for me to tell you those that survive. Aarons, Kelly, Rothwell and Billing all keep their place in the starting 11 this evening. There is a debut in goal for 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷, and the 3 Welshmen are all in the starting 11 as well. Moore, Brooks and Mepham come in. So Radu in goal. Back 4 of Aarons, Mepham, Senesi and Kelly will move to left back by the looks of this team. Rothwell will continue in the number 6 role in front of the back 4. Then Billing and probably Traore, maybe Anthony through the middle, given what we saw at the end of the last game against Tottenham. If it is Traore through the middle, then it'll be Anthony out wide, Brooks on the other wing and Kiefer Moore through the middle. The bench is Neto, Kirkes, Cook, Solanke, Christie, Clivert, Hill, Semenyo and Kilkenny. There are 5 changes for Swansea, and the headline that you'll be interested in, Adam, is that Nathan Wood is in the squad, but only on the bench this evening, the Southampton target.
Well, now we can start having conspiracy theories, Jordan, as to whether that's because he's about to come to the south and they can't risk him, or just because he started on Saturday and he's not going to play this evening. We will see. Now, how's John Williams getting on? Willow, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Ad. I'm just looking at the team that's been picked, and we did expect quite a few changes. We're trying to guess on the way up. There could be 3 centre-halves there. Kelly could step inside, Anthony could slip back as a win back with Aarons. Possibility. We'll check it out when the game starts, and yeah, we'll just have to wait and see.
Now, given that you're called William John Williams, is there some Welsh heritage there for you, Willow, down here in South Wales?
I did have a grandma, yes.
Yeah, okay. So it's not exactly coming home, is it? That's it. Now,
I had
Willow,
a good time when I was here at Cardiff, I have to say. Nice people.
Oh, you're not allowed to use that word in that stadium, are you?
I am.
It's like a swear word, yeah. What about tonight, Willow? Who's it more important for? I mean, obviously, as Jordan said, Swansea have won a game in the Cup, but they're winless in the league. Bournemouth are winless in the Premier League. I'm a big fan of using these early rounds to keep your players match fit. I'd like to see them be strong tonight and give Swansea a good kicking, to be honest.
Yeah, look, the situation, if you're trying to choose between the two, from our point of view, I just think we just need a little bit of morale boosting, you know. And the team he's put out suggests that it's going to be attacking. We're going to play the same way against a Swansea team that a little bit different this season in terms of they go a wee bit more direct. So it'll be early on. I'll be looking for them really to get a good press on and really try and get the ball back in their last third. We've done it on occasions, but we haven't sustained it for the whole game.
Yeah, Willow, thank you very much. Michael Duff playing a different way to Russell Martin, that's for sure. Willow, I'm going to let you go, but I know you're going to enjoy this next bit of music I'm going to play before my next guest to give him the perfect introduction. Have a listen to this, Willow. You're old enough like me to remember this. Liam Dawson, good evening, my friend. How are you?
Adam, how are you, mate? All good, thank you.
Right, I'm very well. It's great to catch up with you. You sound crystal clear, which is surprising me, but you lot are so professional, of course. You're having to just sitting there quietly with your water, enjoying your semi-final win. So, look, well done. And let's be honest, those are figures that are ridiculous, Liam. You were so polite when you spoke to Kev after the game, but they're ridiculous figures. That just doesn't happen in normal cricket.
No, it was obviously very nice, very pleasing. As I said to JMO in the interview, that we obviously, I played on that pitch a few nights ago during the 100th game, and it did spin then. So had a rough idea how the pitch was going to play before we turned up today, and it took a little bit of spin, and obviously thankful to exploit those conditions.
Yeah, now I was smiling to myself this afternoon because I was thinking that's like schoolboy cricket. So you know that thing where you go to a match and you're a really good cricket school and then you're about, say, 12 years old and the other team turn up and they've all got their school trousers on and the wrong trainers and you go and bowl on an artificial wicket and you end up with like 7 for 15. It's those sort of figures, Dawson. That's what made me smile about it. It reminded me of like really rubbish cricket matches.
No, well, we knew that today was going to be tough. We knew Warwickshire were a good side, and as I said, it was a pitch that I thought was going to spin a little bit. It probably spun a little bit more than what I expected. But as I said, yeah, it was nice to exploit the conditions, and obviously a very proud day for the club to get to another final.
Yeah, it's your career best figures, of course. It's Hampshire's List A best figures. No surprise, it could stand for a long time, Dawes, well after you've retired. We'll see how that one goes. But getting to the final is great, isn't it? And you think T20 finals day and the one-day final, when so many of you away at the 100, the lads have done great, haven't they, in the absence of some of you key players?
No, they have. They've done amazing. And I mean, this was probably built upon from last summer. We obviously got to the semi-final last year and fell short there, but to get to the final this year is fantastic from the group, and also to come into a team, obviously not playing them for around about a month. I've not been involved, and to come into a team in a quarter final was very pleasing that I got picked. I was desperate to play, and I completely understood that they might want to pick the same players that got them there. So yeah, it was nice to contribute because the lads that have played this competition, they've all contributed at some stage, and they've contributed getting to the knockout. So it was nice to contribute to get to a final.
How was things with the London Spirit, Dawes, when you were away with the 100? It's obviously a bit different. You've played 6 games, you've taken 8 wickets. You obviously didn't get where you wanted to be in the knockout stage at the end of it, but how was the experience this year?
Yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic tournament. I think everybody that watches it can see that the crowds are brilliant, and it brings in a new audience to the game. So yeah, I think it was another fantastic addition for the competition. So many kids involved, and yeah, from a team point of view, we probably didn't perform as we'd have liked. But saying that, we had 2 games that went to the last ball, and if we win those games, it changes the whole outlook on the competition. But yeah, disappointing from a team point of view. But as I said, from a competition point of view, it was a brilliant tournament.
Yeah, so well done again. Just finally then, before I let you go, you've got to turn your attention to another form of cricket comes Sunday. We're back in the County Championship. Somerset at home. It's 10:30 September by the time you start, Dawes. 10:30 starts in the County Championship. You played the 100, the T20. Now we've had the One Day Cup, and now you're back to the County Championship out of the blue like that. Looking forward to that?
No, definitely. Yeah. I mean, we want to finish as high as we can in that competition. Realistically, we're probably out of the running to win it and finish top, but we can certainly finish second. So that's going to be a big motivation for the group. Trying to improve on the last performance against Essex. It wasn't up to standard from our standards. So yeah, looking forward to it, and we've got a big 3 games to finish as high as we can.
Now, and then finally, you'll get to the winter eventually, and if you're not gallivanting around the world all winter like you tend to do, and you're not with your family, you come and sit and watch a football match with me occasionally, yeah? Like you used to.
Love to come and watch the Saints. They're obviously playing very well. They've had a good start, so love it.
Just get in touch when you want. All right, thank you for your time, Liam. Always there. Look after yourself. Well done today.
Thanks,
brilliant stuff.
Cheers,
there you go. Liam Dawson. Fantastic performance, of course, for Hampshire today in the One Day Cup. If you have just tuned in, or you didn't know what's happened, or you didn't know they had a very big match today, I can tell you that they absolutely walloped Warwickshire at Edgbaston, which is always a good feeling for teams going to Edgbaston. Warwickshire bowled out for 98, and that man, Liam Dawson, 7 wickets for 15 runs. It was just incredible. And it wasn't like, by the way, the pitch was so bad he got his wickets in that reason. Given that Danny Briggs, the former Hampshire spinner who's at Warwickshire, bowled 5 overs, none for 21, you can see how well Liam Dawson bowled to take 7 for 15 from just under 7 overs, and that would have shocked Warwickshire. They're not used to getting thrashed like that in their own backyard. Keith Barker got the other 3 wickets, and the first 3 wickets to fall, also always important. And then Liam Dawson skittled through the middle and lower order. So 3 for 28 for Keith Barker, which would normally look very, very good, but next to 7 for 15, it doesn't look quite so good. So if you're a Hampshire cricket fan, you know that you can start looking forward to going to Trent Bridge for the 50 over cup final. And let me tell you who you might be playing. We know it's Leicestershire or Gloucestershire. They've had rain at Leicester today. It's interrupted that match. Gloucestershire were bowled out for 125, which you think is bad, but Leicestershire are 13 for 3 in the 7th over trying to reply. So that is wickets galore going there, like in the Hampshire game, really. But much later, they had a long rain delay, and they need 113 to win Leicestershire from 43.4 overs. So there's no Duckworth Lewis. Gloucestershire were just almost as bad as Warwickshire. So they had a terrible time of it. So skittled out. Gloucestershire missed their chance of a big final, you'd think, but they've got Leicestershire 13 for 3. So that's where we are with the cricket. 16th of September at Trent Bridge, and Hampshire are booked into the one-day final. Before we get to the 7 o'clock news, and then we start really focusing and drilling down on our 2 League Cup ties, one at 7:30, Swansea Bournemouth, and one at 7:45 between Pompey and Posh. I will hear from Marianne Spacey-Kell, and we'll hear from Simon Davis from BBC Radio Wales. Before that, I hope we can go to Fratton Park now. It is just about to tick over to 6:45, and when I'm commentating, I don't like to them to come to me, the presenter to come to me straight away, because I like time to assimilate the team news, but I'm sort of a bit loath to give Andy Moon much more time, because I'm hoping he might have got it already nailed. Let's have a try. Andy, how are you getting on?
Yeah, all 11 changes for Portsmouth, as we suspected might be the case. So Ryan Schofield on goal, big night for him. He's struggled a little bit this season. Zach Swanson, Sean Raggett, Riley Towler and Jack Sparks, the back 4. Ben Stevenson and Terry Devlin, the sitting midfielders. Paddy Lane, Alex Robertson and Kobe Motta, the 3 behind Christian Sadie up front. Norris, Quam, Paul, Ogilvie, Pack, Morell, Kamara, Bishop, Folarin are the subs. So there is a bit of option to call upon some experience should John Messino wish to do so off the bench. Remember, 9 subs in this competition, which is 2 more than we usually have in League One. Peterborough also making 11 changes. So no one who started on Saturday for either team starts tonight.
Which you did suspect might be the case, Andy. And when you say 9 subs, are we still talking a maximum of 5 on 3 visits in this competition still?
Yep, same rules, but just 2 more on the bench. League One,
yeah.
Championship, you have 9 on the bench.
Yeah.
League One and League Two, just the 7. So it's 2 extra seats on the bench, effectively.
Now, we know Guy Whittingham is swanning off into TV land, which you'll be doing tomorrow night on BBC South, of course. But for tonight, we'll speak to him after 7 o'clock. What do you think he will say about those players? And I want to know what you think about those players that have been picked tonight, that after a couple of 0-0 draws in the League One could possibly be pushing for places in the league team. Who's got the biggest points to prove, Andy?
Well, I think there's a big point to prove at the back, because Riley Towler and Jack Sparks, now Sparks played as a winger on Saturday, they really struggled at the left-hand side of the defence against Fulham. Schofield as well, he struggled, but he is not likely to be knocking Will Norris out the team anytime soon. Talked a lot about the wingers for Pompey and how big they were. Gavin White has done okay, but not got off to a flying start. We should find out after the game how long Anthony Scully's out injured. He had his scan at the weekend, but they didn't find out the result yesterday because it was a bank holiday. So not all the hospital staff were working, which it was an interesting one. So a big opportunity for Paddy Lane, who's been injured at the start of the season. Can he come in and prove that he's the person who needs to be playing from the start on the wing? And also young Kobe Motta, still 16. I thought he looked really good last weekend. Is he ready to start in the league? Well, look, another really good performance from him, and that will certainly put some questions for John Messino. And the likes of Bishop and Pack and Morell on the bench, and if things go well for Pompey, I would imagine they're likely to stay there tonight.
Lovely stuff. Thank you, Andy. Much more from Andy Moon and Guy Whittingham to come after the 7 o'clock news. 7:45 kickoff. We hear from Christian Sadie and John Messina between 7 and 7:45 as well. BBC Radio Solent Sport. We're just under an hour away from kickoff at Fratton Park, and we're just under 45 minutes away from kickoff at Swansea City, and we'll be back there after 7 as well. We'll be hearing from BBC Radio Wales Simon Davis in just a couple of minutes. Before that, I want to keep everything local for a moment and talk about the women's football, because Southampton's women started their championship season with a 4-1 win at Lewes on Sunday. The home side took the lead with a wonder strike before Katie Wilkinson, friend of this show, equalised. Sophia Farrow, Ella Morris and new signing Molly Pike were also on the score sheet for Saints. After the game, head coach Marianne Spacey-Cale told Ian Wilding that it was a near perfect afternoon.
If it was perfect, we wouldn't have conceded, but I think the fact that we did concede gave us a bit of a jolt, and from there on I thought, they caused us problems to start with. Once we sorted that out and once they scored and then we pulled it back, I thought we controlled the game really well, and second half I was really pleased with some of the football that we played, and we moved the ball really well, so and we started to win our battles a little bit more of first contact, second ball, so a good start to the season.
And how pleasing is it when you've got 4 different goal scorers on the score sheet as well?
Yeah, because we've been doing quite a bit around like finishing final third play and like a lot more play with the ball this during pre-season, and I think showed that players are getting into good goal scoring positions and then they're putting it away. So midfielders scoring, forwards scoring, defenders getting strikes on goal, and so that's what you want. You don't want to have to rely on 1 or 2 players to be able to score goals for you. We 4 goals this season and 4 different scorers. It's early days, but you take that definitely.
Molly Pike getting on the score sheet, Purfield playing as well. How impressed were you with their debuts competitively anyway?
Yeah, absolutely. That little bit more experience, that little bit of maturity on the pitch, and knowing what it takes to come back and get a result from behind. So, I think we've, in terms of the players that have come in, real leadership, strength and good experience. So it's exciting, but we're still 1 game in and there's so much more to play for. And we keep talking about this is a really consistently competitive league. You can't take anything for granted, and great start, but lots to do in a very, very competitive league.
How much stronger though do you think you are this season once you get your players back from injury as well, and availability, when your players coming off the bench, making an impact?
Yeah, absolutely, and we had to have that depth because we've had great squads throughout the years, but this year we knew that we had to get a little bit more depth, so that when you did turn around on the bench and you could see that there was real impact players coming on at this level. We've had that before, but now at this level you need something a little bit extra, a little bit more, that would really come and grab the game by the throat. So looking around today, we knew that we had that, and we still got players to come back. So it's exciting, but it's important that we remember how big this season is and how competitive this league is.
And how much does it show how far you've come in, say, 2.5 years? Because about 2 years ago you were in the FA Cup, 4th tier against 2nd tier. It was seen as a big shock. But now you're here and putting in a performance like that and a result like that.
Yeah, and you look at Lewes last year, they took 4 points off us. So, even from last season that, we've started with 3 points against them this season already. So it just shows the growth and the support that we've got to, the training facilities, playing at St Mary's. All those things matter. They may seem small things, but it just makes the players feel really secure and really valued. And when you feel that you've got that value and that worth around the whole club, then they put in performances like they did.
There's the Southampton head coach Marianne Spacey-Cale after their 4-1 opening day win in the Championship at Lewes on Sunday. Pompey cruised to an 11-0 victory at Ashford Town in the National League Cup. Winning the determining round tie means they remain in the competition, and their opponents have to go into a plate competition. And also Bournemouth, AFC Bournemouth women, they won 2-0 against Bridgewater Ladies in the National League Cup. Their goals from 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 Buckingham and Katie James. So all 3 of our women's sides from our league clubs all winning on Sunday. Well done to all of them. Right, let's turn back towards events at Swansea. We're like less than 40 minutes away from kick-off in the League Cup in all Dorset frequencies between the Swansea and the Cherries. And a few moments ago, Jordan Clark caught up with BBC Radio Wales Simon Davis to talk about the Cherries Welsh trio, Also, to talk about Nathan Wood, the Swansea defender that Southampton have been after, and of course their opponents tonight.
Simon, thanks for speaking to us. Been a little while since Bournemouth were last here for that dramatic 3-3 draw. I know you were here for that game, so we'll reminisce on that one in a moment. But a lot of changes for Bournemouth over the summer, a lot for Swansea, of course, with Russell Martin leaving for Southampton, and in comes Michael Duff. How's first few games of the season been so far?
Yeah, I think Swansea are a bit of an unknown entity at the moment. I think we can say that about a lot of clubs. Of course, the loss of Russell Martin, I think there was an inevitability anyway. I think there had been a breakdown in relationship between Russell Martin and those who run Swansea City, and for better or for worse, it was inevitable that he was going to leave. I think the offer of Southampton coming was one that he couldn't refuse, and I don't think most people down here would begrudge him that opportunity. Bit more pressure at Southampton, of course, because he's expected to get promotion, isn't he? And certainly got a lot more resources at Southampton. I think he had a bit of a dig at that this week, didn't he? And I don't think he was being facetious about that, by the way.
I was going to say, how's that gone down? We all saw it on social media from the press conference.
Yeah, I think it was just a fact. I mean, in January he wasn't supported in the transfer window. They bought no one, and he actually made a very public stand against the Swansea City board, I seem to remember, in the press conference the day after the end of the transfer window, where he got all his coaches together and faced the press and said, we stand together and we're really disappointed. So I think there was a breakdown of a relationship then, but as far as Russell Martin, the man, is concerned, I think most people wish him well down here. He'll always be popular for the simple fact that they beat Cardiff twice, the double-double as it's been known down here. So he'll always be popular for that reason, but it'll be interesting to see how he gets on in Southampton. As for Michael Duff, totally different sort of manager, much more straight to the point, I find, from a media standpoint, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Easier to transcribe, put it like that. But I think it's early days. They haven't impressed particularly in the first few games, and of course the sale of 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, their top striker, to Leeds hasn't helped matters either.
Change in style, obviously Russell Martin, we know, high possession based football. What have you seen, what have you got from Michael Duff so far?
Do you know, a lot of our pundits have said that they're not sure if these players are sure what the style is. They're almost caught between two styles, where you would see the Russell Martin style pass back to the goalkeeper, sometimes take a risk, but when it comes off it looks brilliant, when it doesn't it looks terrible. On the other hand, Michael Duff does like to push forward a little bit more, get the ball forward a little bit quicker than Russell Martin would tend to do. More than one way to skin a cat. One thing that matters is results, and you know, Russell Martin towards the end of last season got those for Swansea. Didn't in mid-season. I think it was a run of 3 wins in 21, which I don't think he'd get the time at Southampton to have that, because I don't think they'd stand for that. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Early days for Michael Duff, but this week will be key, both incomings and outcomings in the transfer window.
Yeah, so you've lost 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, you mentioned. Obafemi's gone to Burnley as well.
Ryan Manning, of course,
Manning to Southampton. That was on a free transfer. In terms of what you've been able to bring in and what might be out there tonight, what should Bournemouth be, or who should Bournemouth be worried about?
I think he'll play a pretty strong side if the previous round against Northampton is any indication to go by. Actually, I asked that question to Michael Duff after the Preston defeat on Saturday, and he said, quite frankly, well, we haven't got the strength and depth to make many changes. So I think many of those new faces will be involved. Who are those new faces? Well, the likes of Harrison Ashby, on loan from Newcastle, scored against Preston, is very highly rated at right back. Josh Key, who came in from Exeter, playing out of position on the left, he's done particularly well. And the big question will be, who can they keep hold of? Nathan Wood has been strongly linked with Southampton. I wouldn't be surprised if he does go and reunite with Russell Martin this week.
What are you hearing from your end? So that 2 bids turned down so far? They just want more money, basically.
That's the sticking point, isn't it? 2 rejected bids. There has been suggestion that Nathan Wood has tried to push through the move. I don't know if that's true or not, and Michael Duff certainly played down those suggestions when he was asked against Preston on the weekend. But I wouldn't be surprised if Nathan Wood ends up a Southampton player by the end of the week. But then again, who knows? At one point last week, it seemed as though 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 was going to sign a new contract at Swansea, and then ultimately goes to Leeds for more than £10 million, which is a big loss for them. What, 20-plus goal striker for the past 2 seasons. I think they'll look to get in a striker of some shape or form, but to replace a proven striker of that level in the Championship, it's a tall order.
And I imagine from a Bournemouth point of view, we might see some of their Welsh contingent, maybe all three this evening, in Mepham, Brooks and Kiefer Moore, who haven't seen many minutes at the start of the season. How much do you guys keep an eye on them back in Bournemouth as well at BBC Wales?
Hugely so, hugely so. Actually, Kiefer Moore has been strongly linked with a potential loan move back to Cardiff City, so that's something no doubt the Bournemouth management will be asked about later on today. It'll be interesting to see. I think that may depend on who they could bring in as a replacement. I don't suppose he is a Bournemouth starter at the moment, but certainly effective off the bench. Chris Mepham, a hugely popular figure within Welsh circles, and has done a really good job for Robert Page, and before that Ryan Giggs and Chris Coleman. And David Brooks, what a story that is, on his return from the treatment for cancer which he had, and by all accounts had a really good pre-season. You were telling me before this interview, perhaps hasn't will get a start tonight possibly, because he hasn't figured all that much, has he, in the Premier League?
I would think so, yeah. So he started the first game against West Ham, the draw, and then dropped to the bench away at Liverpool and stayed on the bench for the weekend defeat at Tottenham as well. So you would think it may be an opportunity for him to start tonight.
And he's a talent, isn't he? I think we all know that. An informed David Brooks. It was, obviously the personal circumstance of what he had to go through upset everyone, but of course from a footballing point of view, it was such a shame as well, because his star was rising, and he'd got that big move to Bournemouth, and everyone was really excited for him. So I really hope he can impose himself in the Premier League this season. But it'll be interesting. I think different sorts of pressures for Bournemouth and Swansea. Bournemouth's main aim obviously is to remain where they are in the top flight, and Swansea, well, I think they would be happy with a mid-table position, I think, this season in the Championship, because there's been so much change.
And just on Kiefer Moore finally, that would have to be a loan to Cardiff because of their embargo at the moment.
Yeah, Cardiff under a transfer embargo after, you remember, the failed transfer payment to Nantes for Emiliano Sala, the striker who sadly died in a plane crash. That was an ongoing saga which Cardiff fought and took to various courts, but that has now been settled. But at the moment they are still under a transfer embargo. Ironically, they've probably had one of their stronger transfer windows, having not been able to sign any players. They've actually been quite creative with it, signing people like Aaron Ramsey and Ugbo, and being quite creative in the transfer market. Still an unknown entity as well, much like Swansea, I think, Cardiff City this season. But tonight will be interesting. I think a cup run would boost everyone at Swansea after the real blow of losing their star striker.
Oh, that was really interesting, wasn't it? On all those different factors. Jordan Clark there with Simon Davis from BBC Radio Wales.
Wake up with Alan Newman at breakfast.
What are you going to
Yeah.
This is BBC.
Evening to you from me, Adam Blackmore, and the whole of the BBC Radio Solent sports team as we crank it up now between 7 o'clock and our two different timed kickoffs. So let's get into it. Two live League Cup second round commentaries for you, and those staggered kickoffs between our Dorset and our Hampshire frequencies this evening. On all our Dorset frequencies from 7:30, you'll be able to enjoy Swansea versus the Cherries from South Wales with former Cherries defender John Williams and your match commentator Jordan Clark, who will remind us of the team news. Jordan.
Andoni Iraola makes 7 changes this evening. Aarons, Kelly, Rothwell and Billing, the players to keep their place from the weekend defeat to Tottenham. The Welsh 3 for Bournemouth come in Moore, Brooks and Mepham. There's a debut in goal for 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, a first start for Mepham of the season, along with Hamid Traore and Kiefer Moore as well. So Rado in goal, Aarons, Mepham, Senesi and Kelly, if it is to be a back four. Billing, Rothwell and Traore in midfield three, probably. Brooks wide right, Anthony wide left. more through the middle. Swansea, they make 5 changes. They bring in the experience of Kyle Norton and Joe Allen. In Southampton, target Nathan Wood named on the bench this evening. Bournemouth looking to extend a long unbeaten run against the Swans, which goes back to 2007.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Jordan and Willow then with that game for us from 7:30 on all our Dorset frequencies, if I can get my teeth in, including digital radio and Freeview channels 7 to 6. Meanwhile, from 7:40 across all our Hampshire frequencies and digital channels, it's Pompey against Posh with the former Portsmouth and Peterborough loanee Guy Whittingham and your Pompey commentator Andy Moon.
I said earlier 11 changes. I was kind of right, but also kind of wrong, because Pompey have actually made 10. Sparks has just moved position back from wing to fullback. The other 10 is changed. Schofield in goal, Zach Swanson, Sean Raggett, Riley Towler and Sparks the back 4. Stevenson and Devlin in midfield. Lane Robertson and Motta supporting 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 up front. Bit more strength on the bench with the likes of Pack, Morell, Kamara and Bishop. As for Peterborough, it is the full 11. And it is a very, very young bench. Don't believe there is an EFL start between any of the 9 substitutes. So Darren Ferguson not risking anyone ahead of the rematch here in the league on Saturday.
Thank you very much. It'll be like a big boxing rematch. Very good, Andy. Andy Moon, by the way, the only man with his maths degree in this sports team who could definitely justify 10 and 11 changes at the same time. And we'll speak to Guy Whittingham in a moment. We'll hear from John Messino and Christian 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 between now and 7:45 when that game kicks off on all our Hampshire frequencies. Elsewhere tonight in the second round, it's Birmingham against Cardiff, not one for the faint-hearted traditionally. Bristol City against Norwich, Exeter v Stevenage, Fulham against Spurs is a good one. Luton against Gillingham, who knocked Southampton out. Newport County against Brentford, he's a cracker down there. And Plymouth against Crystal Palace, he also looks like a good cup tie. Wickham against Sutton, and Ruben Sayers' Reading are at home to Championship high flyers Ipswich Town. That's the other games in the southern section of the League Cup this evening, and we'll worry about what's going on in the northern section later, if either perhaps of our teams actually make it through tonight and get themselves back to the third round.
Adam Blackmore,
BBC Radio Solent Sport.
Right, to South Wales shortly. Before that, let's have a first chat and a very good evening and a first chat of the season for me to Guy Whittingham, our Portsmouth commentator and Pompey legend. How are you, sir?
I'm very well, Adam. How are you?
I'm really well. I mean, it's nice to have you back, Guy, for a start off. I bet you're really gutted you missed that 0-0 at Stevenage with bad traffic. Hey?
Yeah, maybe. I picked the right one, didn't I?
Oh, didn't you? Now, let's remind everybody, Guy, because I didn't actually know until today, and I'm sure Andy's done this with you before with all the questions. I'm sure everybody knows you went on loan to Peterborough, but I forgot that in your second spell at Pompey. So you need to remind us how you enjoyed that back in the August of 2000 and a cheeky goal at Oldham.
Yeah, it was, I suppose, going back even further, Barry Fry when he was manager of Barnet, and I'd just come out, well, I was still in the army playing down at Yeovil. And we played them. I think I scored 2, and he said, I missed out on you, I can't believe it, I'm coming to get you. But it wasn't until he was at Peterborough that I went and played for him. So that was quite an experience, Barry Fry as manager. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Well, it didn't last long because you went off to Wickham.
Then I went off to Wickham. Yeah, I was going to a few places by then, just trying to play football until for as long as I could.
There's a couple of things in that, Guy. One is those are the days when we didn't only have half-season or season-long loans, and of course it's a different world. And 2, those are the days where players weren't happy to sit on their hands with their massive wages and actually wanted to play football and get out of the team if they couldn't play.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd seize up if I wasn't playing by then. So, I wanted to keep playing and was willing to travel.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, I do want to know what suites you've got, as I haven't had time to look at my phone this evening. Normally, by now, I'd be seeing the tweet with the selection on offer this evening. So, as it only is the League Cup, the second round, and we can have some brevity, take me through the collection tonight. What's on offer?
Well, there's only a couple, and they're squad players.
Right.
They're at the squad.
You brought them in for the Cup?
Well, yes, I think that's what you do. My scouting mission to Spain has threw up quite a few, but I'm waiting for international clearance.
Oh, okay. So you're not going to tell me what they are? You've got some.
Not yet. Well, I don't want to build everybody's hopes up.
No, I get that. I get that. It's fair. I'd rather you give them a tryout first, then you can tell us more about them. Yeah, okay, fair enough. You see them through this cup tie, and then you'll be able to tell us if they're good enough to play at the weekend. I guess that's the key.
I was disappointed Danny didn't bring any along.
Oh yeah,
I challenged him and he didn't turn up with any. And there's quite a few wine gums left over from the weekend as well, so it doesn't look like he eats them.
Oh dear, Andy, you've got that's almost competitive there from Guy, having not been here and heard that the former manager was sat next to you at Stevenage. Is it nice to get your old sparring partner back, or did you enjoy having someone else around, Andy?
It's great having Guy back, but I have to be quicker eating the wine gums. Danny was trying to take the moral high ground and not eat too many, which is never something I've seen Guy take during a game.
And yet, annoyingly for me, all three of you are as thin as sticks. So I find that very annoying, and I don't even touch a boiled sweet. Now, Guy, what about these changes tonight? 10 or 11, depending on how clever you are, if you're as clever as Andy Moon. And I'm just thinking, I guess he had to do that, but a bit of me thinks, I could do with a win. You could do with a win. Maybe you go stronger because you haven't won a league game yet. Maybe you can get a psychological edge because you're playing them again at the weekend by putting a strong team out and surprising Ďáran. I don't know. How do you view it, Guy?
Yeah, I think I totally understand both managers putting changing their sides for tonight. It's Saturday in their minds. I think both have got pressure on for promotion, and we all know. Cup runs are great, but you're not going to win it. So I quite understand the changes. And I think, in terms of some of the players, so Towler, Raggett, Devlin, Paddy Lane, Jack Sparks, Ben Stevenson even, I think they'll want to show to the manager, hey, listen, I deserve a start on Saturday. So I think that's where, I think now where you have squads that weren't the 15, 16 when I was around, and now the 22, 23, 24 teams have got, as long as everybody's fit, that is, then I think, to give those players that aren't playing in the league games, gives them opportunity to keep reminding the manager that they're there, and it breeds competition for places.
Yeah, Guy, I asked Andy this an hour ago. What's more important, the EFL Trophy or the EFL Cup? And you can't say neither.
Well, I suppose the trophy is a realistic chance of getting some silverware, isn't it?
Or is it more important to have these League Cup games at this time of year because you want to get players from the squad fit up and ready and going?
I think there's that as well. It's all good having your pre-season games and working out that players will play 60 minutes and 30 minutes, then maybe 75 and then a full game, but they're not competition games really. For the players that aren't getting that first team action where it is different, I think these games coming early in the season are good.
Guys, stay there because I want you to hear from John Messino because, of course, for all the draws and so on, Pompey are on a club record unbeaten run in the league. But, of course, they've struggled to turn draws into wins and their past two league matches have both ended 0-0. So where does the Pompey manager, John Messino, think his team is at presently?
I think we're in a very, very good spot in terms of how solid we've been out of possession and how few goals we're conceding. I think the interesting thing from our point of view is we go through it with the coaching staff. We know that we obviously want to be more of an attacking threat, score more goals, and we need to in order to turn those draws into wins. But we don't think we're really sacrificing that in terms of the way that we're playing. We try not to play a negative brand of football. We're dominating every game in terms of possession, but we're not creating enough in the final third. So there are a lot of positives there. There's plenty for us to build on, and I think we would, I suppose, rather have it this way round, and the problems we have to solve are what we do going forward, rather than having to really solidify at the back and possibly change the way we play because we're a bit too leaky and maybe just a bit too exposed at the back. So really pleased with certain aspects of our game, certainly nowhere near where we need to be yet. We're fully aware of that, but we do think we're getting there, and hopefully it's a matter of time before we do actually hit the back of the net consistently.
Now, there's John Messino. Before I turn my attentions back towards South Wales, let's just have another word with Guy and Andy about that. And Andy, let's start with you. Is he right about where the team is at, and are they where they should be?
I think I would sum up the start of the season as being okay. Like, the fixtures have been kind. 9 points from 5 games is decent, but maybe should have been a couple more given the fixtures. And I'd also agree with him that it probably is better to have your problems at the attacking end of the pitch rather than the defensive end. But the flip side is, and the reason that fans are frustrated is, winning games at home feel like it's been a problem for quite some time, and being able to find ways through against the weaker teams has been a problem for 18 months, if not longer. So it feels like, the problems they've got are not the worst problems you can have, but they're problems that have been around a long time, and there are no obvious answers as yet. Yeah, he summed it up well there, Guy, hasn't he? And of course the thing with that is, it's frustrating for fans, because what we're basically saying is, if we could just unlock teams a bit better when we know they're going to come and put men behind the ball at Fratton Park, we'd be fine. We'd be in the playoffs. We'd be there and thereabouts. And that's a sort of comes back to the sort of player you've got, doesn't it? The quality of the players you've got at the end of the day.
Yeah, it does. And obviously there's been a lot of signings that have been brought in, and they'll take time. Especially the young ones. Robertson being an example. I like his ability. I think he'll take a bit of time to get used to League One and finding the spaces that he, probably found in the football he was playing. But it doesn't surprise me, John Mousinho saying what he said in terms of, don't want to go gun-ho and leave ourselves open, because he was a centre-half. He's a centre-half, and John Harley was a full-back. So it doesn't surprise me that they say that. What I would like to see was just, one, maybe two more being able to get into the box, because at the moment, every team that comes down here is stopping Bishop from getting on the ball. That's what they're doing. And he's our main goal scorer, and there seems to be no one else. I think Yengi's been missed because nobody knows him, and he's been a bit of a surprise. But I think they need to get one or two more getting into the box. There might be extra spaces because they've got in there, or they take a defender's attention away from Bishop, because every time a ball comes in, there's 2 or 3 players around Bishop.
It's interesting, Guy. Just finally, I was going to say to you before you said that about him and John Harley, do the team reflect the manager like they often say football teams do? He's a really good guy, John Mousinho, and you hear him talk, and he's loquacious, he speaks well, and I just think maybe if he was a bit nastier, maybe his team would have a bit of something else. Maybe they reflect him a bit, like you're saying, and there's no risks taken. He feels a bit safe.
Oh, he can be nasty when he wants to be.
Don't forget,
good. He was a centre-half for a while, for quite a while, at several clubs playing at this level. So he knows how to compete. He knows what's needed to compete. So I don't think it's a question of that. I think, like you said, they don't want to open up too much. They'd rather have this problem than leaking too many goals.
Risk
and it's hard
reward,
to adjust.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because if you adjust slightly and leave yourself open, it could cost you. We all know, getting it right at one end, it is difficult then to get it right at the other end without, something giving way. But, I think sometimes, you have to, like you said, risk may bring reward.
Yeah, absolutely. Guy, Andy, thank you for now. Much more from you two to come. Of course, 7:45 kickoff, and of course 7:30 kickoff in South Wales. We're going to head back there to speak to Willow and Jordan in a second. But before we do that, Cherries fans, I'd just like to remind you that if we have a game like we had the last time they met down in South Wales, we're going to have a great night.
Pirou picks it up now, edge of the box, it comes to Obafemi, chance 25 yards out, they'll stand off him. Obafemi with some very quick feet, squeezes it out to the right, and then across goal, Travers away, and volleyed home by Pirou. 5 minutes on the clock, worst possible start for the Cherries in South Wales. Given away by Lowe, who then slips, and now Swansea have it back, and here's Pirou again just outside the penalty area, and that's 2-0. Joel Pirou on the edge of the box saw an opportunity to drive it left-footed on the angle past Travers into the bottom left-hand corner. 2-0 down after 12 minutes. And here goes Pirou over the halfway line, looking for Obafemi through the centre here. Obafemi's got options to his right. It's Cyrus Christie, chance to shoot, and probably a chance to win the game, and put this Tuesday night in South Wales beyond the Cherries. There are still 33 minutes to go, and the Cherries are 3-0 down. In it comes from Anthony, headed home from close range, and Bournemouth have got a goal. And it is Kiefer Moore drowning out the boos of the Swansea City supporters when he came on, who scores for the first time in Bournemouth colours. Here come the Cherries again. 3-1 down. Anthony, right side of the box. That's going to be too heavy, is it, for Laird? Just about manages to get there and win a corner. Cherries are screaming for a handball, and it's a penalty! On the advice of the assistant on the far side, the cross from Laird has been handled by a Swansea defender, and initially he gave a corner. He's now given a penalty to Bournemouth. Away to our left, in front of the Cherry supporters, to give them hope with 10 minutes remaining. Currently Swansea lead Bournemouth 3-1. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 to reduce their arrears to 3-2. Again takes his time, up against Andy Fisher. Same corner, same result. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 scores. Swansea 3, Bournemouth 2. All eyes on James Linnington, the fourth official's board in a moment as Brady swings a ball into the 6-yard box. What a save! The rebound has gone in!
Oh my God!
And it is Kiefer Moore who has equalised for the Cherries in the 90th minute. The former Cardiff man silences Swansea, silences South Wales with 2 in a Bournemouth shirt on his return from injury, and Swansea from 3 up have been pegged back. What another twist in this promotion race. Unbelievable. 3-3.
This team doesn't know when to lie down.
Oh, I absolutely love listening back to that. I hope you did if you're a Cherries fan as well. In fact, whoever you support listening to that would really get your heckles and your hairs on the back of your neck up. So 19 minutes past 7. We're just over 10 minutes away from kick-off in South Wales. Let's head back there then. Willow, nice little bits of you in there. Going, oh my God! And then all that. What a game that was.
Yes, it was amazing. And listen, I don't want that sort of game again tonight. I want to see us attacking, us getting goals and not conceding. I mean, when them games come along, you just don't know what's going to happen. It is amazing and a privilege to be there, but I don't want any of that tonight.
Be nice to have another penalty though, Willow. You haven't seen one of them since.
I was just going to tee you up, Jordan, to give this amazing stat out. Go on, and I hope Guy and Andy are listening because it is remarkable.
That was the last penalty Bournemouth had.
And it was
game.
April 2022, yeah?
Correct. Yeah.
We're not allowed penalties, I'm sure.
When the whole Premier League season without one, and haven't been given one at the start of this season, despite a couple of harsh shouts, maybe more.
There's something stupidly wrong about that. I might have to bring Andy Moon back in if Dan tells me he's listening still, because he's the mathematician, boys. But seriously, Jordan, Willow, how can you not have a foul committed against you in a penalty area for a whole season? Jordan, I mean, seriously.
Well, poor old Gary O'Neill's still not getting them at Wolves either, is he? After that Man United game.
It followed him round.
Maybe it was him, you'd think, but we'll wait and see if Andoni Iraola finally gets one.
I'm bringing Andy and Guy back in quickly. Andy, seriously, on a probability level, what is the chance that Bournemouth haven't been fouled in the opposition penalty area since April 2022?
Well, having seen the games, I think they have been fouled a few times. Just that doesn't always lead to a penalty. Is it? What did Bristol City manage to go the whole of last season as well? So maybe it's something about clubs in red that you don't get spotted as well. I would say fairly low the chance that you don't get a foul in the box all season.
Hey Guy, how many times do you reckon you were fouled and didn't get penalties during a season?
Oh, I've just lost count. It's ridiculous. Those centre halves, they're bullies.
Right,
that's all they are, bullies.
Funny that, because Willow's at the other end.
Oh, he's still on? Oh, gosh, I didn't realise.
Hey, Willow.
Welcome back.
Willow, how many times do you reckon you committed fouls in a penalty area? Thank you, Guy and Andy. How many times do you reckon you committed fouls in a penalty area and didn't get penalised and got away with it in a season?
When I was younger,
never,
and not so cute.
You always won the ball. That's what you tell me.
It was a problem. Well, later on, you learn not to tackle in the box. You learn to keep your hands by your side. You just got to be so cute. But as regards winning penalties, it's a ridiculous stat, isn't it?
It is. It can't be. I mean, and considering, Jordan, we've got VAR. I mean,
that's the good news. We haven't got it here tonight, so if it gets given, it's going to stick.
I can't tell you how much you're going to enjoy you two commentating, knowing that when the ball goes in the net, it's going to stay in the net. But look, Jordan, it's just ridiculous, and you've got to feel that there was. VAR. When you don't get a penalty for a season, you've got to think, what's the point? Because
you've got to feel for 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, because what's that? 2 or 3, 4 goals
At
off
least.
his tally at the end of the season as well.
Yeah.
And when you see some of the penalties knocking round at the moment for handball, it's quite incredible.
It does your head in. Should we say that? I think you're right, Willow. So Willow, what you just said, you don't want a game like last time there tonight, but you sort of do really, because it's a cup match and it's, you know, you're right. You want a lot of goals, don't you? But you want them all at one end, is what you're saying.
That's what it is. I want to see more of this chaos theory. I keep hearing about it, and I've seen bits and bobs of a little bit of chaos, but you know, to sustain it is the hardest thing to do, and I think it's a question of finding the balance within the players as well.
How much do you think, Willow, the start to the season is reflective of where the team are? I mean, some fans will be like, we've had 3 games, we've only got a point. But then I go Liverpool away, Spurs at home, West Ham never easy to break down under David Moyes. I mean, when you look at the 3 games in the league so far, Willow, how, on the unhappy to happy scale, where are you? Somewhere in the middle or not?
Yeah, medium. He's still building, he's still implementing things in training that the boys have to take onto the pitch with them. And I see things and I'm thinking, listen, that's great. A great press, win the ball back. Again, especially against Tottenham, we created some opportunities and didn't take them. That's always very frustrating and something that you'll have to look after as the season goes on. But look, Tottenham, Liverpool, I mean, I expected us to compete, but I wasn't quite sure that we could get anything out of them games.
Yeah, I think it was okay. And Willow, we're gonna, I'm going to talk about transfers with Andy and Guy in a moment, because Pompey are after one more before the window shuts. We'll talk about that in a moment. But just before you get into the game with Jordan, what's your thoughts on where Bournemouth are? Is there a standout position on the pitch where you'd just like to see some depth, or does it depend on whether Kiefer Moore stays and goes to Cardiff and things like that? How do you think the next few days are going to go? You expecting it to be busy?
Well, look, you know my feelings. I always forwards. You get another forward in. If Moore goes to Cardiff, then we're left particularly short. I'm not quite sure how he feels, the manager, about Moore, but you know, we do play a long game on occasions, and if you can pick Moore, it is. You can get him up the pitch and he can hold the ball up. Then who knows?
Yeah, Jordan, just on that, you've watched the first few games, and I've been sort of like, he's brought Kiefer Moore in again, he's using Kiefer Moore, and I'm thinking, well, that's really good, because it tells me the manager wants to play a certain way, but he's reacting to the game maybe, or what he needs. Do you think Kiefer Moore is there a possibility he might be reinvigorated under Andoni Iraola, or is this just, he'll still probably go on Friday? How do you see it?
I just think he's got a decision to make, Adam, hasn't he? Whether he wants to sit on the bench in the Premier League or he wants to maybe drop back down to the Championship and start every game. That'll be the simple choice for him if there is an option to be made. Bournemouth aren't going to let him go anywhere unless they've got someone lined up to come in, because we know they're light on numbers in that area at the moment. I mean, for me, just for these opening few games of the season, I still look at that team and you're just wondering where the goals are going to come from. And you thought maybe that'd be David Brooks this season, adding a few to them, and then he's been dropped to the bench for the last couple of games, and you wonder how Andoni Iraola feels about him, or whether they're just managing his fitness. Traore, maybe.
You know, Dango, I'm thinking there should be a few goals from around there, but I think they do need another 9, don't they? Really, who's got that sort of Solanke ability?
It's all ifs and buts, isn't it? You know, you have to look what's out there as well. Pretty rough at the moment, isn't it? Trying to get one in.
Here, just very quickly to pull you up on your comment earlier about no one goes on holiday to Swansea.
I didn't say that. I said, why would you go if you were in Bournemouth? Because Bournemouth's lovely.
Well, there was a little rumour floating around that Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer was here this evening, and he's just actually wandered out about 4 or 5 rows down in front of us to take his seat for the game. I quickly googled, spotted on holiday in Swansea, Keir Starmer.
Oh, you see, he's staycation, spending his money on local businesses. That's a vote winner, Jordan. That is, and I'm looking forward to him coming up at half-time to have a chat with me, a bit like Test Match Special at the lunch interval, yeah? Is that what he's there for? Okay, I'm sure you'll line that up. Right, I'll tell you what, everybody, at 27 minutes past 7, before I head back to Fratton Park and talk transfers with Andy Moon and Guy Whittingham, let me just say to Cherries fans, it's time to take you to your game. It's a 7:30 kick-off, remember, on BBC Radio Solar, on all our Dorset frequencies, which is Freeview Channel 726, 103.8 FM in West Dorset, and your best bet, digital radio across the county of Dorset. After you hear this noise, you will be there on Dorset with John and with Jordan.
Adam Blackmore.
BBC Radio Solent Sport.
Right, meanwhile, back on BBC Radio Solent in Hampshire, Pompey fans, we are warming up towards the kick-off at 7:45, of course, between Pompey and the Posh. And one of the things I wanted a chance to talk about with Andy and Guy before kick-off is just any remaining transfer business. Now, it's understood Pompey are hoping to make the Chelsea midfielder Tino Anjurin, and now I might be Anjuran, but I'm sure Andy will tell me, he might be their final summer acquisition in the next few days. Here's the state of play, according to John Messino, heading into the final 3 days of the window.
You know, we are looking to bring one more in, but beyond that, I think if we actually manage to do that, then we're just going to be monitoring. So we're back where we were, I think, after we'd got Alex Robertson in before the 𝓤𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 Yengi injury, where we were looking at the last 3 weeks of the transfer window and just trying to take it steady and monitor things. So we'll be back there and see if anything pops up, and probably obviously try and have the one outgoing that we're looking at. But beyond that, there's nothing pressing for us.
So what sort of player is Tino Anjuran, or Tino Anjurin, or Tino Anjurin? Andy Moon, first of all, can you put me out my misery with his pronunciation? Should we just call him Tino?
He may have a glamorous name, Adam, but he's actually from Paul. So Anjurin is the correct pronunciation.
Mate. Okay, that's fair enough. What sort of midfielder do we think he is, Andy? What are they looking to? What gap are they looking to plug in this last 3 days?
Yeah, I would imagine he could probably play anywhere along the three behind Bishop. Possibly would want to play in the middle. Everyone I've spoken to talks about him very quick, very powerful, very skillful, but not with the best injury record. That is the caveat. It must have been nearly a month ago he was spotted at the training ground. It then looked like he was on his way to the Netherlands, and at one point it looked like Robertson's arrival meant that Anjurin wasn't going to come in. In fact, John Messino pretty much said so a few weeks ago, but now, whether it's linked to the struggles in front of goal in the league, or whether it's just simply the fact that they've got money left in the budget and they've decided they want to spend it, it doesn't look like he'll be coming, although John Messino fairly open that he's already left that one in the hands of Rich Hughes over the past few days, and yeah, it's clearly someone he wants, and hoping that'll get sorted before Friday. Yeah,
and of course they were going to veer away from loans, Andy. That was one of the things that was said to you in the summer by the hierarchy, that this persistence with 5 or 6 loans they didn't necessarily want to keep doing. They wanted to find younger players, as everyone's trying to do, to bring into the club. So we're going to go up to what, 3, 4 if this one gets done?
Yeah, 3.
3, Robertson and Kamara?
Yeah, you look at the loans you've got, they're all players that you would only be able to get on loan. Kamara is well liked at Norwich, but not quite ready yet. I would have thought he's probably not costing a fortune to bring in. I guess what they really look to move away from are the Owen Dale loan, the goalkeeper loan, and basically using loans to fill a guaranteed slot in the starting 11. They've more gone back to the loans as they were traditionally, young players, bit to prove, bit raw, don't know exactly what you're going to get out of them. Clubs want them out playing games. It's a mutual benefit rather than paying a fee and say all the wages that you'd have probably had to do for some of the loans Pompey got in last season.
Yeah, interesting. Guy, what's your take on it? I mean, it seems to me if a loan spell goes well for a young player, it can certainly be the making of him. And interestingly, if he's had an injury history, maybe Chelsea want to see if they can make him more robust by sticking him out in League One and letting him deal with week in, week out football.
Yeah, I think if you look at the position of where the loans are in terms of on the pitch, they're all forward-thinking players. So I think in terms of getting permanence in, I think Richard Hughes and John Messina have been very good at getting the signed players, if you like, in positions where they can build from. So, you know, your defenders, your midfield players, and some forward-thinking players. The loan players are forward players, all young, all talented in their own way. And I think Johnny Harley will know Tino Ardjiran very well, of course, because John's been working with the 18s and 21s while Tino was coming through. So he'll know him very well and know his capabilities. So I think that's where the loans have come in from that point of view to try and create some problems. Maybe looking at more skillful players in those forward positions rather than players that are going to be steady players at League One level and used to League One level. So, you know, I know it might go up to 3, but I think sensibly in those areas.
Does that tie in, and you said his name beautifully, Guy, by the way, can tell you're a man with some Gaelic flair inside you, Guy Whittingham, even if he is from Poole. Does that tie in with what you wanted to see more aside from Bishop? Do you think he could be a player who could actually be a bit more timing runs into the box, getting into, you know, and dragging defenders around a bit when Bishop is the focus?
Yeah, I like Robertson. I think he just has to get used to League One football, and that will be the same with Ardjiran. I think he'll need to get used to League One football, although he has been at Huddersfield, so he gets the EFL, I suppose, in a way, and the hurly-burliness of this football that's down at this level. They can both play in that number 8, number 10 role, whatever you like, alongside or just below Bishop in the structure. And that might release, at the moment, 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 to go up one, especially at the moment with Yengi being out. I think he's been a miss, as I said before. But it'll give John Messina an option then of maybe playing 2 up front, with 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 going up front, with still someone quite clever in behind them. So I think, you know, in terms of positionally, I think it's the right signing. Obviously, we wait to see whether it's the right player or not.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, sit tight, because I want to just play a bit more John Messina. You mentioned Christian 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰. We're going to hear from him in a moment as well, you two. But we talk about players who can play or can't play. Well, John Messina suggested on Saturday that Pompey would appeal Joe Rafferty's red card against Stevenage. However, on reflection, the club have now not done so, and so he will start a 3-game ban. Messina said an appeal was likely to fail.
The main reason is we just haven't found a clear enough angle that would give us any evidence to overturn it. So the angle that we've got, which is on the far side, I think this everybody has seen. You can't really see a huge amount in it, but what that actually means for us in terms of putting the appeal in is that, you know, we have to submit evidence, clear evidence that there's a mistake been made, and in everything that we've looked at, we can't find it. So yeah, one of those that's we're going to have to swallow and move on.
Andy, just clarify for me, 3 matches for Joe Rafferty. Does that include tonight, or are we still in separate competitions territory in EFL competitions within their own thing?
Separate competitions for yellow cards, but reds count across competitions. So yeah, 3-match ban starting tonight,
so
and then he'll miss the 2 league games. So he'll be available for the trip to Barnsley after the trip to Derby. So you throw an international break, and it's 3 weeks he can't play for.
Is it a big blow, do you think?
Yes, I think he's been one of the best players this season. I think Swanson's good. I think it's one of those positions where you look at and say, strong backup player to come in, but Rafferty has been able to provide goals for Bishop. He's really experienced. Interesting, Danny Cowley saying on Saturday that he loves someone like Rafferty. As a manager, you just didn't have to worry about him. He looked after himself. You knew he'd always turn up and perform. And I guess you can never have too many players like that, so it is a blow.
Yeah, absolutely. OK, you two, I'm going to hand to you fairly shortly. Pompey fans, we've got live commentary coming up of Pompey against Posh in the second round of the League Cup. The southern section, of course, if they can win tonight, it will then go national. Who knows? Could be a 3rd round tie at Old Trafford or somewhere like that. We don't know yet, do we? Before I hand to Andy and Guy, and I remind you of what happened the last time these two sides met at Fratton Park. Let's hear from Christian 𝓬𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 there. You heard mate Guy Whittingham mention him. He made the permanent switch from Bournemouth to Pompey this summer, of course. He's yet to score, but he's impressed supporters with his physicality. So what does he make of the start to the season so far?
Yeah, I think it's been good. I think we're still gelling with each other, and then I think eventually the wins will start flowing and we'll start doing well. So yeah, I think it's been a good start so far.
What about your own personal start?
Yeah, I'm enjoying myself. First come, the boys were good. I think I've gelled with them well, and I think it's just a good team spirit about. I just think hopefully I can start scoring and my performances will get better and better every time.
Fans seem to have taken to you pretty early on though.
Yeah. It's always good when the fans got your back. But yeah, I probably thrive off the fans most games and stuff, so yeah, I'm enjoying it. Yeah.
You mentioned goal. I guess it's always a big deal for a striker to get that first one.
Yeah, it's difficult. So I've been playing a little bit deeper, but I feel like once I do get the goal, then it's all right, yeah, it'll be good.
Have you found that slightly deeper role? Because really you sort of thought you were coming here to play as a 9.
No, wherever the gaffer puts me, really. I think going into any team, just play under the gaffer and whatever he says you've got to do, so yeah, just whatever position he puts me in.
Well, let's see how things go tonight for him. That's Christian 𝓬𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 speaking to Andy Moon. So it is time in a moment to hand you to Fratton Park. All frequencies across Hampshire, digital radio 96.1 FM, Freeview channel 722, Pompey against Posh. If you're a Cherries fan, you should be listening in Dorset, of course. Before that, what happened the last time Pompey played Posh there?
Keep possession because of the hard work of Owen Dale, and Morrison is going to go. Oh, Morrison's got to be careful here, and Peter avoided it in the penalty area, and a chance for Clark Harris. Must be a goal. Marriott scored. Shocking error at the back from Michael Morrison, and Pompey find themselves behind after just 4 minutes. Great composure from Clark Harrison, and Marriott was not going to miss from 5 yards out. It's Portsmouth 0, Peterborough 1. Robertson on the left-hand side sends a good ball into the penalty area, and it's into the back of the net, and 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 has equalised for Portsmouth. It's been coming, a lovely near-post header, the makeshift left-back with a wonderful delivery, and Portsmouth are back to level pegging. Pompey 1, Peterborough 1. Ball. Koroma controls this one perfectly. Scarlett wants it played in behind. Koroma now finds Scarlett in the area. Danger. Scarlett. Shot goal! 𝓳𝓸𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰! That's brilliant! A brilliant header, and now a great effort with his left foot. And he's turned this game around. Portsmouth 2, Peterborough 1.
We prepared as we would do for any other game. And I think Peterborough will still play the same way, regardless, because they've got a good side there that's been together for a decent enough period, and they were playoff semi-finalists last year. I'm probably unlucky not to get into the playoff final. One of the tougher sides that we played against, certainly at the back end of the season.
This is BBC Radio Solent. Unfortunately, we can't bring you the live football online. Unfortunately, we can't bring you the live football online. But if you want to listen, then retune to 96.1 or 103.8 FM, digital radio, or Freeview TV channels 722 or 726.
We heard your commentary earlier. Mark O'Brien certainly liked it. Nathan Blake still giggling at how excited you get. There's been some special times at this club.
There has been, and let's face it, without those cup moments, without the money that came from the cup moments, this club might not be here. Let's be honest about it. And so it's helped them through COVID, all the sort of lockdown stuff. And there's something special about Rodney Parade on a cup night, and that's what Graham Coughlin will experience for the first time tonight. And you heard him say he's aware of just how important the crowd is, because good sides like Leicester City, like Leeds United all those years ago, like Middlesbrough, good sides have come here and have sort of folded under the pressure.
As we wait for the sides to emerge, Nathan, a quick word on both Cardiff and Swansea. Their priority will be trying to sort themselves out in the league, I guess. Who needs that win more, Cardiff or Swansea tonight?
I think both of them for different reasons, to be honest with you, Chris. I don't think either team has started this season particularly well. There was a lot of promise before the kick-off, but I keep saying it's so early. You know, you can, it's still in August. You can put a run together, January, February, and get yourself at the table. I've done it at Cardiff myself, so no need for panic. But they both could do with a good result tonight. So I'm sat on the fence. Yes, before you start giving me some.
No, what I was going to say. Now you can tell the difference between a man who wished he could play football but gets an excitable commentator and someone who's relaxed into that dressing room over the years and knows what pressure's actually all about.
You didn't see me play for Pontypridd YMCA, did you?
I didn't. I've heard the legends though, Rob. Indeed. Here we go then. Here are the teams. The mascots wave their flags and Newport County emerge in their black and amber shirts, Brentford in their change shirts, and you can hear the noise and the anticipation of the crowd. A quick reminder of the team news if you can, Rob Phillips.
Yes, Newport County make 5 changes, so they've got Maxted in goal, Bonswell, Clark, Delaney, Lewis, Waite, Charsley, Morris, Wildig, and up front Omar Bogle.
Omar Bogle starts for County, came off the bench on Saturday. Can he make a name for himself this evening? Which of these Newport County players can write themselves into the history books? It can always happen, Nathan. That's why football's brilliant, because anything can happen right now before we kick a ball. But what needs to happen if Newport County are to beat Premier League opposition?
Well, first and foremost, the atmosphere is special. You can feel the anticipation in the air. If Newport score first, then we'll have a real game on. Listen, if Brentford score first, it will be difficult. Newport will have to equalise to get back in the game and try and go on and win the game. But if Newport score first, Chris, this crowd will go up and every sort of ball will be cheered for Newport, for Brentford. Every ball will be cheered. The pressure will come from, the chicken run, as I call it, down this side. So if Newport are going to get through or even get to a penalty shootout, they're going to have to score first for me tonight.
You might have heard already some of the boos to the Brentford subs as they make their way along the chicken run, as Nathan Blake has christened it. Thomas Frank now suffering on the end of that. Who are you indeed? A Premier League manager who shakes hands with Graham Coughlin, but the friendly respect might be about to finish because we are almost ready for kick-off. A reminder, Swansea lead Bournemouth by 1-0. Updates to that game and Birmingham, Cardiff and Wrexham, Bradford, plus news of goals from the Carabao Cup and the Cymru Premier, all coming during commentary here from Rodney Parade on hopefully what is to be another one of those cup nights as Newport County take on Premier League Brentford, and every kick will be in the company of the former Wales striker Nathan Blake.
Thank you for listening to BBC Radio Wales Online. Unfortunately, the current programme is not available. This is usually due to rights restrictions or a temporary technical issue. For Welsh sport coverage online, head to bbc.co.uk/sportwales.
Do you want some good news, John?
Go on.
Stoke 1, Rotherham 0.
Oh, Jacob Brown, of course, former Stoke as well.
𝓣𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Oh, Jacob Brown. It's Jacob Brown, your man. Yeah, 𝓣𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 scored for Stoke.
Well, he started very well, actually. He's a good player.
There we go then. Well, he started well tonight because it's taken him 2 minutes and he scored the goal. So those are the goals going in so far. We are 4.5 minutes in at Home Park. We're watching Plymouth against Crystal Palace. And at the moment it is 0-0. Plymouth keeping possession inside their own half. 𝓣𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 plays it forward into midfield. Cundall is able to turn, makes 10 yards forward, then spreads the play wide to the left-hand side. And Plymouth come on the front foot, and Cundall wants the ball again. He's about 25 yards out in the inside right channel, rolls it to his right and plays it to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, the number 19 on the back of his dark green shirt. Back it comes to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Well worked this by Plymouth. Then the cross comes in from the right to Plymouth. That's a handball surely, but it doesn't matter. It's ended up in the back of the net and Plymouth have the lead after just 5 minutes. Ben Waine does it again in the Carabao Cup. 2 against Leyton Orient in the first round, and he pounced quite brilliantly there to stick it past Sam Johnston. Plymouth 1, Crystal Palace 0.
What a great build-up this was from Plymouth Argyle. It was fabulous football. They were patient. They just waited for the chance to play that crucial ball, and then there's a cross in from the right-hand side. There was that big appeal for a handball, but it didn't matter. Ben Wade was there, as you say, Ali, as he's done in the first round, adds to his 2 goals that he's already scored so far. This is 3 goals he's now scored. He's the cup man for Plymouth Argyle. 1-0 to the home side.
If he'd not stuck that away, Franny, penalty, do you think? I mean, it looked to me like Klein's arm was away and blocking that
yeah,
knockback.
There was a big appeal, wasn't there? Yeah. Certainly from the home supporters, so it would have been a big decision for the referee.
Exeter 1, Stevenage 0, Birmingham 0, Cardiff 1. Goals flying in, 19 ties in the second round of the League Cup this evening, and Home Park is jumping already. Ben Waine has given Plymouth the lead. Plymouth 1, Crystal Palace 0. 7:30 kickoff tonight. There's one of them. That's Swansea against Bournemouth. Aaron Paul's watching this one.
Swansea 1, Bournemouth 0. The home side lead through a Matt Grimes penalty. That after Chris Mepham was penalised for handball. Bournemouth pushing for an equaliser. The experienced Carl Naughter intercepting a dangerous Jayden Anthony cross just moments ago. Swansea 1, Bournemouth 0.
So Plymouth 1, Palace 0, and Plymouth keeping possession of the ball again inside their own half. This is how it started all the way back here. A brilliant move that led up to the opening goal. This time 𝓣𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, the centre-back, goes with a longer ball down the right. Chris Richards, the American, has it covered. Good to see him back fit, playing football for Crystal Palace, but Palace find themselves behind early on in this cup tie.
Do you know who was key to that goal there, Ali? I thought who did really well was Kane 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Couple of great little balls that he played. We've seen him play on the left-hand side as well as a left-back, but looks equally happy on the right-hand side. Very talented young man.
Here they come again. This is Callum Wright on the left-hand side, crossing, looking for Waine. That is headed away by Richards. Edwards rather carelessly lost it on the edge of the box. Twisting and turning is 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓷𝓰. Ball comes back. Now there's 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 again. That's who Franny was just talking about. 20-year-old on loan from Aston Villa. Getting forward well down the right-hand side. Plymouth come again. They've switched the ball to the left. Remember, 9 changes to this Plymouth team tonight. This is not the team that has regularly been starting the Championship. They lead Palace by 1-0, and they're giving Palace the run-around at the moment. Latest at Craven Cottage, John Hunt.
It's 0-0 here, the rain coming down. Nice tempo to the game. Best chance for Fulham. Great work down the left, Anthony Robinson, and the ball over saw Rodrigo Muniz miss his header from close range. Big chance that for Fulham's gone bedding. 7 minutes gone here. It's Fulham 0, Tottenham 0.
League 2 against Premier League in Wales tonight. Newport Brentford, Chris Coles.
It's 0-0, Ali. 8 fairly predictable minutes though have elapsed. Brentford with all of the ball, all of the possession. Newport looking dangerous aerially and on the counter-attack, but no real chances yet. 0-0.
Plymouth 1, Palace 0. Next stop Molineux, Charlie Slater.
Minutes gone, Wolves 0, Blackpool 0. Almost constant possession here for the Premier League side. It was 4 minutes before Blackpool really even touched the ball. Fabio Silva's break and 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰's effort, the only chance chance so far, still goalless.
Sheffield Wednesday against Mansfield at Hillsborough this evening. That's Prem G.
Sheffield Wednesday 0, Mansfield 0. One chance for Wednesday. Paul Valentin's cross from the right. Callum Patterson with a header straight at Christy Pym. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Mansfield 0.
Not missing too much here. Plymouth have had a bit of the ball since we've been bouncing around the grounds. Crystal Palace have it now inside their own half. Tranmere Leicester is being watched by Betty Glover.
Not missing much here either. Tranmere 0, Leicester 0 as expected. Leicester in full control of most of the possession, spending a lot of time in front of Tranmere's goal, and after Tranmere didn't clear properly, Harry Winks had a go firing one towards goal, but it just went wide. Tranmere 0, Leicester 0.
Luton leading Gillingham by a goal to 0. Our final stop on this little trip around the grounds. Bolton Middlesbrough, Rob Law.
Middlesbrough's Marcus Forstedwell out on the right hand side a few moments ago. Low ball into the area, but Emmanuel Lattilat just couldn't get on the end of it. Bolton 0, Borough 0.
Okay, there we go. That's how it works then, Franny, on a night like tonight. You'll get a break because we'll be flying around, goals will be flying in, there'll be red cards, there'll be incidents, there'll be all sorts.
I love it. Full of action.
Yes, and this game's been good so far, and Plymouth have really taken it well. What was I saying? Goal at Molineux, Charlie Slater.
Indeed, Wolves have the lead. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, he scored at the weekend, he's scored again tonight. A little tap in really from around 10 yards after Sarabia's shot was parried. It's Wolves 1, Blackpool 0.
Ball is with the Plymouth goalkeeper, Callum Burton. All in shocking pink away to our left. Lovely evening in Plymouth here. 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 tries to thread one through the Palace midfield. It doesn't come off. Lerma's there. Side foots the ball back. Edouard quickly onto Mateta. Nice football. Lerma. Rak-Sakyi. Oh, top corner. Now that is Premier League class from Crystal Palace. But the cheers come from the Plymouth fans. It's been ruled out for offside. Great goal though.
Oh, it's a fabulous finish, wasn't it? What good build-up play from Crystal Palace as well. But it's the official, the referee, his assistant out on the far side, puts flag up offside, and it's got now Plymouth Argyle on the attack.
End to end, absolutely end to end in the first half.
It's a great start to this game. We said beforehand, just off air, didn't I like the idea of, sort of like the home side taking the lead, and it's a little bit of a close one, but takes a deflection off the fullback, the strike, but it's still a wonderful finish.
So Plymouth have not been beyond the second round of this competition in the last 15 seasons. The last time they managed it was back in 2008 as a championship team. Might be able to do that this evening. Leading Crystal Palace by a goal to 0. Commentary of Fulham Tottenham is over on Sports Extra tomorrow night on 5 Live. Full commentary from 8 o'clock on Doncaster Rovers against Everton. 5 more League Cup ties tomorrow night. England-New Zealand, the first T20 international, will be on Sports Extra tomorrow night from 5:45. Coming up to 12 minutes played at Home Park. And Plymouth lead Crystal Palace by a goal to 0. If you're just tuning in, Ben Waine, he's the man for this competition for Plymouth so far this season. 2 against Leyton Orient in the first round and 1 in the 6th minute of this game tonight. Mitchell's throw onto the left boot of Odsonne Edouard. Nice control, back to Mitchell, pass just beyond Lerma. He stretched and couldn't control it. Ball is won back by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, the Spaniard. And here he is again, under no pressure at all. 10 yards short of the halfway line, inside his own half. Scar plays it across to his left to Mikael Miller, former Rotherham man. And Plymouth quite happy here just to keep the ball inside their own half, Franny.
They certainly are, Ali, and they're good at knocking the ball around, aren't they? They're very comfortable in possession. From watching their league lineups, they've been quite comfortable, and Kundle on the ball now is one of those players that is very, very comfortable in possession of the ball.
Kundle rolls it into the edge of the penalty area, doesn't quite break there. Shot from range from Warrington, goes flying over the crossbar and behind for the goal kick. So there's another one. 20 years old Lewis Warrington, on loan from Everton this season, in the heart of that Plymouth midfield tonight, and had the confidence to take it on.
Yep, no, it's good attempt, but a little bit obviously sort of off target on that occasion, but it just shows the confidence that the Argyle players have, and the way that they've started taking the lead like they have done. They feel now that they've got something, they can have a real go at this Crystal Palace side, and what we've seen so far, Palace look just a little bit, albeit that disallowed goal, a little bit uncomfortable.
Giving the ball away inside their own half, and Plymouth taking every confidence from it. Kundle back to Kessler Hayden, even in that movement from the young fullback there, just letting the ball run across him and using his body to throw the opponent.
Looks very comfortable on the ball, doesn't he? Skillful, technical, and obviously he's been very key to that first goal that we've seen from Argyle this evening.
Former Southampton defender Franny Benali, 15 seasons in the top flight with Southampton. Franny had
with us tonight. 5 Live and BBC Sounds, keeping you across everything that's going on in the Carabao Cup this evening from 10 o'clock tonight on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Commentary on the US Open tennis. Commentary online on that at the moment if you want to go and find that. But here we've got Plymouth 1, Crystal Palace 0. We've got a full house at Home Park and it's set up very nicely, and Roy Hodgson has now appeared. Wrapped up in the black coat. Temperature's just cooling a little, but clearly has been moved enough to come out to the edge of the pitch and try and affect things a little bit for his team. Tompkins with a volleyed pass. Here's Lerma. Lerma's running away from the Plymouth goal. Now turns and starts to make ground towards it. Lays it off to Mitchell. Mitchell, miscontrolled by Lerma, just recovers the situation. And Crystal Palace play back into their own half. Lerma just recovers from the challenge made on him, slowly picks himself to his feet, and Crystal Palace come back to their keeper. Let's take you back to Kenilworth Road. John Southall watching Luton Gillingham. John?
Luton still lead by that 1-0. We've seen a shot from Macaulay Bond just from the edge of the area fly over the crossbar for Gillingham. And just to say, Ali, inside the new look Kenilworth Road, a really good crowd. Actually, it's pretty much sold out, apart from the stand we're sitting in. It's the new Bobbers stand, which used to be the executive boxes, if you remember. 75% capacity in here. And a really good view from up in the gantry. I think you'll like it.
Am I right saying West Ham there on Friday night, John? It's Luton.
Yeah.
It's that way round, isn't it? Yeah. So first home Premier League game. Yeah,
that
definitely.
Will be lively.
Definitely part of the Friday Football Social updates on that one on 5 Live and BBC Sounds later in the week. Plymouth 1, Palace 0. So as John was saying, Luton leading Gillingham by a goal to 0 in our featured games. Wolves 1 up on Blackpool. Swansea 1 up on Bournemouth. Here's Mitchell for Crystal Palace. Bright white shirts with the light blue sash, diagonal sash cut across the front. Edouard, cheeky little pass, looking for Mateta. Great sliding challenge on Mateta from 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Offside flag was up again. That one must have been close, but some fabulous defending, Franny, that you'd have been proud of, I think.
Oh yeah, it was a wonderful challenge from 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓰. We've got to try this one. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓰.
Yes, that's good.
Brilliant. It was good defending, but again a tight call. I think if there's one little bit of apprehension that the home supporters may have, is that there's been a couple of close calls like that now. So it's a fine line between the offside and being too brave.
Defending for Plymouth to do again, and they've done it again well. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 this time is just trying to slide a ball through in the inside right channel through to Ahamada. But that was blocked and has gone out for a throw into Crystal Palace on the right. So we played over 15 minutes. Plymouth 1, Palace 0. Latest from Molineux, Charlie Slater.
16 minutes on the clock. Wolves still leading against Blackpool by 1-0. But Blackpool have just whacked the right hand upright a few moments ago. Something to keep the Premier League side honest. Still 1-0.
Plymouth 1, Palace 0. Ball half cleared by Plymouth. Here's 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 comes forward in his black boots. Step over. 2 Plymouth players for company. Plays the ball back to Klein. Klein thought about the early cross with his left foot, decided against it. So Palace have come back to the halfway line. John Akers has just scribbled down on my right here, Franny. If we don't want to say 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, apparently everyone here calls him Pleggy. So if you want Pleggy,
sounds very good to me.
Go Pleggy. Yeah.
Well, as long as he doesn't mind.
No, I'm sure he doesn't mind. Klein plays back to Tompkins. Tompkins across to Chris Richards. Across this Crystal Palace backline. Jefferson Lerma has dropped deep for a second, and Plymouth with Cundall just putting the pressure on, so Palace can't find a way out at the moment, but comfortably keeping the ball. Tompkins to Lerma. Lerma dummies a pass, then plays a low one to his left to Richards. Richards down the left-hand side to Mitchell, building up nicely for Palace here. Mateta stabs a pass to his left, finds Edouard. Mitchell tries to stay onside on the left, but Edouard plays infield to Lerma. Lerma gets a shout from a teammate that he's got a man on, so back it comes to Richards. Richards to Tompkins. This now being played inside the Plymouth half. Edouard back to goal. Pass fired out to the left, finds Mitchell. Mitchell goes for the early cross in, that is cleared. And a chance for Tyreek Wright to get it away. And he's done a little bit too much dribbling there and almost got caught in possession, and Plymouth eventually get it up to Ben Way. Now that's a nice turn from the goal scorer to get away from Tompkins. Not too much support at the moment, so sensibly holds onto the ball. Finds Cundall. Cundall's been really bright in the opening stages here. Back to the halfway line, and Warrington and Plymouth keep it. Game kicked off at 8 o'clock in the League Cup tonight. Salford leads. Lee Blakeman watching this one.
Salford nil, Leeds nil. Got early chance for Salford already. On the counter, Bolton down the right, sent in the cross. Hendry couldn't divert it goalwards from close range. 0-0.
Thank you, Lee. 18.5 minutes gone at Home Park. Franny Benali alongside us here on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Tyreek Wright. Oh, great cross into the far post, and Callum Wright sticks out a boot and just couldn't quite force it over the line. But that's where the opening goal came from, the deep cross to the far post. They very nearly, Franny, got another.
They certainly did, and it was Tyreek Wright who's put that ball across. What a great ball into the box, and just Argyle unable to get that final touch at the far post there. But again, it's worrying for Crystal Palace. They're not started this game particularly well this evening.
Plymouth 1, Palace 0. Palace under pressure at the moment. Corner to defend here, which will come in from Plymouth's left flank. In swinger with the right foot. High swinging deep one. Scar, powerful header. Just couldn't quite keep it down, and it lobs onto the roof of Sam Johnston's net. And that will be a goal kick for Crystal Palace. So Palace need to settle and get themselves into this game somehow, don't they, Franny?
I think so, yeah. They're clearly going a goal behind. Yes, they've had one disallowed goal, Ali, but it doesn't seem to be... I just try and put myself sometimes in the minds of the players in the dressing room. I'd be thinking, like, let's come out, let's really, if you're the visiting side, let's try and quieten the home crowd down. Don't make any mistakes. They gave the ball away in the first 10-15 seconds. They've now conceded a goal. They've given the home side and the support to give something to hang on to now and to almost maybe even build from. So it's a far from ideal start from Crystal Palace, but they've just got to be patient, try and work themselves back into it. But at the moment, it doesn't really seem to be anyone breaking a gut, busting a gut or breaking the lines to really go and pressure the Argyle side.
Now there's a good run forward from Ben Waine. Tompkins under pressure. All he can do is clear it behind for a corner. No other option. Thought about going back to Sam Johnston. He was too close to him. Plymouth have won themselves another corner. And that was just a ball from sort of central midfield over the top and caught Palace out. That's where they mix it up really well. They're comfortable pinging the passes around, just keeping possession, but they're more than happy to go a little bit more direct as well, which was the perfect choice then. So corner will be taken by Lewis Warrington. It's a short one. Tyreek Wright on the dribble into the penalty area on the right. Back to Warrington. Curling ball. Far post again. Tompkins felt he was lent on there as he tried to head the ball away. Nothing given. Chance for Lerma to clear. First goal of the night at Craven Cottage. John Hunt.
Gone to the home side as well. Fulham 1, Tottenham 0. Marvellous work down the left by Tom Kenny. He put a ball across the area and it flicked into the goal off a hapless defender, Mickey van der Ven. Own goal then has put Spurs behind. Fulham 1, Tottenham 0.
Stoke 2, Rotherham 0 latest, and Sutton United are 1-up away to Wycombe. So that is League 2 leading League 1. In that tie. Newport County against Brentford. Chris Coles.
Yeah, League 2 still holding Premier League, but only just. Brentford have had the game's best chance. Ben Mee header, back post, cleared off the line by Harry Charsley. Newport holding on slightly here. It's still 0-0 though.
Approaching the midway point in the first half here at Home Park. League Cup football on 5 Live and BBC Sounds tonight, as it will be tomorrow. Steve Crossman in the hot seat tomorrow night, building up to Doncaster Rovers against Everton at 8 o'clock. Here we're watching Plymouth 1, Crystal Palace 0. Plymouth playing some lovely stuff at the moment. Inside their own half, there's Callum Wright. There's the 20-year-old Lewis Warrington. Quick crisp pass from him, back to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Then the ball driven from deep. Great run made forward by Tyreek Wright, and it's just beyond him. The ball bounces away and goes out for the goal kick. The last two balls forward, Franny, have actually been played from the right boot of Kessler Hayden, the right back, coming into midfield from a sort of central midfield position, almost like, and I'm not comparing him, the old Alexander-Arnold sort of sitting in that position and pinging the passes about.
There is a comparison, isn't there? But you're right. I mean, this Argyle side are very confident, very comfortable in possession of the football. They're more than happy to mix it up. We've just seen about a good 10 to 12 passes between their side in the back, the last third and the middle third of the pitch. But then all of a sudden they just switched that into a direct pass, and it was just a little bit of a shame from Plymouth Argyle's perspective that time. Tyreek Wright went that little bit early, mistimed his run. He would have liked the ball a little bit earlier, but very, very comfortable in possession of Argyle. It's good to watch.
Plymouth keeper clears unceremoniously with his right foot under pressure from Mateta, and that goes out for a Palace throw just inside the Plymouth half on the right. Goal at Bolton, Rob Law.
22 minutes in, Bolton have taken the lead thanks to Dion Charles after he just put pen to paper on a new contract. Pounced on a rebound after a shot from Josh Sheehan inside the area. Bolton lead 1-0 against Middlesbrough.
Plymouth lead Crystal Palace 1-0 here at Home Park. The ball falls here for 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰, who again is in a more central position inside his own half. Plays back to Scarr. Scarr to his goalkeeper Burton. Burton very happy to play across his own penalty area. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 under pressure. And a clearance up the middle of the pitch intercepted easily by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 plays a 1-2, then works it to his left and finds Edouard. Mitchell on the support on the outside. Edouard slides it to his right. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓷𝓰 now uses Mitchell. Back to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓷𝓰. Curling ball in, teasing one. Play at 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷, whose initial mistake led to the Crystal Palace attack there. Jumps well, clears with the head, and out it goes for a throw to Palace on the left.
Much better from Palace, Sally, wasn't it? You know, a bit more comfortable. Obviously winning the ball when it was given away by Argyle, but just need to be a little bit sharper with their passing at times, but being patient at this moment.
That left-hand corner of the pitch, and we've got a very useful TV monitor for the replays here, Franny, but where you're sitting, when Palace attack down that left-hand side, you've actually got a dart either side of the monitor, haven't you, to see it live.
Am I bothering you already? Am I getting in your way? I can stand up at the back if you like.
No, you're absolutely fine. I can see it fine. Thank you very much indeed. 25 minutes gone. Plymouth 1, Palace 0. Rotherham have got a goal back at Stoke, so 3 goals in the first 22 minutes of that game. Sean Morrison has pegged Stoke back. Stoke 2, Rotherham 1, and I'm hearing there's been another goal at Molineux to Charlie Slater.
25 gone. Wolves have doubled their lead. You might have heard it over the tannoy. Fabio Silva, lovely right-footed finish past the keeper. It cost 35 million. No surprise the League One side can't stick with him. It's 2-0 Wolves.
Tyreek Wright on the turn, looking for a clever little ball into the Crystal Palace box. Klein is back there to get it away. There was a shot block from Ben Waine. He was lining one up from just inside the penalty area. Really important block on the right-footed strike, and Plymouth are looking really dangerous here.
They are, Ali, yeah, and it's Tyreek Wright on this right-hand side who's given Tyreek Mitchell, the left-back for Crystal Palace, a real problem. I think he's making those little darting runs, but where his team have keeping the possession for 3, 4, 5 or more passes, it enables Tyreek Wright to time his runs, make those little darts in behind, and if the timing's right and the pass is right, he's going to get in behind that Palace defence.
Can't fail to be impressed by Plymouth so far this evening. 9 changes made to the regular starting lineup in the Championship, but look really comfortable and playing some lovely stuff. Warrington, diagonal ball. Klein's read this, steps in, intercepts, gets there ahead of Callum Wright, and the ball goes out for a throw. And the player Franny was just talking about, Tyreek Wright, who's closest to us on this right-hand side for Plymouth, just 21 years old, joined the club in January permanently from Aston Villa, spent the first half of last season on loan to Bradford, but has been a real threat for Plymouth in this first half, and he is one of those who doesn't start regularly in the Championship team. That's because of the form of Morgan Whittaker and Barley Mumba on the left-hand side. But what Stephen Schumacher wants to see is thinking, well, if either of those guys gets injured or, you know, suddenly hits an off-patch, look at this fella tonight.
He's going about it exactly the right way, is Tyreek Wright this evening. If there's any consideration, as you say, about picking a different kind of lineup or being thrown in, when you're putting in this kind of performance from what we've seen in these opening 26 minutes or so, that's exactly what you want from your squad.
Franny Benali with us, 5 Live and BBC Sounds, and here they come again. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 well forward here, 25 yards out, fancies it on the left foot, falls to Tyreek Wright, hits the shot with his left foot, and that is blocked by Chris Richards. He's yet to score for Plymouth Argyle, and that was a good chance for Tyreek Wright. Salford Leeds update, Lee Blakeman.
Salford 0, Leeds 0. Leeds dominating possession and just had a great chance. Nonto down the left, sent in the cross. Rotter couldn't quite keep his shot down. Over the crossbar it went. Salford 0, Leeds 0.
Throw in for Plymouth. Great noise inside this stadium. Home team ahead and looking to knock Premier League Crystal Palace out of the League Cup in the second round. Warrington curls a lovely low pass to Cundall. Cundall to 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷 in his bright pink boots brings it infield to Warrington, takes a touch, chased by Lerma, plays it back to Scarr. Scarr calmly strokes it across the halfway line, and 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 just strides away from Mateta. Ball into midfield, turn from Miller up to the corner of the penalty area. Miller plays it out to his left to Callum Wright. Wright comes back, 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 to Matt Butcher, who's dropped between the two centre-backs, still inside the Crystal Palace half. Warrington, again, nice low ball to Cundall. Cundall lays it off down the right. Kessler Hayden's made the run, tries a trick to get down the byline, isn't able to beat Chris Richards there. And Crystal Palace have a chance to clear. Luton against Gillingham. John Southall.
Luton still lead by 1-0. 27 minutes play chance for Luton, though. Luke Berry scuffed his shot, just held by the goalkeeper Glenn Morris to his right hand side. Luton have a free kick here, and the first negative of the new gantry alley: when it rains you get wet. Luton 1, Gillingham 0.
Right, going to scribble that down in the notes for going to Luton whenever that happens later this season. Plymouth charging forward with the ball, leading Palace 1-0, and 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 makes a really important tackle on Miller there, and it might turn into a little counter-attack for the away team. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰's not seen much of the ball for the last 10 minutes, then runs into the challenge of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, goes down, wins the free kick, and the Plymouth fan in front of us, Franny, gets up, holds both arms out, goes, "Come on, ref." Never a foul. What do you think?
Yeah, it was a foul, and I think it was probably quite a wise one. And actually, he's just stepped across him, to be honest, so he's right in front of the referee's assistant, so he's instantly flagged. But actually maybe did his team a bit of a favour there, because they had lost possession in midway of the pitch, and all of a sudden there was that counter-attack, as you mentioned, and Palace would have been away. But they've got a free kick into the box to defend now.
Tonight is flying by so far. Goals going in up and down the country. Back to John Southall at Luton. There's been another goal, John.
Luton have a second. Luton 2, Gillingham 0. Brilliant goal from Alfie Doughty. He must have been 25-30 yards out. Touched to him from a free kick, and he whipped it in. Brilliant strike. Luton 2, Gillingham 0.
Peterborough 1 up at Portsmouth in the League Cup this evening. Free kick for Crystal Palace here. They're trailing by 1-0. This is going to come in from the right-hand side. Delivery in towards the far post. Scar heads it away, drops down on the edge of the box. Goal at 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰.
Sheffield Wednesday 1, Mansfield 0. Anthony Bazaba with a close range header, his first for the club. Wednesday lead 1-0 here against Mansfield.
Ben Waine on the charge for Plymouth, goes down, thought he was fouled. The free kick goes the other way. As he falls on the ball, he grabs it with both hands. Handball given against him.
And the referee's just making sure he retreats and doesn't demonstrate any more than what he has done. But we see a lot of those kind of incidents, don't we, where the players got a little nudge. Ben Waine took a little nudge and he went to the ground, obviously did collect the ball as well, but the referee's assistant gave that as the handball as opposed to the foul, which Ben Waine and the home supporters clearly thought they deserved.
Fantastic build-up play from Palace here. Mateta's spoiled it now, though, because he couldn't find Edouard. The link-up play between Edouard, Mateta and 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 leading up to that was delightful. A lot more of what Roy Hodgson wants to see. Edouard gets onto the ball now, plays it back to Ahamada. Ahamada comes running into midfield, good vision, sees 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 trying to trick onto his left foot, low shot, that's blocked, comes back to him, ball's pinging around and Mateta stretches, can't get a touch, and it's in the arms of the Plymouth goalkeeper, Callum Burton, who's yet to make a meaningful save in the game tonight. Plymouth lead Palace by 1-0.
Yeah, they've got to stay concentrated right throughout this entire match. Argyle, Palace is the Premier League side, they still have talent in that side, and it can change in an instant. We've seen that already, so they've just got to continue doing what they've been doing now, and they're again on another counter-attack, which is an amazing run so far.
Kessler Hayden again, fabulous run through the heart of the Crystal Palace midfield, beat two men, couldn't quite get the pass away to Waine. Warrington wins a header on the halfway line. Klein wins the next one. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 toes it to his right. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 heavily challenged and does get a free kick. Plymouth fans feel that was ball before man, and then man afterwards. Stephen Schumacher not happy with the decision either.
Do you know what, Ali? I think Palace just can't handle the formation and the way that Argyle are playing this evening. They're brave, they're comfortable in possession, as we've said already tonight. They're almost always being played around so often that we've seen already so far. Their formation, they have 2 at the back when they have possession, then they have a 3 in midfield, and they're overloading that little midfield area, and then they're making those runs up front and sliding those passes through. It's been a problem for Palace so far.
Plymouth 1, Palace 0, 13 minutes remaining in the first half. The ball is at the feet of the Palace goalkeeper Sam Johnston. Doesn't see an option short, so floats it up to Mateta, who is a big target man, you can hit him, flicks it on, couldn't find Edouard. Next ball drops to 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰, he side foots it back to Nathaniel Klein in the right back position. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 comes towards him, lays it off to 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 just caresses it with the instep of his left boot and finds Chris Richards thundering forward from centre back. Stoke 3, Rotherham 1, so 4 goals in the first half hour of that one. Lovely turn from Edouard to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰. coming in on the angle in the penalty area. Oh, right across the face of goal. Mateta stretches, can't get a touch. If he got his boot on the end of that, it was in the back of the net. It's still Plymouth 1, Palace 0. There's been another goal at Bolton. Rob Law.
There has indeed. 33 minutes on the clock, and Middlesbrough have equalised against Bolton, and it's Matt Crooks, a through ball to him from Marcus Forss, who lifted it over the goalkeeper to level. It's 1-1.
Half-time at Swansea, Aaron Paul.
Swansea 1, Bournemouth 0. The home side taking the lead through a Matt Grimes penalty after a Chris Mepham handball. They look really good value for it. Bournemouth limited to half chances throughout. At the break, it is Swansea 1, Bournemouth 0.
Was 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 shooting there, or was he looking for Mateta at the far post, Franny?
It's a very good point, Ali. I was questioning that myself when I saw the replay. It wasn't one or the other, really, was it? I think it was if it was a shot, it was a half-hearted shot, but he lined his fullback up great, just dribbling towards him, simple step over, then he flicked at it a little bit, which wasn't really a shot, but it could have easily have gone to Mateta on the far post, which would have been literally a tap in from 2 yards.
Tyreek Wright with pace down the right for Plymouth. Mitchell gets back at him, holds him up for now, but Tyreek Wright is trying to turn away from him. Back to Warrington. Warrington to Tyreek Wright. 3 defenders around him, but still the presence of mind to find 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 behind him. Up the line to Cundle, back to 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰. Plymouth happy to come all the way back into their own half. Chance in the game between Newport and Brentford. Chris Coles.
A chance for Newport as well. It's been all Brentford, but Newport creating the game's best chance. Harry Charsley, 6 yards out, guiding his header just round, and suddenly it's all Newport, but still 0-0.
So Premier League Crystal Palace behind here at Plymouth. At half-time, Premier League Bournemouth behind at Swansea, trailing by a goal to nil. Tottenham 1 down at Fulham. Some of the scorelines from the League Cup football for you tonight. About 10 minutes remaining in the first half here. Night is falling in Plymouth. You get a wonderful view over the stadium roofs. Actually, you can see some of the surrounding houses all around the ground. Tranmere Leicester latest, Betty Glover.
Still goalless, but Dan Pike, who's making his debut here for Tranmere, had the home side's best chance of the game so far, taking a shot from about 35 yards out, tried his luck, and it had to be palmed away by Leicester's keeper, while Kazadeh just headed over the bar for Leicester. It's Tranmere 0, Leicester 0.
Another half chance for Plymouth here. Shot block, Matt Butcher's attempt. Shot block, then a shot from range goes wide of Sam Johnston's post. Plymouth 1, Palace 0.
Yeah, it was a good attempt again. It just shows the confidence playing through this Argyle side, and the home supporters again is just driving them forward. Whenever there looks like a dangerous move or a dangerous break on, the supporters are on their feet. You can see why they've fully justified this 1-0 lead so far.
Goal kick for Crystal Palace, driven forward by Sam Johnston. Ball comes spinning down, dropping from the sky. Mateta gets it on his back. Miller lobs one forward. That looked like a little tug back by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 there, spotted by the referee, because his man was getting away from him. Butcher was trying to make the run down the inside left, and 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 knew he wasn't going to get there, so free kick Plymouth.
Definite foul, and just wondering if there was going to be a booking, but no yellow card from the referee on that occasion.
Tyreek Wright on the ball for Plymouth. Back to 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰. In turn comes back to Scarr, all the way back to the Plymouth goalkeeper. Let's check in at Craven Cottage again. John Hunt.
35 minutes gone, still Fulham 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0. That Mickey van der Ven own goal separates the sides. The only other 2 chances have both fallen to Fulham. Muniz with a header and a shot. Spurs very quiet by their high standards. Fulham 1, Spurs 0.
Commentary continues on Sports Extra on that game. That is Mark Scott and Ray Houghton. The commentary team for that game tonight. Always available on the BBC Sounds app if you've not got that on your device. 5 Live, Sports Extra, everything you need available via the BBC Sounds app, and all the brilliant sporting podcasts we bring you as well, including the recently landed Rugby World Cup top 10s, 5 of them exclusively available on BBC Sounds from today. They've arrived, I've seen them in my inbox. Matt Dawson, Chris Jones, Brian Habana building up to the Rugby World Cup, which starts a week on Friday, and the Rugby Union Weekly becomes the Rugby Union Daily from next Monday. But check out those Rugby World Cup top 10s. Plymouth 1, Palace 0. Here's 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 looking for the pass into 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰's feet on the edge of the box. That's intercepted, so Plymouth deal with the danger. Cundle's little layoff into midfield. Warrington sees an opportunity to get 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 away down the right hand side. Passes just behind him, so it slows for a second. Then Warrington floats a nice ball forward into the midfield. Wide it goes to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. First mistake of the night from him, couldn't control it on the run, and it goes out for a throw into Crystal Palace.
Yeah, and the home supporters showing their appreciation for that build-up play again. It's great to watch the style of football. You can see it's a lovely way to play. They play out football on the floor, but then they mix it up with that direct pass going forward, either diagonally or in behind the centre halves or the full-backs.
Great time to be a Plymouth fan, as you can tell from the atmosphere around us this evening. Salford Leeds kicked off at 8 o'clock this evening. Lee Blakeman, any goals as yet?
0-0. Leeds have just hit the post, and now they've just cleared the crossbar through Gnonto as well. Just before that, Somerville cutting in from the left on his right foot, tried the curler, came back off the post. Chances galore, but no goals yet. Salford 0, Leeds 0.
7 minutes remaining in the first half here at Home Park. Plymouth 1, Crystal Palace 0. Franny, what have you spotted? You're pointing over to the far side of the field.
Yeah, I was just going to come back to your point earlier, Ali, about the position of the players, and especially 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. He's almost playing left side of the pitch. He's that inverted. We talk about sort of inverted fullbacks and things, but he's literally playing as almost a central defensive midfielder at this moment in point where he is on the pitch. But he even drifted to the left-hand side of the pitch if you drew a line right through the middle of the ground. It's causing Palace problems, as we say. They don't quite know how to handle that movement from the Argyle side, especially when they're comfortable in keeping possession.
Take you around all the scores, the half-time scores in 5-6 minutes or so. Reporters at 9 other Carabao Cup ties tonight. Commentary on this one. Plymouth leading Crystal Palace, but 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 trying to do something about it for the Premier League team. Pass finds 𝓳𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓷𝓰 on the left again. 𝓳𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 back onto his right foot. That's deflected and goes behind for a Crystal Palace corner, a rare Crystal. Is that first Crystal Palace corner?
It's the first one I've just noted down, Ali, but I can't remember them having one. They've had a few free kicks, but again, this is where the manager Steve Schumacher will want his team focusing, concentration right up till the whistle at half time. Don't want to be giving away a sloppy goal at this stage of the match.
Right, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, the Dutchman, comes over to take the corner for Crystal Palace. Languidly steps away from the ball. A lot of space to his left before you get to the fans behind him, so chance to have a good run at it. Hands on hips at the moment. 4 Palace players in the white shirts going to start making their runs from the penalty spot here. Tompkins drifts off, heading for the far post. Ball is aimed towards him. Richards jumps with a flick on. Well, there's a shirt off in the penalty. One of the Crystal Palace players, maybe Edouard, has his shirt off in the box. Another cross comes in, it's headed away, and Edouard's basically saying that was wrestled off his back as they waited for that corner to come in. Eventually a header is flicked on into the arms here of Callum Burton, the Plymouth keeper. He clears long with his right foot downfield. Oh, Tyreek Wright, fabulous control, and then fouled. Eventually the referee decides by Tyreek Mitchell, so that will be a free kick for Plymouth. I tell you what, I'd like to see what went on in the penalty area at that end again, to see how that shirt was removed.
I think it might have been 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, and he's speaking to the referee now as we speak, as if to say, how did you not see that? I mean, I missed it myself as well, but it was bizarre just seeing his shirt end up on the floor, wasn't it? So there must have been some kind of pulling and tugging in there. I've never seen a shirt come off though when a player is tugged in the pitch, but we're just seeing actually Tyreek Wright down at the moment after that foul. The referee took a little bit of time blowing his whistle on. The medical team are on, and he seems to be in quite a bit of discomfort at the moment, so hopefully it's not too serious for him.
Well, the challenge didn't look too serious, Franny, so that's the concern, because if he's fallen awkwardly there and gone down without a heavy challenge on him, you wonder whether he's twisted his knee or something. So Tyreek Wright is sitting up now, medical team around him while he recovers. Let's take you around some of the other games going on in the Carabao Cup this evening. Fulham against Tottenham, John Hunt.
Yes, Tottenham, a rare foray forward. They've just had a direct free kick. Perisic hit the wall though, and that sums up Tottenham's night so far. Still Fulham 1, Tottenham 0, 3 minutes to half time.
Tyreek Wright continues to receive treatment here late in the first half. Up on his feet, let's see how he's moving. Hobbling, but the hobble is sort of disappearing as he picks up speed and moves towards the touchline. So must have felt something sharp go, but actually seems to be okay, which is good news.
Yep, good news for Plymouth Argyle. He's been one of their threats, certainly in this first half, hasn't he?
Oh, he definitely has. Franny Benali with us here at Home Park. Sold out Home Park for League Cup football tonight. Great place to come and watch football if you can down here. I've not been for a while and really enjoying it this evening. and an incredible season last season in League One, along with Ipswich and Sheffield Wednesday. Warrington's free kick into the penalty area, headed away by Richards, picked up by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, 10 yards outside his own penalty area. Can't beat his man, he's tackled, and the ball goes out for a throw into Crystal Palace on the right as Tyreek Wright waits to come back on the field.
Yeah, there's a good delivery in from the set piece, and a wonderful header actually under pressure. Chris Richards doing very well, but again, Argyle closing the ball down nice and early, winning the ball back.
Throw in down the right, chested down by Mateta, can't hold on to it. Miller plays the ball into the Plymouth midfield. Edouard pounces on it, wins it for Palace. I think he was caught there. Referee might try and play the advantage, blows the whistle, free kick for Palace. Midway inside the Plymouth half, in the inside right channel, and 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 waves the centre-backs forward. So James Tompkins and Chris Richards come lumbering forward for Crystal Palace. Tompkins has scored 10 goals in his Palace career. Richards, who's only played 10 times for Crystal Palace, having joined from Bayern Munich at the start of last season for £10 million. Terrible time with injuries last season. So they'll start to make their runs. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰's delivery into the penalty area. Tompkins' header, not over the goalkeeper, safely claims it on the goal line. It remains Plymouth 1, Palace 0.
Yeah, they look quite a threat from set pieces, don't they? But Argyle have managed those and dealt with those more than comfortably up till now. But decent header from Tompkins, just not having the power and the accuracy. Thought it was going to possibly loop over the goalkeeper Callum Burton at one point, but very comfortable save in the end. Last minute of the first half here, bit of added time to come. Long clearance from Burton. God, for a second there I thought it was going over the head of Sam Johnston and in for a goal for the Plymouth keeper, but he had it covered. He read the bounce, he's collected it, and he's thrown it out to Chris Richards. So we got Doncaster against Everton as our League Cup commentary tomorrow night from 8 o'clock. Johnston plays the ball out from his penalty area, intercepted by Miller inside the Palace half for Plymouth. You mentioned the two goalkeepers earlier, Ali. Just looking at them back here at the back of the stand, they actually look like two giant highlighters, don't they? They do. They do. One pink, one orange. Yeah, absolutely right. They do from this distance. 2 minutes of added time at the end of the first half. Plymouth leading Crystal Palace through the Ben Waine goal in the 6th minute. But I tell you what, they might fancy another one here. Miller's on the drive forward. Edge of the box, left-footed shot just wide. Thrilling stuff from the Championship team. Just going for the jugular there. And Miller had no hesitation. Saw the opportunity arise, 25 yards out, gave it the hammer and sent it fizzing wide. Franny Benali. What play this is from Argyle, and we were just waiting for that ball to hit the back of the net, I think, from the side of the stadium where we watched the shot come from. But it was great play, one-touch football. Matt Butcher laying it off, and then it was that Mikael Miller bursting forward, taking the ball forwards, and then that shot just going the wrong side of the post from Argyle's perspective. But wonderful play. Stoke 4, Rotherham 1, still in the first half. Edouard plays to his left. Ahamada, left-footed shot, just pokes it wide of the near post, behind for a goal kick. Half an opportunity for Palace there. Kessler Hayden gets a high five from his goalkeeper for just putting Ahamada under enough pressure to put him off as he tried to hit the shot. He didn't look convincing, actually. Didn't look like he believed that was going to end up in the back of the net. No, it never looked that convincing, really, did it? But it was good defending again from Kessler Hayden. But again, just a reminder for Argyle that they've got to concentrate. They just one split lack of concentration can cost them a goal, so they've got to focus. Half-time at Tranmere Leicester. Betty Glover. Tranmere 0, Leicester 0. Not quite sure how. Leicester have dominated possession. Albrighton has been swinging them in. Vardy just unable to get a header on goal, but we've had Harry Winks go wide, Dewsbury Hall go over the bar, Kazadeh heading one over too, while Tranmere, who hadn't seen much of the ball in Leicester's area, had 2 shots on target in quick succession. One was Dan Pike, a firing one from 35 yards out, and another was Hawks, but it is 0-0. We've got about 10-15 seconds remaining in this first half at Home Park. Referee's had a look at the watch, puts the whistle to his lips, and you will hear an enormous roar from the home fans, deservedly so, because Plymouth lead Crystal Palace by a goal to 0. Well worked goal, came in the 6th minute, floated cross to the far post, nodded back across goal by Callum Wright, and Ben Waine, who scored 2 in the first round to beat Leyton Orient, got the goal here. Palace have had a little look at the Plymouth goal, but Plymouth looks so dangerous coming forward, Franny Benali. They do, and with respect to both teams, if you said, you know, Argyle were the Premier League side from the football that we've watched, you would believe that. I mean, they've been comfortable, they've been confident. clearly winning the game with the goal that they've scored, but they've looked a threat on many occasions, Ali, haven't they, when they broke forward. Palace might be coming back to that point you made before the game with so many changes. I know both sides have made changes, but just being used to playing in a first team competitive game of football with one another might be a little bit of the reason. But as I genuinely feel, the formation and the way that Argyle have gone about this game and the way they've played in that first 45 minutes has caused Palace untold problems.
Let's see what Roy Hodgson decides to do at half-time, because Premier League Crystal Palace are behind. Jordan Ayew, Ebere Eze, Jeffrey Schlupp, all sitting on the bench there for Roy Hodgson. But Plymouth deservedly lead here at the break. Plymouth 1, Palace 0.
And it was an absolutely frantic start to the game, and as you said, it's caused Palace all kinds of problems, Franny. I'm just interested in the levels of concentration, that whether Palace make changes or not at half-time, Plymouth are going to have to be so focused for the next 45 minutes, aren't they?
Most definitely, Kelly, yeah, and we've seen it already in this first half. There's still that threat from Crystal Palace. Can't underestimate whatsoever that they're still dangerous at times. They had that disallowed goal as well. There's been a few close offsides. There's been a few set pieces that Argyle have had to defend, and they've got quality in their side, clearly being a Premier League football outfit. They've got good players, but they've got the big guns on the bench that Roy Hodgson could easily call upon. I'd be quite surprised if he made it at half time, but certainly if they're still behind after an hour or so, there's definitely going to be some changes. And we're seeing the players out there at the moment, the Palace players, doing quite a vigorous warm-up, so there could be one, possibly two changes. We'll have to wait and see.
Francis Benali, Alistair Bruce-Ball, for now, thank you very much. We'll be back there for the second half, where an upset could be on the cards, and it could be on the cards at Salford. Lee Blakeman.
It is at the moment. Salford 1, Leeds 0. Good work down the left from Garbett. Sent in the cross. Matt Smith, the former Leeds man, rose highest, headed it past the keeper, and Alex Bruce. That makes it Salford 1, Leeds 0.
Yeah, and it was against the run of play, wasn't it? Leeds have had all the play. They've had loads of chances, just haven't worked the goalkeeper. They're here on the left-hand side now with Nonso, and Salford have defended it well with Shepherd in the middle of the park. But yeah, a lovely well-worked goal from Salford. A good ball in from Garbett on the left-hand side, and there's Matt Smith to put in the header. And with someone of Matt's size, he's always going to cause problems in the box, and he's proved it once again there.
Just a quick word on the person who's running the show down the other end before that, Nonto, absolutely superb on the Leeds left.
Yes, he is. Nonto and Somerville as well on the right-hand side. They've been lively, very, very lively. They've created all kinds of problems for Salford. It's been defence versus attack for a lot of the game. The goal certainly came against the run of play. But from a Leeds point of view, they're just disappointed they haven't worked the goalkeeper enough.
The upset is on at the moment, Kelly. Matt Smith making it Salford 1, Leeds 0.
Thank you very much, Lee Blakeman and Alex Bruce. They'll keep us up to date with everything that's happening in that game. Half-time whistle has gone at Fulham. John Hunt.
And Fulham deservedly lead the half-time by 1-0. The goal coming on 20 minutes after fantastic work by captain Tom Cairney. Harrison Reid went to try and tuck it home. He missed it, but unfortunately for the defender, Mickey van der Ven, he didn't. It hit the inside of his left foot, and Ivan Perisic couldn't keep it out. So that was the goal. Aside from that, it's all been Fulham, with Rodrigo Muniz being a real thorn in Spurs' side tonight. He had a header wide early, then a shot saved by Fraser Forster, but right on half-time, Muniz's header looked to be goal-bound. What a save that was from Fraser Forster way down to his right-hand side. They could have been in deeper trouble, but as it is, Tottenham lead by just 1-0. And it's interesting, Kelly, that up front, looking very bemused, is Richarlison. He can see that Son and Maddison and Kulusevski are all on the bench. He badly needs them. Spurs not really in this.
And Brown, the two goal scorers, is being maybe up there, and Rob Edwards is thinking.
For Tottenham. So Fulham leading, as John was telling us, at half-time. Half-time whistle also gone at Newport. Chris Coles.
Where it's Newport 0, Brentford 0. The Premier League side dominant for the most part, patient possession, the odd threatening ball into the box, but they're not really carving out big opportunities. Keane Lewis Potter with the best. His header cleared off the line. Newport ended the half very encouragingly. Harry Charsley guiding a header from 6 yards just wide. Big chance, not taken, and we're level at Newport 0, Brentford 0.
Thank you very much. And it had been a miserable start to the Premier League season for Wolves, but it looks like they're having a good week all round. Charlie Slater.
Yeah, they'll be encouraged by this. Wolves 2, Blackpool 0. The 2-division gap apparent all over the pitch. In front through 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 after 10 minutes. That's 2 and 2 for him. Fabio Silva doubled their lead 15 minutes later. His first Wolves goal for over 2 years. Blackpool's Kenny Dougal hit the post. Otherwise, they haven't threatened. It's 2-0 at the break.
Thank you very much. And it's half-time at Luton. John Southall.
And it's the same scoreline here. Luton 2, League 2, Gillingham 0. All fairly comfortable really for Luton. The opening goal after just 2 minutes. Jacob Brown on his full debut on the left of the penalty area planted it into the bottom right hand corner. The second was an absolute beauty. Alfie Doughty must have been 30 yards out. Free kick was just touched to him and he whipped it in with his left foot into the top left hand corner. An absolutely brilliant goal. He's been really good, Doughty, in this first half, and he must be pushing for a Premier League start on Friday against West Ham. As for Gillingham, a couple of long range efforts both over the crossbar, and at half time back in their new surroundings, Luton lead Gillingham by 2-0.
And home advantage counting for Sheffield Wednesday as well. Naz Premji.
Sheffield Wednesday 1, Mansfield Town 0. Xisco Munoz's side lead, and deservedly so. Callum Patterson with the assist from the left side, and former Monaco man Anthony Musaba with a header 6 yards out into the bottom right corner. Josh Windass had further efforts, and Christy Pym in the Mansfield goal equal to them, but in injury time he beat the Mansfield keeper and saw a thunderous strike from distance, cannon off the crossbar. At the break, Sheffield Wednesday 1, Mansfield Town 0.
And it's half-time at Bolton. Rob Law.
Yes, Bolton 1, Middlesbrough 1. Ian Everett's side with the opening goal midway through the first half. A shot from Josh Sheehan inside the box. It was spilled by the Borough goalkeeper into the path of Dion Charles, who was able to slip the ball in from close range for his 4th of the season. But Michael Carrick's side reacted well, and their persistence paid off. Paddy McNair fed the run of Matt Crooks on the edge of the area, just opened up for him. He lifted the ball over the Bolton goalkeeper beautifully into the back of the net. Hayden Hackney could have made it 2-1 Borough right at the end of the first half, but well saved by Coleman. Bolton 1, Borough 1.
It was a 7:30 kickoff at Swansea, so they're back underway for the second half with Aaron Paul.
Yeah, 51 minutes played here. Swansea 1, Bournemouth 0. Matt Grimes penalty kick still the only divider between these two sides. The Bournemouth boss, Andoni Iraola, has wasted no time in trying to turn things around. He's made a triple change at the break with Rothwell, Moore and Kelly all off. Milos Kerkez, Lewis Cook and Dominic Solanke replaced them. Can they get Bournemouth back into this contest? It is Swansea 1, Bournemouth 0.
Thank you very much for that. So let's run you through the rest of the scores. Birmingham being beaten 1-0 at home by Cardiff City at half-time. Half-time, Bristol City and Norwich are playing at a goalless draw. At Exeter, they are 1-0 up against Stevenage. Newport County 0, Brentford 0, as we've heard. Port Vale 0, Crewe 0. Portsmouth 0, Peterborough 1. Stoke 4, Rotherham 1. Tranmere 0, Leicester 0. Wolves 2, Blackpool 0, Wrexham 0, Bradford 1, Wycombe 0, Sutton 1, Reading 1, Ipswich 0, and that brings us up to date. You're up to date because you've had updates from all the rest of them, and that's how it works. We will keep you up to date with everything that's happening in the EFL Cup second round throughout the evening here. Remember, we have 2 commentary matches, one of them taking place at Plymouth, who are 1-0 up against Crystal Palace, and you can also listen to Fulham, who are leading Tottenham by 1-0 on Sports Extra. We'll round up the rest of the day's sports news as well after the BBC News with Dan Maudsley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio.
advantage. Francis Benali and Alistair Bruce Ball will be back with us very shortly. But before then, we check in at Swansea, where there's been another goal. Aaron Paul.
Swansea 1, Bournemouth 1, equaliser of the visitors, and this is a really good goal, Kelly. Jayden Anthony with a lush through ball into David Brooks on the right-hand side. He fired the ball past Carl Rushworth into the corner of the net. All square here. Swansea 1, Bournemouth 1.
We'll keep you up to date with all the scores this evening. There are also 6 Brits in action on day 2 of the US Open tennis. David Law is currently watching Andy Murray in first round action.
And he's a set-up against 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 of France. Here's a breakdown in the second set, Murray, but so far so good. 6-2 that first set, a place he won the title here 11 years ago, and he may be 36 years of age these days, but he's still looking pretty handy out there at the moment, as are all the Brits so far. 8 sets played, 8 sets won by British players. Earlier today it was Cameron Norrie who won in straight sets, and Katie Boulter got an excellent win in 2 as well. So still Brits to come, but the Brits are doing well so far.
David, thank you very much for that. And coverage continues of the first round tonight on Sports Extra and BBC Sounds from 10. Commentaries on the BBC Sport website and app right now. In golf, Brooks Koepka and Justin Thomas have been named in the United States Ryder Cup side by captain Zach Johnson. They're 2 of Johnson's 6 wildcard picks, with Sam Burns, Ricky Fowler, Colin Morikawa and Jordan Spieth also picked for the match against Europe. They join automatic qualifiers Brian Harman, Wyndham Clark, Max Homa, Scotty Scheffler, Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay in the 12-man team. Commentary of all 3 days from Rome at the end of next month on 5 Live Sport and BBC Sounds. 10 days to go now till the start of the Rugby World Cup, and today we've launched a special new podcast series just to get you in the mood. World Cup winners Brian Habana and Matt Dawson join Chris Jones to debate Rugby World Cup top 10s. They're going to discuss and rank things like best try, greatest match, biggest upset and much, much more. You can download the first 5 episodes on the Rugby Union weekly feed on BBC Sounds right now. The first episode is Best Captain, and Brian Habana has a very surprising take on it.
I'm then going to go 7 Francois Pienaar.
Right.
I think that's going to be very controversial.
What? Okay. Let's stop. Let's stop there, Dawes. Francois Pienaar, number 7. Are you kidding me? It's like my top 3, possibly 1 for what's happened and how that changed the game. No, I can't believe you've said that.
No. So controversially, I know it's going to be, but I'm thinking an inspirational that 95 World Cup was without a doubt to me. If I look at, firstly, it was the last game before the professional era. Francois, came into the Springbok side as captain and was very influential. There was a lot of talk about Francois maybe not being the right person to captain that country. And it panned out in a way in which him standing on that stadium was without a doubt, the most iconic moment in Rugby World Cup history. But I think just in terms of his playing ability, yes, he's had this ability to galvanise, but I think there were other 6 captains, in my opinion, that just did some things a little bit differently.
So that's on BBC Sounds right now on 5 Live Sport. We're going back to Home Park for the second half of Plymouth against Crystal Palace with Francis Benali and Alistair Bruce Ball.
Kelly, I have to say that clip has reeled me in. I'm listening to that now on the way home. Definitely. How can Brian Habana have Francois Pienaar at 7? I'm doing that. That'll be on BBC Sounds for me on the way home. Franny Benali sitting alongside me. Crystal Palace are out. We've already had a look, Franny. They're 1-0 down against Plymouth, and we think Plymouth deservedly ahead. At the moment, Roy Hodge doesn't look like has made any changes as yet, so he's going to give the 11 that started maybe another 10-15 minutes to try and make a difference here.
Exactly that, Ali. I would imagine if he hasn't made that change yet, he'll give them that little bit longer just to hopefully have the half-time team talk take effect and put right what they've struggled with in the first half so far. But they're going to have to certainly step things up from what we've seen in the first 45 minutes, and then he's got the option to bring on some of the more regular players should it not pan out as he wants to in the opening 10 minutes or so. You
can probably tell from the noise that Plymouth have arrived for the second half, decked out in dark green with gold trim on the kits. Referee Dean Whitestone is there and ready to go. Just to tell you about another couple of the podcasts, offering so many brilliant podcasts for you on the BBC Sounds app. Football Daily, of course, always there for you. Best reaction, debate, analysis after a night's football like tonight. Every day of the week, Football Daily available on the BBC Sounds app. And just to give the old Fantasy 606 podcast its regular push as well. That's not too bad either. Out every Thursday. If you're a fantasy football manager, or even if you're not, I recommend it. Give it a listen. Salford Leeds half-time. Lee Blakeman.
What a half. Salford 1, Leeds 0. It was all Leeds for half an hour with Nonto creating so much, but 10 before the break, Garbutt cross from the left, Matt Smith with the header, 1-0 Salford. They could have had 2 more after that, but Leeds continuing to threaten at the same time. What a game. Salford 1, Leeds 0.
Thanks, Lee. Second half underway then. Plymouth leading Crystal Palace by a goal to 0. So Premier League trails Championship. Bournemouth, of course, have got back into their game at Swansea. David Brooks with the equaliser, 1-1 there. Cross comes into the Palace penalty area. So Plymouth on the front foot straight away. Luke Cundle thinks about a shot. Oh, what a goal! What a goal from Luke Cundle! Whips it in with his right foot from 25 yards out. As soon as he got hold of that ball, you could see what he was going to do. He's hit it perfectly. He's hit it sweetly. And Plymouth lead Crystal Palace by 2-0. What a strike!
What a goal indeed, Ali. This goal would actually grace any football pitch, any football stadium, wherever. What a goal, and what a... Oh, absolutely amazing. I mean, it was great play from Argyle in the first place. It was Mikael Miller, I think, that broke forward, a ball into the box. Palace deal with that, but then it breaks out to Cundle. What a strike this is. This is one that you have got to see.
We were just chatting at half-time about Plymouth coming up into the Championship and what Steven Schumacher has done with the squad and spent a bit of money. Plymouth has spent a bit of money this summer. Big money, really, for a club like Plymouth on a couple of guys that are actually sitting on the bench tonight, like Barley Mumba and Morgan Whittaker, but they've also got players in on loan, young players in on loan. We've talked a lot about Kane Kessler-Hayden at right back this evening, but Cundle's another one on loan from Wolves. Here he is, making things happen. He scored that fabulous goal, and now he's got Plymouth attacking again down the right. Gets the ball back to goal, corner of the area, and plays it to Tyreek Wright. But those are good signings, and I know it's early days, and I know I'm saying it straight after the back of him whipping one into the top corner, but he's looked good this evening.
Of course, yeah, he has, like many have, to be honest, Ali. They've looked very comfortable and more than, not out of their depth whatsoever, and it's bringing the right players in as well, I think, isn't it, for what obviously Schumacher wants his team to play as well in key positions. He's got that little bit of money that they've spent as well, which is a lot, obviously, as John was saying earlier at half-time, for a club like Argyle, but it's progress, and it's taken them in the right direction, and then they're playing it in a style of football that is brilliant to watch.
That has got this place absolutely, I mean, it was already jumping, it's really jumping now. Plymouth 2, Palace 0. His first goal for the club, Luke Cundle, on loan from Wolves, on loan at Swansea last season, so knows the level, is used to the division, has scored a stunner tonight. Have a listen to this now inside Home Park. Plymouth have won, I was going to say a corner, that's gone behind for a goal kick. Ipswich have an equaliser late in the first half away at Reading. Cameron Humphreys has scored to make it Reading 1, Ipswich 1. Ipswich, of course, coming up with Plymouth last season and have also started life well in the Championship, playing some good football, beaten at home by Leeds at the weekend, first defeat of the season, but have got themselves back level this evening. Right, Roy Hodgson and Crystal Palace, how do you respond to this? You're 2-0 down against a vibrant, exciting young Plymouth team. Steven Schumacher having made 9 changes to his side tonight. Palace have won a throw on the right. So the Palace team, Sam Johnston in goal. Nathaniel Klein's just taken the throw at right back. Tomkins and Chris Richards, the 2 centre-backs. Tyreek Mitchell at left back. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, midfield 3. Rak-Saki, the 20-year-old, wide on the right-hand side. Odsonne Edouard in support of Jean-Philippe Mateta. And Plymouth have Callum Burton in goal. Kessler-Hayden, Scar, Plaget-Suelo and Mikael Miller as their back 4. Cundle, Warrington and Butcher, the midfield 3. Luke Cundle with that wonderful moment a couple of minutes ago. Tyreek Wright and Callum Wright playing either side of the other goal scorer, Ben Waine. 4 minutes into the second half, and here's Mateta with his back to goal. That goal came, Cundle strike, 31 seconds, I'm told, into that second half. So they came flying out of the traps again. Palace won a free kick there. No, they haven't. So Plymouth will try and profit and catch Palace out as they come forward. Outspeed, Callum Wright, support on the outside from Miller. Always a willing runner down the left. Crosses in low with his left foot, deflected across the face of goal and behind for a corner to Plymouth. I mean, at the moment, And I know it's very early in the second half, but the next goal at the moment you see coming from Plymouth again.
Yeah, very dangerous attack down the left-hand side from Argyle again, wasn't it? And balls into the box like that are a nightmare for defenders. They're running back towards their own goal, and it can just take a little touch like we saw there that can end up in the back of the net very, very easily, but they've got a corner to defend.
Norwich 1-up at Bristol City in the League Cup this evening. Corner fizzed into the near post, headed away, and 𝓳𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 just with a first-time half-volley clearance up to the halfway line. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 taking no chances, immediately side-foots it back to his goalkeeper Burton, who's got to run wide to his left. Not as strong on his left foot, clearly. Clears it away first time, doesn't make the halfway line, and out it goes for a throw-in to Palace, who absolutely have to score the next goal in this game if they're serious about trying to stay in this competition this season. No extra time in any of the second round ties tonight, so any ties that are level go straight to penalties. We're on air through until 10:30. US Open tennis over on Sports Extra from 10 o'clock, and Colin Murray will pick up from us with his late night conversations from 10:30 on 5 Live this evening. Plymouth 2, Palace 0. Plymouth break up another Palace attack. Cundall lays it back into midfield. It's 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 again. Comes screaming forward. They can't deal with him, Palace, and Chris Richards just has to shove him to the floor. That's the only way they can stop him. Free kick Plymouth.
But it's what he did in the first half as well, Ali, wasn't it? Bursting through from that right side of the pitch, but he's ended up winning the foul literally on the edge of the centre circle in the middle of the pitch. You know, his driving runs into the middle of the park has been so hard for Crystal Palace to deal with.
Warrington, the 20-year-old on loan from Everton, in central midfield for Plymouth. Callum Wright can't quite keep it for the home team. Lerma looks for the 1-2 with 𝓳𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 up to Mateta. Mateta comes bouncing off the defender, brings the ball back into his own half. Huge, tall, lanky figure, strokes the pass with his left foot in between 3 teammates. So they've given the ball away, and back it goes to the Plymouth goalkeeper, Callum Burton. So we've got Swansea 1, Bournemouth 1 in the 7:30 kickoff. Fulham leading Tottenham by 1-0. Commentary of that one is over on Sports Extra. Got to keep an eye on Plymouth as they play out from the back, actually. I was just about to rattle through a couple more scores, but when you take chances like that, anything can happen at any moment.
Well, it's great to watch, and it shows the confidence that they have as well, and how the manager wants them to play. But you're right, Ali, it only takes one slight mistake and you can end up with the ball in the back of your net.
Well, there we go. Burton's given the ball away. He was looking for an ambitious pass. Ridderval into Edouard. Edouard shoots, drags it wide. That'll be a goal kick for Plymouth. Newport and Brentford still goalless. Wolves 2-up on Blackpool. Another goal at Swansea though, Aaron Paul.
Swansea 1, Bournemouth 2, just minutes after having a strike ruled out for offside. Hamed Traoré has put Bournemouth ahead. Cross from the right, Dominic Solanke's header from the middle, hit the post, bounced out to Traoré, who smashed home. Swansea 1, Bournemouth 2.
Plymouth continue to play out from the back. Premier League, Luton lead Gillingham by 2-0. Sheffield Wednesday 1-up on Mansfield. Tranmere and Leicester still goalless. Bolton 1, Middlesbrough 1. And Salford leading Leeds 1-0. Those are our featured games this evening. Plenty of other games going on in the second round of the competition tonight. Plymouth continue to knock it about. Franny spotting a double change coming for Crystal Palace. Unsurprisingly, Eze and Ayew both about to come on. In fact, it's going to be a triple change, so we'll have a look at that in a second. There's been a goal at Tranmere, but hang on a second. Plymouth again, cross in. Oh, just over the head of Wright. Could so easily have been 3-0. Betty, what's happened?
It is Tranmere 0, Leicester 1. Tranmere have had the better start to this second half, but it's Leicester with the breakthrough. Wilfred Ndidi, who took the shot from outside the area, hit the post and rolled over the line. As simple as that. Tranmere 0, Leicester 1.
So I think it's going to be Ayew, Eze, Schlupp. 3 regular first teamers about to be thrown into the fray for Crystal Palace. Mateta doing his best to make something happen. Gets away from Warrington, edge of the area. Again, it's a hopeful pass with his left foot, not the best ball, and dealt with by Plymouth. Miller brings it down. Callum Wright in the left back position. Ball on his right foot. Little dink pass. Lovely movement from Warrington to get away from Edouard. Perfect pass forward. Wonderful football again from the home team. Fans on their feet as Luke Cundall gets on the ball again. Plays it to his right to Tyreek Wright. Wright's ball with pace and purpose into the edge of the box. Butcher can't quite make it happen. Wayne on the turn. Tackled by Chris Richards. And out it goes for a throw into Plymouth.
It's interesting, Ali. I was just fascinated when they went 2-0 up how Plymouth Argyle would approach this game. Would they then sit back and look to keep this as a 2-0 lead, or are they going to still keep going forward and look to get a third goal? From what we've seen so far, this is very, very open still, but wonderful play, playing the ball out right from their own defensive third, and they've won themselves is it throw-in or corner?
Throw-in.
Yeah.
Throw-in almost down by the corner flag on the right.
but they're making those changes, Crystal Palace now.
Yeah. So, 𝓷𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲 on, and while we look for details of the third change, John Hunt's going to save our bacon and tell us what's going on at Craven Cottage.
Well, it's still Fulham 1, Tottenham 0. Kenny Tette's just gone right off the pitch to change a ripped boot. He's disappeared down the tunnel. Hopefully we'll see him again, but Tottenham have only made one change so far. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 off. 19-year-old Dane Scarlett is on. Scarlett scored 6 goals for Portsmouth last year. He's not made much impact so far, though. Still Fulham 1, Tottenham 0.
Ahamada, the other player, thank you John, to come off for Palace, and the last sub, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, comes on. Quickly to Newport Brentford, Chris Coles.
League 2 still holding Premier League. Newport 0, Brentford 0. Brentford have clicked back into their rhythmic possession, but still relatively unthreatening. Newport threats on the counter-attack and the long ball. Newport 0, Brentford 0.
So triple change made by Crystal Palace, 2-0 down away to Plymouth here in the Carabao Cup second round. Full commentary of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 against Everton. Kicks off at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. 4 other ties tomorrow night we'll keep you updated on. Chelsea against Wimbledon, Sheffield United at home to Lincoln, Nottingham Forest host Burnley, and it's Harrogate against Blackburn. Back to Craven Cottage, John Hunt.
Equaliser for Tottenham. Michael McIntyre, the comedian's in the crowd. He enjoyed this goal. Good work from Perisic with a long cross down from the Tottenham left, and on the far post, who else but 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 to nod home. It's Fulham 1, Tottenham 1, and Tete was still off the pitch with that broken boot at the time of the goal.
Portsmouth 1, Peterborough 1. Portsmouth have equalised. Another goal at Tranmere, Betty Glover.
It is Tranmere 0, Leicester 2. Leicester are on a roll now. They've clicked into place after some nice play up the right-hand side. The ball is flung into the area and Jamie Vardy's there to make it 2-0, a header at the far post. Tranmere 0, Leicester 2.
Here's Mateta on the ball for Crystal Palace. White shirts, a diagonal blue sash, light blue sash across the front of the shirt, light blue shorts and white socks. You can hear the support for the home team. They played brilliantly tonight. Plymouth leading Crystal Palace by 2-0. Some atmosphere here. What's happening at Molineux? Charlie Slater.
Wolves 2, Blackpool 0, 57 on the clock. Not the same sort of atmosphere here. I think the Wolves faithful very confident that they're going to make safe passage through to the third round of the EFL Cup. Just one sub made. Joseph Hodge off. Looks like he's pulled his hamstring for the home side. Still 2-0.
Luton Gillingham, John Southall.
Luton 2, Gillingham 0. The Gillingham fans making plenty of noise as they have done all night, and their side with more intent in this second half. Timothy Dieng just had a shot blocked from 12 yards, but Luton 2, Gillingham 0.
Crystal Palace trailing Plymouth 2-0. Eze on the dribble, trying to make it happen for Palace across the face of the box. Lays it off to Ayew. One of the other substitutes drives the cross in. Oh! And rifled in by Edouard at the far post. Plymouth appeal in vain for an offside. Fabulous finish by Edouard. The cross was hit with some pace by Ayew, and Crystal Palace are back in the tie. The triple change has worked. Plymouth 2, Palace 1.
Well, and it was 2 of the substitutes that have come on recently that made that difference to Crystal Palace in that move there. Eze dribbling across, picking the ball up on the left-hand side, running across 1 or 2 Plymouth Argyle defenders, plays the ball wide to Ayew, then the ball is whipped into the far post for Edouard to poke it home from close range. Now we've got a game of football on.
Nice meaty volley from Edouard, read it well and thumped it into the top corner. So Plymouth 2, Palace 1. Odsonne Edouard's second goal of the season for Crystal Palace. Regular starter up front for them in this campaign. Matt Butcher flicks the ball forward for Plymouth, headed away by Chris Richards. Another goal at Luton, John Southall.
We said they were showing intent. Gillingham have got one back. Luton 2, Gillingham 1. Jayden Clark did brilliantly, cut inside the defender on the left of the area and finished into the bottom right-hand corner in front of the delirious Gillingham fans. Luton 2, Gillingham 1.
Remember, no extra time tonight. If it's level after 90 minutes, we head to penalties. Crystal Palace with the bit between their teeth, attacking down the left-hand side. Tyreek Mitchell's cross deflected and behind for a corner. Quickly to Hillsborough, Naz Premji.
Wednesday 1, Mansfield 0. Barry Bannon's corner. Heckwell with a header palmed away by Pym, and Windass as well has had another effort at goal. Sheffield Wednesday 1, Mansfield 0.
Stoke 5, Rotherham 1 in the League Cup tonight. Birmingham down to 10 men, trailing Cardiff at home by a goal to nil. Lukas Jutkovic has been sent off for Birmingham. Corner for Crystal Palace. Vicious in-swinger, and Scar heads it over his own bar. Slight confusion between him and the goalkeeper Callum Burton, but they're quite happy afterwards with the end result, and Crystal Palace have themselves another corner. So suddenly Palace are enjoying their best spell in this game so far. Edouard, who's got them back in it. Another corner's going to come in from the left. This one's a little bit deeper. Real whip and curl on it. The ball's headed straight up in the air. Bounces down in the Plymouth box. Palace players appealing for a handball in there. Referee waves those claims away. Another cross comes in from Ayew, swinging in deep from the right. Volleyed in towards the 6-yard box by Eze. That is blocked, and Plymouth bring it away. They lead Crystal Palace 2-1. Goal at Molineux. Charlie Slater.
An hour gone here. Wolves 3, Blackpool 0. This one's a bit romantic. Matt Doherty on his first start back of the club that he came through the youth system at, with a header off the underside of the crossbar and into the back of the net. 𝓳𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 involved in all 3 goals. 3-0 Wolves.
Palace come again, down the left. Mitchell's prompting pass, finds Eze. Eze's got himself in a one-on-one with Tyreek Wright, beats him on the outside, finds Mateta, who scored. Crystal Palace are back level in a matter of minutes. The substitutions have made all the difference. Lovely skill from Eze. He saw he was up against another striker there, took him on, beat him on the outside, and Mateta couldn't miss. Plymouth 2, Palace 2.
Well, what a turnaround this is, and as you say, the substitutes are making such a difference. It's Eze, he's just lining them up, dribbling the ball into the box, and then he changes the pace. It's not good defending from Plymouth Argyle. They've got numbers in there, they've got defenders in there, but Mateta's the one that the ball ends up going to, and he tucks it home from close range.
I said couldn't miss, he nearly missed.
Really? That would have been some miss had he missed.
Yeah, Burton made himself big. It was very, very close range, deflected off the goalkeeper and in. Right. We have a cup tie on our hands. Plymouth 2, Palace 2. Palace really have turned things around. Bolton Middlesbrough last we heard was level. Rob Law.
And it's still level. Bolton had to change their goalkeeper at half-time though. Joel Coleman took a heavy knock in the first half, replaced by regular number 1 Nathan Baxter, yet to be tested by Middlesbrough, who have upped the tempo though. Still Middlesbrough at 1, Bolton 1.
Palace scything through the middle. Schlupp plays in Mateta. 3-2 to the Premier League team. It's a stunning turnaround. Lovely ball from Jeffrey Schlupp. Mateta rifles it home, and the substitutions are just Premier League quality, and that's made the difference for Crystal Palace. They have all played their part in the triple change, and Palace has scored 3 goals. Plymouth 2, Palace 3.
Well, is it a combination of Palace and the changes and the substitutes, or are Plymouth Argyle just shell-shocked? I think it's a bit of both, to be honest. They need to regroup and gather the Plymouth Argyle players. They can't concede another goal. They've got to try and stay in this game now. But what a turnaround from Crystal Palace. And that was a thumping drive from Mateta to score his second in a matter of minutes.
Right, and we need to work out exactly how many minutes that has happened in, because Ayew, Eze and Schlupp all came on at the same time. Crystal Palace were 2-0 down at that point. Blink and basically they're 3-2 up.
Yeah, I think they came on. Substitutions were made around about 55 minutes, I think I had it at. But yeah, if that is the case, it's 6 to 7 minutes where they've scored 3 goals.
Yep, absolutely right. Coming on in the 55th and 56th minutes, Edouard scored in the 59th. Mateta has scored in the 61st. And then the latest goal that's just gone in 60 seconds. So it's happened in the space of 6 or 7 minutes. Yes, Mateta's second goal in the 62nd minute. Well, that is a whirlwind turnaround from Crystal Palace. So let's see where we go from here. Plymouth 2, Palace 3. Tompkins trying to make a tackle. This is inside the Palace half on the left. Plymouth win the throw. Callum Wright takes it quickly. Goal at Swansea, Aaron Paul.
Equaliser, Swansea 2, Bournemouth 2. This is a speculative effort from Jamie Patterson, but he's struck goal from the edge of the area, just fired a daisy cutter, and it's trickled in to the back of the Bournemouth net. Swansea 2, Bournemouth 2, game on.
Howard Gillingham getting on at Luton, John Southall.
Well, Ali, what a different game this is now. Luton 2, Gillingham 1. Gillingham should have equalised. Nadesan got the other side of Amari Bell. Shot saved by the legs of Tim Krul from the corner. Macaulay Bonne 8 yards out, unmarked, leaning back over the bar. Should have scored. Luton 2, Gillingham 1.
Plymouth 2, Palace 3. Jean-Philippe Mateta with 2. Odsonne Edouard with the other one. Suddenly gone a little bit quiet inside Home Park. 25 minutes to play. Eze on the ball, teasing Plymouth defenders, just dragging them out of position. Plays the pass back here to 𝓲𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. 𝓲𝓸𝓲𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 uses a bit of pace to get away on the left. Nice pass from him. Cut back comes here. Oh, you thought about the first time shot. Takes a touch. Dummies. Right-footed effort deflected over the bar. Nearly 4-2.
Yeah, I think, was it Scar? I think got a block just sliding in, deflecting off his back to go for a corner, but Palace look really, really dangerous now. Those goals in a matter of minutes has just completely flipped this cup tie on its head, and it looks like Palace are the side that are going to be the ones that score the next goal in the way the game's going so far.
3 goals in 4 minutes after the triple change. 58th, 61st, 62nd. That is how it happened. Crash, bang, wallop.
Incredible. You know, I've been in a game where you've conceded goals quickly, and it's like you're shell-shocked. So the Argyle players have just got to regroup and stay in the match.
Corner to defend. Eze's delivery headed away by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Ayu's there first for Crystal Palace. Plays back into his own half. Tyreek Mitchell across the halfway line. Klein to his right finds Eze, who looks an absolutely class act out here, striding around and controlling things, barely breaking sweat. Latest at Craven Cottage, John Hunt.
Fulham 1, Tottenham 1. We've played 65 minutes. Fulham probably should have been ahead though. Bobby 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 was just put through deep into the area. He just misjudged his shot, allowed the ball to run too far in front of him and spurned it wide. Big chance for Fulham has gone astray. Fulham 1, Tottenham 1.
Commentary continues on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Charlie Slater's seen another goal at Molineux.
66 on the clock. Wolves 4, Blackpool 0. Doherty again, his first start back for the football club that, as I say, he came through the youth ranks and it was set up by a teenager. Full circle it goes. Lovely little finish at the near post. 4-0 to Wolves.
I'll run you down all the latest scores in just a second. Got to keep an eye on Palace coming forward again. Eze and Mateta with a 1-2. They wanted the run from Klein on the outside. He hadn't quite read that, and Callum Wright is back there to clear for Plymouth. Miller takes a touch. Ayew wrestles him off the ball. It goes out for a throw into Palace on the right. Right, Swansea 2, Bournemouth 2. Cardiff 1 up at Birmingham. Bolton 1, Middlesbrough 1. Norwich 1 up at Bristol City. Exeter leading Stevenage by a goal to nil. As John Hunt was just telling us, Fulham 1, Tottenham 1. Luton Town 2, Gillingham 1. Gillingham getting a goal back in that one. Newport and Brentford still goalless. What else have we got? Port Vale and Crewe goalless. Portsmouth 1, Peterborough 1. Sheffield Wednesday leading Mansfield by a goal to nil. Stoke, their home and host, 5-1 up on Rotherham. Tranmere 0, Leicester 2. Wolves, as we heard Charlie say, 4-0 up on Blackpool now as Callum Burton clears with his right foot the Plymouth keeper. Wrexham 0, Bradford 1. Bradford scored early in that one. Sutton United still 1 up at Wycombe. Reading 1, Ipswich 1, kicked off at 8. And Salford City of League 2 leading Leeds United by a goal to nil. That one also kicked off at 8 o'clock. So with a quarter of all these games remaining tonight, you are up to date with all the goals that have happened so far this evening, and Crystal Palace have very much taken the sting out of this. First time ball round the corner for Eze. Plymouth yet to make their changes, but they're coming, so they're going to make a triple change, and let's see what happens with that one. Klein goes in for the 50-50 here on Miller. Good battle between those two. Klein's on the floor, gets a foot on the ball. Oh, that's brilliant from Eze. Brilliant from Eze. Dropped the shoulder and then knocked the ball through the legs of Callum Wright and brings it away for Palace. Ayew with the step over. Ayew heading for the byline on the right hand side. Butcher's got to be careful with the tackle. Scoops the cross in. It's a weak cross and it's caught by Callum Burton. So Newport Brentford, as I said, still goalless, Chris Coles.
It is still goalless, Ali, but Brentford hoping their triple change can be equally as effective as Crystal Palace's. 3 of the big hitters off the bench, Johan Visser, Matthias Jensen and Brian Mbermo. The latter has just had a good shot, well saved by Johnny Maxted, but still Newport 0, Brentford 0.
Plymouth's best 2 players so far this season coming on the field and had such a big impact last season as well. Barley Mumba and Morgan Whittaker about to come on, as well as Finn Azaz, who's on loan from Aston Villa again. So 3 players who had a big impact last season about to try and make an important impact tonight, because Plymouth had control of this game. Luke Cundle's stunner right at the start of the second half had them 2-0 up, and Stephen Schumacher has watched that disappear in the blink of an eye, but there's still time to turn it around and there's still some real quality to come on the field. Franny, it's been absolutely breathtaking this evening, isn't it?
Fascinating game of football. A brilliant start. Deserved leaders, Argyle in the first half. The second goal to go 2-0 up was just world class. What a strike that was. Brilliant for any game of football. But then after those substitutions, the 3 substitutions that Roy Hodgson made in a matter of minutes to turn things around, being 2 down to then be leading 3-2. Incredible.
Right, here come the 3 changes for Plymouth then. Luke Cundle is the first to come off here, and Morgan Whittaker is going to come on. Now then, there's been a goal at Kenilworth Road. Which way's this gone, John Southall?
It's gone to the Premier League side. Luton 3, Gillingham 1. Cooley Woodrow on the right of the area. Really good finish into the top left-hand corner. Luton 3, Gillingham 1.
Thank you, John. Standing ovation for the scorer of that second brilliant goal for Plymouth. Luke Cundle is coming off. Who else is coming off for Plymouth here? Let's check in at Salford Leeds while Plymouth make the changes. Lee Blakeman.
Still Salford 1, Leeds 0. Leeds have had a soft penalty appeal waved away after Nonto went down in the area, but then Salford could have made it 2. Milan shooting from the edge of the area, off target. Still Salford 1, Leeds 0.
Mikael Miller's come off, playing left back for Plymouth tonight. Barley Mumba has come on, left-sided attacker. Tyreek Wright, the right-sided attacker, has come off to be replaced by Finn Azaz. Triple change is never easy, Franny, I have to say.
You did it very well,
Well, no,
we managed it between us.
Only because you and John are standing there pointing at names and numbers. Teamwork makes the dream work. 20 minutes to play. 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Been a great night of League Cup football so far. More drama to come. Mateta stands across up to the far post. Eze can't get there. Chested behind by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Plymouth, I still think are going to get a chance to level this game up. I don't think they're going to disappear in this game.
No, for sure. I mean, those changes that they've just made as well, there's plenty of time still left in this game of football. They've just got to stay in the game and not concede again. Just regather their thoughts more than anything else, because certainly everyone was shell-shocked by those 3 goals.
There's a low corner. Mumba's there. First touch of the game for him is a block at the near post, and it goes behind for a corner again to Crystal Palace. So 10-man Birmingham are now 2-0 down at home to Cardiff. Jutkovic sent off. Ryan Wintle has got a second goal for Cardiff in confirmation, as John Southall was just saying, of Luton's third from Cooley Woodrow. It's just popped up on the video printer here. Luton 3, Gillingham 1. Corner for Palace. Deep one to the far post. Headed back across goal. Tompkins tries to hit it first time, and Edouard smashes it over the bar from 6 yards out. There was a deflection on it, and it's gone behind for another corner. I think we've got time for a quick visit to Craven Cottage. John Hunt.
Yeah, just to let you know, Fulham 1, Tottenham 1, but Ange Postecoglou has just made a triple substitution himself. On comes Son, on comes Sarr, on comes Kulusevski. Spurs trying to up the ante. Fulham 1, Tottenham 1.
Commentary of that one over on Sports Extra. Corner for Palace, leading 3-2. Dangerous one. Scar heads it away for Plymouth. Mitchell gets underneath it, tumbles as he wins the header. Plymouth coming on the break. Plymouth fans like this. 4 against 4 at the moment, and space is opening up on the right hand side. Can they pick the right pass? Oh, it's hit Callum Wright on the chest. He couldn't control it. I'm not sure it was necessarily meant for him, the pass, because Barley Mumba was screwing up on the left as well. But here he is now, real danger man. Ball at his feet, rolls it here to 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓷𝓲𝓷 to the edge of the box. Whittaker, left-footed shot, dragged well wide. He wants a corner, gets a corner. Referee saw a touch, so Plymouth have a corner. They trail Crystal Palace 3-2.
That's better from Argyle, isn't it? As you say, they're going to get that opportunity to come back into the game, and it was a really dangerous looking counter-attack there. They had their numbers, maybe not the quality on the delivery into the box, but they've won themselves a corner.
Franny Benali with us here at Home Park. Birmingham 1, Cardiff 2. 10-man Birmingham immediately back into the game. Scott Hogan has scored there. Corner for Plymouth, all in dark green. In it comes. Edouard's flick on for Palace, away and outside the penalty area. Barley Mumba, 25 yards out. Sweet curler from Whittaker just over the bar. Sam Johnston had it covered though, I think, and it's gone behind for the Palace goal kick. Just a quick one actually, Freddie. We were talking about this before the game. Sam Johnston, Palace's regular number 1. Dean Henderson on the way. That's serious competition for his place, isn't it?
For sure, yeah, and it's one of those positions, Ali, isn't it, that goalkeepers, that clearly want to be a number 1. It's not one of those positions that really gets changed often, is it? So if you're bringing someone in, it's got to be real competition for who's there, or you're bringing them in for a change. So it's fascinating to see that kind of rivalry.
It's interesting you mentioned that, actually, because that immediately makes me think of Ramsdale and the 𝓣𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 signing at Arsenal. I think it's a really interesting one on that front, on what sort of, I mean, he's obviously bolstering his squad there, but what that says to Ramsdale and what Mikel Arteta is hoping to get out of that. Arsenal, of course, not involved in the League Cup at this stage of the competition. They'll be involved in the next round. Plymouth 2, Palace 3, heading towards the last 15 minutes of this game. Loads of fabulous football commentaries on the way for you at the weekend as well. On Saturday, 3 o'clock, full commentary on Burnley against Tottenham. Tottenham at the moment being held at Fulham in the League Cup tonight. Ian Dennis and Chris Sutton will bring you commentary and all the goals as they go in our usual 3 o'clock service on Saturday. Brighton Newcastle looks like a corker. We got full commentary on that one, 5:30 on Saturday, and then a triple bill on Sunday. Rangers Celtic at 12, Liverpool Villa at 2, Arsenal Manchester United at 4:30. Ball down the right for Jordan Ayew to chase, getting away from Matt Butcher. Chance for Palace to possibly kill this. Ayew takes a touch, cross comes in. Oh, it falls to Eze at the second attempt, but the ball hits him. He wasn't ready for it, and it rolls into the arms of Callum Burton. Goal at Swansea, Aaron Paul.
Swansea 2, Bournemouth 3, just as the board went up for 7 minutes of added on time. Ryan Christie may have clinched this one for the Premier League side. A sweeping move from left into centre. There was Christie inside the box just to push the ball past the goalkeeper. Swansea 2, Bournemouth 3 into 7 minutes of added on time.
Stoke 6, Rotherham 1 in the League Cup this evening. Ayew in his pink boots, little step over just outside the Plymouth box. Klein on the support on the outside. That's a good ball. Scars there, heads it away for Plymouth. Out into their right back position. Whittaker's gone all the way back there, takes a couple of touches, thumps it clear. That's turned into a really good ball, actually. Callum Wright collects it on the halfway line, turns away from Nathaniel Klein. Barley Mumba almost gets in his way. Wright picks the right pass, though. Here's Ben Waine. Scored that early goal for Plymouth in this one. Spins on the left, fancies a dip from Rage. Oh! Very nearly did a Luke Cundle. Sam Johnston flying to his left, tips it round the post. Plymouth 2, Palace 3. What's next?
Well, as he turned in, it was exactly that position, Ali, wasn't it, from the previous goal, and he struck it just as well almost, but this time, what a wonderful save from Sam Johnson to keep Plymouth out.
Wrexham 1, Bradford 1. Latest scoreline in the Carabao Cup tonight. Corner for Plymouth. Can they find themselves an equaliser? Ryan Hardy, centre forward, waiting to come on, as is 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, young Welsh striker, just 17 years old. Was Plymouth's youngest ever player when he made his debut a couple of years ago, just past his 15th birthday. So these two are going to come on as well. Plymouth throwing absolutely everything at it. No extra time tonight. Why not? Trailing 3-2. Matt Butcher on the ball in midfield for Plymouth. Palace know the job isn't done just yet. Callum Wright plays it to Butcher. Butcher forward. Wright's continued his run. Lets it run behind his body. Stabs the ball to Mumba. Mumba drags it under the studs of his right boot. 2 Palace defenders in front of him. Back to Butcher. Hits the shot. It's blocked. Falls to Wright. Wright tries to get a cross into the penalty area. Nathaniel Klein gets a foot on it. Wright looking to get in there again. Klein's there first. Mateta can't control it. Plymouth have it again and come back to Callum Burton. Palace are going to face some pressure, I think, Franny, late on in this game.
I wouldn't be surprised at all, and the home crowd can play their part in that as well. And the manager, Schumacher's making those changes. He's looking to bring the top goal scorer on. He's scored 3 goals already so far this season. Ryan Hardy.
Yeah, here they come. Ben Waine on the right, low ball, might find Mumba. Oh, fabulous interception. Jefferson Lerma at the very last second slides in and saves Crystal Palace, because had he not got that touch, Mumba was there to strike on goal. Whittaker from the throw plays the 1-2 with Butcher for Plymouth. Back to Butcher it goes on the left-hand side. Couple of touches. Another cross comes in. To the far post it goes. Waine can't quite control it. I don't think he was expecting Mitchell to miss that. Another cross comes in. Richards clears it on the half volley. Eze controls it on his thigh, but he's easily tackled by Kessler Hayden. And Plymouth have it again on the halfway line, but you can sense the momentum inside the stadium, the belief inside the stadium here that Plymouth can get back into this game. Callum Wright could be the man to do it. Dribbling forward up towards the edge of the box, has given the ball away. Jordan Ayew is fouled, and that will give us a chance to check in on, was it Salford Leeds? Is that where we're going? Lee Blakeman.
Salford 1, Leeds 0. Another couple of chances have gone Leeds away, though. Strauch with a header straight at the keeper, and then Somerville bursting into the area left side with a shot deflected wide, approaching the midway point of the second half. Salford 1, Leeds 0.
𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 has scored for Ipswich just before the hour mark at Reading, so Ipswich now lead that cup tie. Reading 1, Ipswich 2. Ben Waine comes off, Ryan Hardy comes on, and 17-year-old 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 comes on for Lewis Warrington, who's been playing in central midfield. So we have a heck of a lot of attacking players out on the field for both teams actually at the moment, which bodes very well for the last 10 minutes or so of this commentary. Who knows, we could still be heading towards a penalty shootout. Plymouth 2, Palace 3. If you've not heard the story of the game tonight, Plymouth 2-0 up, scored a wonderful second just after half-time. Roy Hodgson then making a triple change in the 55th and 56th minute. Ayew, Eze and Schlupp on, and Palace then scored 3 in the space of 4 minutes. Really well taken goals, but as Franny Benali has been saying in commentary on 5 Live and BBC Sounds as well, Plymouth sort of rocked and shocked as they went in so quickly, and I'm sure Stephen Schumacher will look at how they've conceded the goals, and
I mean, they were shell-shocked, weren't they, clearly, and it was brilliant from Crystal Palace, and exactly what Roy Hodgson would have wanted from those changes and substitutions he made. Stephen Schumacher didn't have time to really react and help by making a substitution or anything like that. It was just that quick, wasn't it? But completely turning the game on its head. But as you rightly say, Ali, I think there's still a lot more football and potentially goals left in this game.
Fulham 1, Tottenham 1. Commentary on that one continues on Sports Extra. US Open tennis from 10 o'clock on Sports Extra tonight here on 5 Live. We're with you all the way through until 10:30 with all the reaction and the talking points from the games, and if you miss any of that, it'll all be packaged up nicely for you in the Football Daily podcast, available via the BBC Sounds app every single morning. Free kick for Palace into the last 10 minutes. Eze sees an opportunity, rolls it into Edouard, drives it across the face of goal, palmed away by Burton, and Tompkins couldn't quite get on the end of it. Morgan Whittaker chases it into the right back position for Plymouth, drills a ball low up the middle of the pitch. Jordan Ayew is there to intercept for Palace. The game is very broken up at the moment, and Palace come back to Sam Johnston. Johnston strokes his pass out to the left, and Palace are just going to slow things down. They've got the lead, keep the ball, and Sam Johnston just jogging with the ball at his feet inside his penalty area. He's got Chris Richards to his left, not going to use him. He's going to hit a diagonal ball from right to left out towards the left wing, and Kane Kessler-Hayden, so impressive in this game for Plymouth, clears it forward. Chris Richards with a decision to make, plays a little pass to Lerma under pressure from Callum Wright. Good ball from Lerma forward to Ayew, and Palace bring it forward across the halfway line. Getting away from Azaz here is Ayew. Azaz sticks to his task, makes the tackle, and that'll be a throw-in for Plymouth.
Ayew and Eze, especially for Crystal Palace, have made a huge difference, haven't they, for this turnaround? Clearly difficult for Argyle to try and sort of steady themselves as those goals are flying in, but yeah, it's a brilliant cup tie and wonderful game of football.
Freddie Osaka very nearly played a pinpoint pass through the Palace back line there. Here's Kessler-Hayden bringing it forward for Plymouth again, but Eze has robbed Butcher on the halfway line. Chance for Palace possibly to get their fourth. Chance for a Mateta hat-trick! He's got it! Jean-Philippe Mateta scores 3 for Crystal Palace, and Crystal Palace look like they're heading through to the third round of the League Cup. Back from 2-0 down, they now lead Plymouth by 4 goals to 2.
And it was that match-up again, and it was Eze, a mistake first from Plymouth Argyle, and they'll be kicking themselves about that. It was a sloppy ball, a little bit of a turn, trying to get turned in the middle of the pitch. Eze robs the ball, dribbles forward, then it's a cute little ball. It's only a little 4 or 5 yard pass, diagonal pass for Mateta, but he drives it into that near post, past Burton. This game is, I would never have called this.
No,
the second goal,
didn't see it.
Second goal went in for Plymouth Argyle. Would never have seen this.
No, it's why we love our football. Full time at Swansea. Plymouth fans obviously not loving their football at the moment. Full time at Swansea. Aaron Paul.
Swansea 2, Bournemouth 3. At 90th minute, Ryan Christie's strike sends Bournemouth through to the third round after some uncomfortable moments. Swansea were brave throughout, but the Premier League side are through. Swansea 2, Bournemouth 3.
Mark Gahey's come on as a late sub for Crystal Palace here. They now lead 4-2. Another goal at Molineux. Charlie Slater.
83 on the clock. Wolves 5, Blackpool 0. Scored by the number 63, Nathan Fraser, 18 years old, on his debut, 8 yards out. Drives it into the ground and up over the top of the keeper. 5-0.
James Tompkins was the man to come off. Mark Gahey's come on for him. Jean-Philippe Mateta scored 2 goals for Crystal Palace in 32 appearances last season. He's got 3 goals in 1 game tonight. Yellow card dished out for, is that Mateta?
Mateta, yeah.
3 goals and a yellow card. So Mateta booked for a foul on 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Plymouth 2, Palace 4. As Franny Polani's just said, you wouldn't have called it when Cundall, right at the start of the second half, whipped that one into the top corner, and Plymouth were right on top at the start of the second half. It was the triple change and the Premier League class really from the players that came on that have told for Crystal Palace tonight. Here come Plymouth. Can they get back into it? 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 shot deflected behind for a corner goal at Hillsborough. Now Premji.
Mansfield a level. Sheffield Wednesday 1, Mansfield Town 1. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 ran at the heart of the Wednesday back line and then angled a low drive past Cameron Dawson. We could be heading to penalties. Sheffield Wednesday 1, Mansfield 1.
Yeah, I was just going to have a look down the video printer to see how many of these games might be heading for penalties. Fulham Tottenham could be. Corner comes in. Mateta, the hat-trick hero, heads it straight up in the air. Scar nods it down. Richards is going to let that go behind for a goal kick. Commentary on Fulham Tottenham continues on Sports Extra. So Bolton 1, Middlesbrough 1 could be penalties. Exeter Stevenage is level. Newport Brentford, of course, still 0-0. Port Vale and Crewe are at 0-0. Sheffield Wednesday and Mansfield we know about. Portsmouth Peterborough at 1-1. Wrexham Bradford now 1-1. So plenty of penalty shootouts in the offing this evening. We'll keep you across it all here with you on 5 Live and BBC Sounds through until 10:30 when Colin Murray will take over. And with a 2-goal cushion now, I could see Plymouth scoring a third. I can't see him getting 2, Frank, but couldn't see Palace getting 4.
Well,
so.
That's true. That is very true, Ali. But seeing a few of the home supporters making their way for the exits, which is a real shame because it's been a wonderful atmosphere and a brilliant game of football. But this is cup football, isn't it? And it just goes to show how quick games can change at this level. And the players have made a difference as well. A bit of a masterstroke from Hodgson and the impact that those players have had when they came on.
Ball from Whittaker looking for Ryan Hardy through the middle, intercepted by Gahey. Here's Jordan Ayew. Does such good work for Crystal Palace wide on the right here, trying to hold off 2 Plymouth tacklers. Mumba wins the throw for Plymouth, immediately takes it. The ball is played back by Azaz to his goalkeeper Callum Burton. Newport Brentford, as I was saying, not too far from penalties. Chris Coles.
Oh, we might not be now, Ali. It's a late heartbreaker for Newport County. Brentford have scored. A bit of Premier League quality off the bench. Matthias Jensen slamming home from close range. And in the 88th minute, it's Newport 0, Brentford 1.
Yeah, Premier League quality off the bench. That's what we've seen here at Home Park. One of those players who came off the bench was Jordan Ayew, who created that goal for Odsonne Edouard with his driven cross to the far post. Thinks he should have had a free kick there, doesn't get the decision. Plymouth have got 3 minutes plus added time to try and find themselves 2 goals. Big game for them at home on Saturday ahead of the international break when they host Blackburn, because of course this will be 3 defeats in a row for them. Pass forward from Scar, intercepted. Palace could get another possibly, because Eze's in the mood. Dancing feet wide on the left. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 just sort of shakes his shoulders at him as if he's going to make the tackle. Eze's not falling for that one. Turns away from him. Turns away from Azaz. Too good for everyone here. Eze still going. Little flick pass into the path of Edouard. Mateta's in the middle. Could have got a 4th. They look for Eze instead. The cross is intercepted and it goes behind for a corner to Crystal Palace. Franny Benali.
Yeah, it's one of those games now that it's becoming very open, very stretched. Plymouth Argyle clearly trying to throw a few players forward and take a few more risks at this stage, being 2 goals behind, but Crystal Palace just having that quality, and especially when Eze gets on the ball. I mean, the ball was cut back towards him there, Ali, wasn't it? And it would have been a nice one in some ways for him to have scored a goal, because he's had such an impact since he's come on, been key to all the goals they've scored so far.
Fabulous player, key player, I mean the key player you'd say actually for Crystal Palace now, following the departure of Wilfried Zaha. The corner from Eze was looking for Mateta. It was read and intercepted. Here's the 17-year-old 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰. That's a lovely ball to his left to Ryan Hardy. And Plymouth keep pouring forward here. Hardy bringing the ball into the edge of the box. Half a tackle from Lerma. Spins up in the air. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 tries to hit a very ambitious volley from 30 yards out. Maybe a tired effort, that one. And Azaz is now wrestling with Ayew. Ayew takes it off him. Little turn from Ayew on the halfway line. Doesn't want to be knocked off this ball. Holding on to it. And 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰's had enough. Comes through the back of him. Little bit of afters as well. Crystal Palace will get the free kick. Just a little bit of frustration from the young man.
It's exactly that, isn't it, Ali? It's a bit of frustration. You know, saw some frustration in the shot he took on that was going wide and got deflected for a corner recently. But yeah, aggressive in his pressing there. He's had a very, very good game. And you know, I think Plymouth Argyle, if they do end up losing this, which is heading that way, before we sort of know what we're going to get in added time, they've played very, very well today.
Edouard chases a ball through, which bounces on the edge of the Plymouth penalty area, but Burton is able to grab it just before he gets there. More Plymouth fans in front of us, letting the seats flip up behind them, and in a rather resigned fashion heading for the exits. But they'll be back on Saturday. John Akers, our producer tonight, who lives locally, was telling me you've got a real sort of buzz around the city of Plymouth at the moment. The football team is on its way back, very much so, in the Championship. Fabulous title win last season, seeing so many more Plymouth shirts, replica shirts around the city, the sense that sort of football club and city are as one, and we've definitely felt that this evening, despite the disappointment of this cup defeat. Credit to Crystal Palace for turning it around. We're heading towards added time here at Home Park. Still Fulham 1, Tottenham 1. Commentary of that one over on Sports Extra. That one's heading for penalties. 6 minutes of added time remaining here at Home Park, with Crystal Palace leading Plymouth by 4-2. Chris Richards plays back to Sam Johnston, the Palace keeper. He clears with his left foot. Eze lets that go beyond him. The ball bounces inside the Plymouth half. So 6 minutes to find 2 goals. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 down the right. Morgan Whittaker is fresh. Good runner with the ball as well. Can't quite find the pass. Ayew turns and tries to get Edouard away through the middle. Edouard takes the ball down, running into the penalty area. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷 gives him a nudge in the back. Edouard goes down. The challenge was in the penalty area, and it's knocked him over, and that's one, Franny, where you've got to decide whether it's a sort of shoulder-to-shoulder 50-50, or has he just pushed him over?
Oh, well, he certainly, Edouard looked like he was away, didn't he? And he had that almost like half yard, certainly on the Argyle defenders tracking back, but from here in real time, it looked like there was a little bit of a nudge that sent him to the ground, but it was not given by the referee, and stays at 4-2.
I thought that could have possibly been a penalty. 5 minutes of added time remaining. Plymouth 2, Crystal Palace 4, a Jean-Philippe Mateta hat-trick in the second round of the Carabao Cup this evening. Right, goal at Salford. Now Salford were leading Leeds by a 0-0. Lee Blakeman.
It's an equaliser for Leeds. Salford 1, Leeds 1. Greenwood with his first touch sent in the free kick. It fell to Pascal Strauch in the 6 yards area, and he bundled it over the line in front of the away end to make it Salford 1, Leeds 1.
Yeah, those games going to finish a little bit later. Salford Leeds kicked off at 8, so did Reading Ipswich. Ipswich 2-1 up at Reading, and now Salford 1, Leeds 1. Eze's shirt's been tugged. He's been fouled. Free kick for Crystal Palace. It's about 10 yards inside the Plymouth half. Eze takes it. He's going to shoot. He's going to shoot from a long way out, trying to catch Callum Burton out, and it goes sailing over the crossbar and behind for a goal kick. John Southall seen another goal at Kenilworth Road.
Well, this makes it interesting. Luton 3, Gillingham 2. Tom Nichols on as a substitute. He's just glanced a header off the post and into the bottom corner. 2 minutes to play. Gillingham are not done yet. Luton 3, Gillingham 2.
Okay, that's League 2 against Premier League. We've got that in our commentary game tomorrow night as well. Doncaster Rovers against Everton, kicking off at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. 5 Live and BBC Sounds. More League Cup commentary coming for you. This game winding down a little. Palace with the 2-goal cushion. Plymouth have taken their throw. Played forward by Azaz. Issaka is challenged well by Gahey. Little back heel from Mateta. Edouard's got options here. Ayew making a run to his right. Edouard to Eze. Oof. Whistling wide of the far post and behind for a goal kick. Full time at Tranmere, Betty Glover.
Tranmere 0, Leicester 2. It took a pretty uneventful first half and 4 changes after the break for Leicester to really get going. Wilfred Ndidi was the real difference, coming off the bench in the second half, opening the scoring with a half volley. He then turned provider, crossing the ball back to Vardy, who doubled their lead with a header, his first goal of the season. Tranmere had a few chances of their own, but they never really tested Leicester, who, by the way, have won every single game in August, topped the Championship table, of course, and are now into the third round of the League Cup. Not a bad start, is it? Full time, it's Tranmere 0, Leicester 2.
Full-time whistles blowing up and down the country. Plymouth 2, Crystal Palace 4. Mateta uses his strength to take the ball off 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰. This is inside the Palace half. Edouard rolls a pass to his left. Eze one-on-one with 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰, leaves the ball behind. The Plymouth fans enjoyed that. What's happening at Hillsborough now, Premji?
Full time 1-1. We're heading to penalties. Musaba for Wednesday. Riso's late strike gives the League 2 side hope. We're heading for spot kicks. 1-1.
Penalties going to be going on all over the place up and down the country over the next 15-20 minutes or so. So we'll keep you across everything that's happening. Crystal Palace about to make their way through the third round of the League Cup this season, and Plymouth, that stat will stretch just that little bit longer. Not got beyond the second round of this competition in the last 15 seasons. That will become 16 seasons. Here's Lemar to Edouard. Edouard's left-footed shot is blocked, and the ball spins up high in the air and goes behind for a corner. Goal at Bolton, Rob Law.
Yes, and it's Riley McGree for Middlesbrough in the 90th minute. 5 of stoppage time left to play. Bolton 1, Middlesbrough 2.
John has just pointed out something's flashed up on the BBC Sport website social media feed. No surprise, I don't think this one. Erling Haaland has won the PFA Player of the Year award. Bukayo Saka, Young Player of the Year. Those are the two big award winners. I think we probably agree with those. Can't we, Franny?
Yeah, not much to argue against that, I don't think.
Rachel Daly has won the PFA Women's Player of the Year award. Lauren James named as Young Player of the Year. So well done to everyone concerned. 1 minute remaining here at Home Park. 6 goals tonight. We've seen a fabulous game of football. Plymouth fans heading home disappointed. But their team played some wonderful stuff until Roy Hodgson made the triple change and turned this game around, and Jean-Philippe Mateta will head back to London with the match ball safely tucked underneath his arm. Nathaniel Klein with a throw to Ayew down by the byline. A couple of Plymouth players trying to get the ball off him. Azaz is one of them, pushing and shoving and barging, and Barley Mumba is now there to help out. Clears with his right foot up towards Issaka. Lovely touch from him to bring that down. Hardy's under pressure, back heels the ball out of play, but it came off a Palace player, so that will go out for a throw-in to Plymouth. Referee has a quick word to stop Jefferson Lerma wasting any time, but Plymouth are going to be beaten tonight. The referee has a look at his watch. It didn't look likely when Luke Cundall curled in that absolute stunner just after the half-time whistle. But full credit to Crystal Palace, Roy Hodgson and his team tonight, because on came the substitutes 10 minutes into the second half, and 3 goals in the space of 4 minutes completely turned it around. Mateta with the hat-trick, Odsonne Edouard with the other one. Crystal Palace go through to the third round. Some game of football tonight, Franny Benali.
Oh, we've had the pleasure of covering it and witnessing it and sharing it with everybody this evening, Ali. It was exactly that, a fantastic game of football, cup football, and just a typical reason and showing on how games can flip like that, completely on their head.
Yeah, if you can get down to Home Park this season to watch some football, do it. Great football, great atmosphere, really enjoyed it, but Crystal Palace go through. It's finished Plymouth 2, Palace 4. Kelly.
Thank you very much to Alistair Bruce Ball and to Francis Benali. For now, let's find
Time have been played. Maddison's ball in was flicked on at the near post, but to no one in particular. Fulham survived, but the ball's recycled to Maddison. Can get the ball in from the edge of the area, headed clear, and the referee says that will do. So that means that we are going to penalty kicks here at Craven Cottage. Ray Houghton.
Yeah, I think you can tell by the reception from both supporters, the Fulham fans and the Tottenham fans. I think you realise it was probably an even Steven game. There wasn't a lot in it. I certainly thought Fulham had the better in the first 30 minutes. After that, I thought Tottenham really came into their own. But if you looked at the better chances, they went Fulham's way. Harry Wilson had 1 or 2 that he should have done a lot better with and didn't do so, and that's why we find ourselves going into penalty kicks. And I could tell you who I favour between the two sides. It's been a very good London derby. It's what I anticipated, and I'm glad the referee refereed somewhat in the way that he did, because it's added to the game.
And in terms of who will feel that they did enough to win the game in the 90 minutes, I guess Fulham have had the clearer chances.
Better chances certainly, I think, went Fulham's way. They could have done a lot more. I'll go back to Wilson's one we went through. I've been in that situation myself, and what you've got to try and do is lift it. You've got to, because the goalkeeper's going to spread himself, and you've got to just try and flick the ball over. That's a tough enough skill, but someone of his ability, you anticipate he could do that. I'm not sure if he tried to cross it or if he tried to go for goal. He should have went for goal, and I think if he had got any height on the strike, it would have been the winning goal for Fulham. It's been a good game, entertaining game. The managers have had a look at fringe players and what they can do. I think after the first half an hour, Ange Postecoglou would be happy enough with what he's seen from some of these players and what they try to do, and he gives them food for thought for the upcoming fixtures that they've got. Same with Marco Silva. You know, they had a really tough game against Arsenal at the weekend, going down to 10 men. They came through that and they find themselves in another tough match tonight, and they've got another one at the weekend, which is very tough as well. So it's not been easy for Fulham at the start of the season, and they'll be delighted if they can get through on penalty kicks.
Penalties also taking place at Port Vale, because it finished 0-0 between Vale and Crewe Alexandra. Also penalties at Hillsborough, Sheffield Wednesday and Mansfield drawing 1-1 after the 90 minutes. Stoke, no problems for them, 6-1. They have thumped Rotherham to go through. Leicester City have won 2-0 away at Tranmere. Wolves have trounced Blackpool by 5-0. Looks like penalties at Wrexham, because it's 1-1 between them and Bradford in the 94th minute, and Salford are all square with Leeds as well. That one was a slightly later kick-off there, about 8 minutes away from the end of the 90 minutes there. So the toss is taking place at the moment here at Craven Cottage, with Son and Tim Ream to see who wins and gets to take the spot kicks at a particular end, and we're waiting to see what the deal is with that. I think, judging from here, it looked like Tim Ream may have won the toss.
Yeah, I think he might have won the toss, so the penalties will be taken down the far end. The referee's never, motioned at all where he's going to walk. I really don't know with penalty shootouts where the advantage is if you go first or second. I'm not sure of the data, the stats that are on that. All you need to do is make sure you make the decision where you're going to play it. Don't change your mind. Whatever the goalkeeper's doing, make sure you're focused on the target that you want to hit.
Well, elsewhere, Crystal Palace have had a scare but come through that away at Plymouth, 2-0 down. They've won by 4-2 at Roy Hodgson's side. There are also penalty shootouts taking place at Portsmouth, where it finished 1-1 between Pompey and Peterborough. Sutton United lead at Wycombe in the 97th minute of that game. Ipswich are 2-1 up at Reading. That was an 8 o'clock start though, so still a bit of time to play there. Luton 3, Gillingham 2 is the latest score as well, and Norwich have won 1-0 at Bristol City, with Bournemouth 3-2 victors away at Swansea. As I thought was the case, Tim Ream did win the toss, because Fulham will be taking the penalties down at the Hammersmith end of the ground in front of their
I think the noise gave that away, didn't it? From the home supporters. Fulham are going to take the first penalty by the looks of it. Pereira, who came on as a substitute in the second half, given the task to take the first penalty for his side.
Penalties have been a bugbear for Fulham this season in terms of the ones that have been given against them in the Premier League. Can they go through by virtue of a shootout this evening against Tottenham Hotspur? So it will be Andreas Pereira with the first of the penalties. Fraser Forster tries to make himself big in the Tottenham goal. Stuttering run up from Pereira, stops, waits for Forster to go, which he does, and he rolls it the other side. Well, he had the confidence there to stagger the run up, not once but twice.
I think the keeper went 3 different ways there, Fraser Forster. He was waiting and waiting and waiting, and then he telegraphed his movement that he was going to go to his right hand side, and in fairness to Pereira, he coolly just passed it into the opposite corner to give Fulham the advantage.
So 1-0 Fulham in the shootout, and now Son Heung-min is going to take the first Tottenham penalty tonight. Brushes down his sleeves and puts the ball on the spot. Marek Rodak waves his arms, as does all of the Fulham support in the Hammersmith end. Son takes a deep breath in and then stands and waits, and now he begins his run-up. Slow staggered, good penalty. Low bottom corner, Rodak went the right way but couldn't get down quickly enough. 1-1.
Do you know the only thing that the reason why Rodak couldn't save it was just the pace of it. He read it, he went the right way, he got down low, but there was so much pace in the strike from Son that even though the keeper guessed it, he just couldn't get anywhere near it.
So 2 successful penalties from 2 so far. Next up, it will be Raul Jimenez, one of the substitutes. Hasn't been on for a great deal of time, and he takes a long run up from the D of the area. Here he comes, Raul Jimenez. And again, a full penalty, waited for Forster to show which way he was going to go, and slotted it the other side. 2-1 Fulham.
3 lovely penalties, isn't it? You know, they look super cool, the players at the moment. You know, that run up from Raul Jimenez. I mean, he, as you said, Mark, he was outside the box. He came up, he stuttered, he waited, and what they're doing, they're just waiting for the goalkeeper to show their hand which way they're going to go, and then they're cool enough just to put it in the opposite corner.
Another of the subs now to take Spurs' second penalty of the shootout. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, hands on hips, short run up, great penalty, blasts it low into the bottom left corner. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 went the wrong way. That was a very authoritative strike from 𝓳𝓸𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, and all penalties have been successful so far. 2-2.
I don't even think 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷 went the right way there, received that, would you? I mean, such was the quality of the strike from Kulusevski into the bottom corner. Interestingly, Wilson here, because he struggled a little bit in front of the goal. I just wonder if that's affected his confidence in any way.
So Harry Wilson with this penalty kick. 2-2 so far. All 4 have been scored. Wilson for Fulham. Oh, off the bar and in. Well, it looks wonderful when it works out for him, but that was inches away from being a miss. As it turned out, it arrowed in off the underside of the bar, and Fulham lead 3-2.
Oh, that was a quality penalty. You're quite right. A couple of inches high, and it's coming off the crossbar. He hit it with such confidence. The power that he generated in that strike was incredible.
Well, all the penalties so far have been of the highest calibre. 3-2 to Fulham in the shootout. Davinson Sanchez now, the Colombian with a puff of the cheeks, a staggered run up, and 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 low to his left-hand side. Advantage Fulham in the shootout. Davinson Sanchez, who you wouldn't have had at the top of the list to take a penalty, takes Spurs third and sees it saved.
Yeah, you've got to give credit to the keeper. He read it well, didn't he? I mean, he telegraphed where he was going to put it there, Davinson Sanchez, and the run-up was there. I mean, it wasn't in the corner. It was the pace on it was enough for 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 to get across to make the save with his left hand, and the pressure now on Paulinho.
João Paulinho, who's had a cracking game now with that new shirt that he had to put on after blood on the earlier one, to put Fulham in clear daylight, and rolls it in, and they're within touching distance now of the next round of the Carabao Cup, and he celebrates with the crowd to G them up, because Fulham have a 4-2 lead in the shootout, and Spurs have got to score this or it's all over.
Yeah, Maddison coming up to take the next penalty for Tottenham. Another clinical one from a Fulham player, Paulinho, who just waited for Fraser Forster to go to his right hand side and nestled it in the opposite corner. But it was his reaction afterwards, it was incredible. This lad loves winning football matches, and that was an important penalty for Fulham.
James Maddison then has got to score here for Spurs. James Maddison steps up and does score, bends it into the corner. It's a cracking penalty, and then a bit of afters with the fans as well down at that end of the ground. We saw him have a bit of banter with the Bournemouth supporters at the weekend, and a set to there, but he's kept Spurs in it.
Yeah, he certainly did. It was a very good penalty. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 didn't know which way to go, right or left, so he just stood in the middle and watched it go past him. Kenny Tete now coming up to take the all-important penalty for Fulham. He scores this, they go through to the next round.
So Kenny Tete with the chance to send Fulham into the next round of the EFL Cup. Tete with a long run up here, up against Fraser Forster. Can he score to send Fulham through? It's Kenny Tete, he scores! Fulham are through, and Tottenham Hotspur are out of the League Cup. An early blow in the Ange Postecoglou era at Spurs. One of the potential trophies for the Australian disappears at the first hurdle. Fulham go through on penalties.
Well, you can see these Spurs supporters and players absolutely stunned at Kenny Tete, who's had a decent game, although he did go off to get a new book, which cost his team a goal when they went down to 10 men. But there, showed his quality, taking that final penalty, just side-footed it beyond Fraser Forster in the goal, and the reaction of the Fulham players, fans, staff, everyone here in the stadium, absolutely incredible. Maybe, over the course of the 90 minutes, with the better chances they create, they might just deserve to go through. But for Tottenham, that's another trophy that they won't be involved in.
Well, there was so much emphasis on the domestic trophies, Ray, because they don't have any European football this season. They're out of the League Cup at the earliest possible opportunity. There's a lot of pressure on the FA Cup now, as well as obviously their Premier League position. Questions will be asked, of course, should he have gone with a stronger side, given that they've now gone out?
Well, his answer will be, judge me over the course of the season and what we do. I mean, he's a new manager, he's new to the players, he's trying to get his ethics across and how he wants to play the game. It's going to take time. Tonight he made 9 changes, he brought in players who are on the fringe, on the periphery, waiting to get their chance, and you've seen that they've certainly done that. He would have been happy after the half-hour mark because of the way that they played. And listen, it's a toss of the coin we get into penalties. You know, they've made one mistake. Dawson Sanchez missed the penalty. That's it. Credit Fulham, they've scored all 5 of theirs. They've done nothing wrong. And you can see the players are out there, the Fulham players. They're very joyous that they're through to the next stage. Fulham went out to Crawley, I think, last year in this competition. Now they're through against Spurs, so it's positive from their point of view.
And actually a word about Fulham, because they've had a tough couple of games. They came away with a point from the Emirates at the weekend, and they've now got their way past a very talented Spurs team who at the end had all of their trump cards out on the pitch.
Yeah, listen, I said I watched the game against Arsenal the weekend. They showed me an attitude and a commitment. If they can maintain that for the season, they'll do well in the league. They'll be, you know, in around mid-table, which will be good for the club. They haven't spent a great deal of money. The manager, I think, has done an outstanding job since he's been here. They look like they knit well together. There's no superstars, but they all come together as one. And I think the player exemplifies that is Paulinho in midfield. Paulinho, I think he's the one that sets the tone for the others around him. I thought he was outstanding once again tonight.
And you were outstanding as well, Ray. Always a pleasure. Thanks very much for your company. So that's it for the Carabao Cup tonight. Doncaster against Everton is live on 5 Live tomorrow night. Join Steve Crossman for that from 7 o'clock. But for now, let's head to Flushing Meadow. Our team is watching Andy Murray against 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 in the 3rd set, taking you late into the night on Sports Extra.
Or is that just past?
We'll have to wait and find out. It has been quite the back and forth encounter, this one. In some ways you wonder how Murray has 2 sets to love, but that's his nature as a fighter, and Moutet's nature of being hot and cold, that he wasn't able to convert the set points in the 2nd set. So we welcome listeners on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, where Andy Murray is currently taking centre stage on grandstand at Flushing Meadows, the US Open 2023. He has 2 sets to love up the 2012 champion on Frenchman Corentin Moutet, who had set points to level at 1 set all, but Murray, up against the up and down competitor across the net, is just about channeling his serve and forehand, and he's just dropped a brilliant volley for 2-all 30 love in the 3rd set. 6-2, 7-5 he leads in sets. Here with you on grandstand, it's Abigail Johnson and Mark Woodford, and it really has been a roller coaster, Mark, over the last few games. We never quite know what is coming from the world number 72 Corentin Moutet.
You certainly don't. A roller coaster, I think, is a great description, because it's thrilling to watch him play. He has some wizard-like shots when they're executed well. But you also get some scary moments. We've seen him lose his cool in this match and smash a racket to smithereens. And right now, it looks like he's re-engaged in this match, thanks to Murray. Maybe some cramping issues.
Yeah, there are the physical doubts there for Murray as well. It really is all happening on the 3rd stadium court at the tennis's 4th Grand Slam. It's all happening, I said, and right on cue, Corentin Moutet collapsed in the corner of the arena, and I'm not quite sure, Mark, what happened there, but he looks in real pain, just curled up in the fetal position next to the match clock, which reads 2 hours 23 minutes. He's got his left hand, so his playing hand, clutched between his legs. I don't know if he stumbled and maybe landed on that hand. This is quite the moment of this match, and Murray is with him. Andy Murray crossed the net. I think the chair umpires come down. The trainer is there immediately. There are ball kids surrounding like a guard of honor here, with umbrellas just shielding, because Moutet is clearly in some distress here on grandstand.
Oh, Abigail, I was watching him move out to the forehand, and his toe has got caught and just rolled over, but he fell on his racket hand, and I think that's the issue. The left hand is what kept him out from tennis early this year.
I'm just seeing a replay on the screens, and it was, I think he just scraped the hand on the way through, and it was an awkward fall, and so ironic, Mark, because I think it was in the opening set of the match where Moutet did fall on the stretch, and he actually rolled in order to protect his hand. So that's something that's mentally there, clearly something that he's thinking about. There will be a hold up here. Murray's just having a drink at his chair. Moutet is back on his feet, but he is grimacing, flinging out his left hand and picking up his left leg. It really was an awkward fall on the slide as he went for the forehand, let the racket go, rolled with the movement, but was not quite able to protect the hand. So now we see how he's feeling. It is 2-all and triple game point for Andy Murray at 40 love. Murray just takes a glance across. He was quickly around the outside of the net to check on his opponent. And gives him a helping hand here. He'll get a second serve offering just to see if he can actually make connection with this ball. Moutet just squatting down into the return position. He's away behind the baseline. He does connect racket with ball, but the ball does not find the court. And so that's the game for Murray. A couple of minutes for Moutet just to digest the shock of what has just happened on grandstand, and he's making a very slow walk to the sidelines. It's a very, very slow walk to the sidelines. So that's the situation on grandstand, with Moutet having a chat to the umpire. But we do have attention elsewhere. Over on court 15, we have Russell Fuller and Annabelle Croft watching over a very bright Jack Draper in the neon pink today, and up a set on Radu Albot. Russell, we weren't sure if Jack Draper was going to play this year's US Open.
No, there was real doubt, and I think the decision was only finally made around about 24 hours ago after practice yesterday that he was going to play, but he started very brightly. He's won the first set by 6-1 against the world number 102 Radu Albot, who's been a top 40 player before. He's won on the ATP Tour, 33 years of age now. Going with serve in the second, Draper trailing 2-3, but he's serving at 40 love, and so far, it's very early days, Annabelle, but he looks comfortable, doesn't appear to be in any discomfort.
No, he doesn't at all. I've been keeping a close eye on his movement and whether there's any clutching of shoulders or what have you, but he looks very focused, and I think he looks actually quite in command of this match. Yes, his opponent has brought his level up from the first set. He's being made to work a lot harder for the points, but I still feel like with his firepower and the weapons that he has on court, that big lefty serve, he can swing it out wide on the ad court when he needs to, and then thunder some of those big forehand strikes into the open spaces. I just think he's such a threat to anybody on these courts.
That was a love hold for Draper, so 3-all second set. Dan Evans is underway too, the 5th of the 6th British player in action today, so we have 3 on court at the same time, and he's made a good start too. He's got the early break, the champion in Washington, against Daniel Elahi Galan of Colombia. 2-love he leads. Might have won the Washington title, but he knows he's had 14 first-round defeats this season, so this is not a foregone conclusion against the world number 71. And some other live scores for you from other matches. Karolina Pliskova, up an early break on Elena Rusa. 3-1 is the score there in the first set. Borna Coric, seeded against the informed Sebastian Bayer, finds himself 2-love down. He's lost the first couple of sets by 7-5. Grigor Dimitrov into a decider now against Alex Molchan, with the winner to play either Corentin Moutet or Andy Murray. He won the fourth 7-5 after 3 hours and 41 minutes. It's 2-all in the fifth. And Daria Kasatkina a game away from victory, 5-2 deciding set against Alicia Parks. And Andrei Rublev is in a second set tiebreak, hoping to open up a 2-love lead against Arthur Cazot of France. And John Isner, 2-to-the-good in what may not be his final match as a singles player. He is on the Louis Armstrong court. He's won them 6-4, 6-3, Abigail, against Facundo Diaz Acosta.
Thank you, Russell. Just as we wrap up there, Andrei Rublev does go up 2-love. That's over on court 5, a 6-4, 7-6 advantage for the number 8 seed. So we move back to grandstand, where 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 is cutting a very distressed looking figure against 2012 champion Andy Murray. 2-3 in serving, his first service game since that dramatic fall in the previous game at the baseline where he ran for a forehand and wasn't able to stop contact with his left playing hand as he tumbled. So love 15-second serve. Murray's returned with the forehand into the body. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰's gone with the drop shot, and I think that was a default drop shot, Mark Woodford, because he's clearly thinking about that hand and the pressure on it, and Murray was already in his head, let's be real, before the fall even happened.
Well, I'd give him 10 out of 10 for this great dramatic performance that he's provided us. I actually don't think the fall was that severe. I don't really think that there's much wrong with his left hand, but he's created this picture for everyone that he should be, you know, potentially could retire out of this match because I think it's more that he's injured mentally. You know, he hasn't had a lot of success with the umpire. He hasn't been allowed to get treatment to delay the game. I just think it's been a wonderful performance in that respect. But right now, he's under a lot of duress because Murray has now got to 3 break points. We may see a bit more fireworks after this game.
On that note, he is leaning on both hands at the sideline to talk to his team. Didn't seem to find that too problematic. He did, however, slice every single ball in the rally just gone, including the final pass that he missed, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. So he is down triple break point against a man who threatened to break his spirit at the end of the second set when he saved multiple set points to take a 2-sets-to-love lead. Murray returns backhand to the body, forehand down the line from 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. 𝓳𝓸𝓲 then slices the backhand down the line, catches the baseline and gets one backhand error from Murray, but he's going to need a couple more to come through this game unscathed. He's still down 15-40. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 serving at 2-3, and well, Murray had not taken up position at the baseline. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 had thumped down the serve.
Yeah, look, I think he's walking a very fine line right now, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. I mean, he won that last point and he quickly stepped up to the baseline and Murray was still trying to recover. Murray wasn't even in position and he's sent down the serve.
Speed of the server?
Yes, but no. I mean,
not for Corentin
𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. It's right now we're just under the performance of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷.
And he's gone forehand into the open court as Murray ran to cover the forehand cross-court side. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 caught him out on that occasion, and this is the game plan now, to get under his skin, to rattle him. And it's possible with Murray. How well has Murray been trained for this matchup ahead of this match? I think this is where we find out. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 with the forehand drop shot that didn't quite stay acute enough, but he does force the volley error, and now he's loving it. He's yelling, he's fist pumping, and Murray is looking more agitated than we've seen, I think, in the entirety of the match so far.
And once again, we see 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. He's won the point and he's back up to the baseline, ready to serve. Murray hasn't even got back to the baseline yet.
𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 serves down the tee. He lifts up the backhand off the deep body return, and Murray puts the forehand away. He's been looking to get up the court, Murray, ever so quickly, and the missed volley on the previous point has not deterred him. He does have break point number 4.
And